Good. You're good.
We'll go ahead and get started. Show the time at 9:04. Show we also have a full quorum. Here I'm announcing the opening of the Village Council meeting work session, February 25th, 2021. First is a consideration of allowing, I need a motion to consider allowing council members to participate remotely, including the child in the background.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Do we have any additions, changes, or
Yes.
hopefully no addition, but
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Just a few.
Austin, did you count
Um,
his thumbs up as a yay vote for that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
So-
Motion passes
off.
unanimously.
I gotta go get it from out here. What?
Do I have
It's all
to do
here.
these numbers? Because these numbers aren't right. Because it says add number 15, but we're starting at 17.
Wait, what did I do? Hold on.
I don't know. Okay.
Go, just do 18, 19,
Okay.
20.
Okay, so I need a new, add number 19 under items of discussion.
18.
18.
18, then 19, then
You
20.
said 19. Okay, 18, sorry. Approved 2020 tax refunds as of February 23rd, 2021. Number 19, new item, is report of total unpaid 2019-2020 taxes that are a lien on real property per NCGS 105-369A. New number 8, add number 20. To direct the tax collector to advertise the names of delinquent taxpayers and tax liens in a newspaper of general circulation pursuant to NCGS 105-369A between March 1st and June 30th, 2021. Under reports, if we can get the manager to give us letter C from an update from the retreat.
Here, let's find that stuff.
And then the closed session needs to be amended to read: recess into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A15 for review and approve of closed session minutes from 9/8/20, 10/29/20, 11/10/20, 11/23/20, 1/12/21 meetings, and to discuss terms of potential acquisition of real property. That's all I got.
Is that all?
Are you sure?
That's it. That's it.
Anyone else?
I have a question, Ben. Are we needing to add things at this point to our reports? Or do we really not need to do that? Because
No, you can just do, I just wanted that on there for people to know that we want an update from the retreat.
okay,
So is that coming from the manager or the planner?
Good.
Manager.
That's okay.
Take one of each.
Those are the tax, finance and tax add-ons.
Take one and pass it around. Well, I mean, half the time it stops at you, so.
Buck stops here, baby. And I don't mean baby, it's your. Just for the record, I'm not being.
I'll make sure to notate that.
Here we go. And it's
I gotta watch every word I say.
serious.
Y'all are nuts.
Okay. All right.
Here you go.
Anything else for the agenda? I make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Now that Kim's running the meeting. All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Aye.
That's how we get along. Right, we do get
Unanimous.
We do.
For the record.
We do.
All right, first up, President Bonds Grove presentations, Bonds Grove Church Road and Waxaw Marvin Road, reconfiguration options and feedback. Go ahead.
all right, thanks everyone. So, as you guys know, the Bonds Grove Church Road and Waxaw Marvin Road is undergoing a study to reconfigure it, and the county hired RS&H as the consultant, and we're doing a cost share on this project. So what their status is right now is that they're looking to distribute the designs for their two options. They're gonna start a public input period on March 8th and have some virtual information sessions that the public can drop into. So the two designs I wanted to show you in brief detail is the realignment of Bonds Grove Church Road so that Waxhaw Marvin is the through movement with a traffic light, and the roundabout, which is the other option. So, and in talking about the trails, we know that Trail Network would go through here, but they said that the contours would not work for putting a trail on the south side of the intersection. So, there's gonna have to be some crossing up the road to be on this side. We'll work that out, I guess,
So
later.
they're showing a sidewalk, so why can't that be the connection for the trail?
This is the trail, but they're saying on the left side of this picture, the contours don't work to put the sidewalk in.
Who says that?
The consultant is saying that.
Who does it do, I mean, and their authority is?
I mean, they're engineers.
But if we want-
There would be land acquisition and filling in the ditch and putting curb and gutter there to make make that work. I mean, I'm very familiar with the area. It's just a ditch there in somebody's front yard. So it would be putting in curb and gutter to make a sidewalk there would make that work to keep it on that side.
I mean, I would think
Sure.
you can make anything anywhere. Maybe it's not optimal to go there, but if we really wanted it there, I'm just not sure who these people
I
are.
mean, the other
saying
side of the
you
road
can't.
where the horse
Church
pasture
right down
is
the road,
drops
still.
significantly. The grade drops off from the road like
Church
3
that's
feet
still-
over there on the north side.
Yeah.
I mean, the south side of it. So it would seem like the north side would be the better place to be. Because I mean, that's a deep drop off the road into the horse pasture there.
On that side, right?
Yeah, on that side where they show the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they would. say
Again, not
it
that
would
I think that, I mean, that's not what the purpose of this discussion is.
Right, no, you can, the public comment period is not open yet, and I can tell them that directly, your comments, but basically, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, that today's presentation is just an update on their progress.
Right.
Okay.
So basically, if you look at it, they can't do, they're saying they can't do it on either, whether we go roundabout or red light, it's still gonna have to cross over, is what they're saying, correct?
Yes, that's what they're saying.
Okay, so given the fact that we are who we are in Marvin and stuff, let's just get to the chase right now. What do we prefer, a red light or a roundabout?
Roundabout.
Roundabout.
You guys already voted on
Yeah,
that.
I
Yeah.
mean,
All right, well, I just, then this just is a matter of,
you're just telling us that there's coming up a public input
Right.
that we need to advertise.
That they've come up to this point, and the public input period starts before the next council meeting, so I was looking for your consensus.
This project has moved ridiculously fast, considering that I didn't think this was gonna happen anytime soon, and they've already got drawings, and now they're asking for public input, and they can't even get the roundabout at the end of the road done. I mean.
Yeah, I totally agree, Kim. I was shocked when I saw this on the agenda, and I thought, wow, this is going incredibly fast. Or is it incredibly fast, wait up and get slow? In other words,
That's
this
true.
thing happens in 2030 or something, or 2035.
Because didn't we have 3 options, and one included a stop sign, like a 3-way
Yeah,
stop?
they did have a 3-way stop alternative, instead of but they
Yeah.
didn't stick with that one.
Okay.
There's no 2 alternatives.
So we don't know when this public input starts? 'Cause I
No,
saw
we
there-
do. It's gonna
Oh.
start on March 8th. This was the,
I
public,
saw
virtual
that.
public meeting is not decided yet. We're gonna do like an internal doodle poll for everyone's availability, but,
Who is we and who's everybody's availability?
there are 5 projects in this, round. Ours is just one of them. So we're talking about, staff, Union County staff and the consultants.
Okay, not us.
Well, I'll
Council?
I'll give them, dates that we don't have meetings.
So we can be on there if we want to.
Right.
Okay.
So did you ever dig up the old plans for this area from years and years ago, way before you were here and stuff? There was a group that spent a lot
Yeah.
of money on for
I
this
know
whole
that
corner.
Kimley Horn has done a
Yeah.
design for this, but I didn't find it.
did you ever think of calling them to see, do you have it on file and then resend it to you? Because they did the work. And I just, it may be something similar. I don't know if there was a roundabout considered or if this was considered, but I know that they did the work, but it'd be, just a phone call, I would think.
Yeah.
They may have some record of it.
So
Good
this,
idea.
so
I'll
this
look
public
into it.
input time is just like an online thing?
Right, it starts on March 8th and I think it goes to April 2nd or so.
Okay.
And the feed, once this page goes live, this is the internal version, so it's not kind of complete yet.
Right.
Once this page goes live, you'll be able to look at those options. There's gonna be a table here.
Okay.
There might be,
Pros and cons of
Yeah.
each, okay.
and then you'll be able to provide your feedback,
Okay.
basically.
So I would say let's make sure that we are putting this out on
Yeah, no problem.
Nextdoor and,
Yes, I was looking for your consensus on
yes,
putting this out when the public input
Yes.
period starts.
absolutely.
Just thinking about this, we all agreed that the traffic circle would be best, but just thinking about another aspect of this, if there was a red light there and people had to wait, maybe there
cross,
would be,
maybe
it's a
easier.
deterrent from as much traffic on Waxhaw Marvin coming through the village.
That's true.
Making it easy to flow through has been proven to increase the traffic dramatically. I watched the increase after this traffic circle was completed.
Space Hall.
It's amazing how
Last night I
many.
saw a backup of at least 20 cars.
Where?
On that road, right around 5, what do you think?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, where?
sitting at that stop sign.
Out towards Waxhaw.
Oh, at
Bonds
where-
Grove, 'cause
yeah.
they were all trying to get on to Waxhaw, the Bonds Grove, Waxhaw Marvin, they were backed up a while, but I don't know, it's right around the 6 o'clock time frame, so 6:30.
Yeah, we'll see what the public comes back with the input, and then if they want us to then, I don't think it's ultimately gonna be our decision
And
anyway.
they're expecting us to participate in a,
A call?
I don't know about
They're gonna
expecting, but there's
See-
one.
Would they like us
in
to?
all fairness, it would
Yeah.
make much more sense that we participate on this roundabout because it actually is in Marvin.
Mhm.
And it is, would be right there rather than this one right here, which is owned by DOT, right?
Well, I mean,
Oh,
this
that's
one's owned by
in Marvin.
DOT too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's a
Both
DOT
it's
intersection.
a DOT road too.
Right. But
They're gonna want us to pony up money towards it
Yep.
because it's within the village limits. If it was
I'm
outside,
not giving any money for that till that one's done.
if it was outside of the village limits, they wouldn't be asking. And that's what he precisely said in that email that I just read that he sent to Christina too. Because it's within the village limits, that's why they're asking for our partnership with money.
okay,
All right.
Okay.
anything else?
Nope, just that
All right.
consensus to put it out.
Absolutely, and advertise the snot out of it, like,
Okay.
once a week, keep pushing it,
Mhm.
we
Alright.
need your feedback.
Okay.
So-
All right, moving on. Marvin Heritage District, next steps.
Jeez, Joe, God, try to say something. No, I like it.
This is my age.
He's working.
Now that you're an old guy, you're like, chop, I gotta get out of here. You can only sit still for so
I got a
long.
hard
Turned 60
stop.
all of
I
a
got a
sudden.
hard stop at 10. I take my nap.
We do have a LUMA meeting at 4 o'clock, so we do need to be done.
Oh, we're gonna be done way before 4
I
o'clock.
hope so.
I got stuff to do,
All right.
All
right,
right.
Jamie?
Just
Other
throwing that
stuff
out
to
there.
Who's got this? Rohit?
That's me again. So at the retreat, we kind of talked about the concept that the next step should be that the property owners would kind of come forward and make the next move towards figuring out the design, considering that the DFI report came out with the feasibility numbers a little low. So I've talked to some property owners in between last Friday and now, and none of them are really interested in putting common pot towards a consultant. Some of them said they would be interested in hiring their own consultant, and some of them said they'd be willing to just do it themselves, like to create their own site plan of what they think would be feasible. So with that, I kind of want to revise my recommendation here to the council for that, to let each property owner come to us with their proposal for their site, considering the DFI report.
I think
And then-
that's short-sighted on their part.
Yeah,
I really do.
first of
The
all,
ones to
I thought the direction was for Bob Mark Elise, Councilman Mark Elise, to reach out to someone in the planning board or wherever that was connected, to reach out to them. So we should really be discussing that, only because there was a group that was formed before
Yeah.
that kind of walked down this path. And the only difference that we have from that time to this time is you have a full supportive council. Last time, no one from council showed up to any of the meetings, and that was the problem why it really went nowhere. However, it was a very good group of people, lots of good discussion. So Bob, did you reach out to anyone?
Yes, the council board, the planning board president, John Jones, reached out, Barry Shokin, and they're looking at an estimate. They're open. They were looking and thinking of an estimate of about $100,000 as their fee. It took me back. It took John back. So we decided that I would come back, when we were going to talk about it in the workshop meeting here, and just say, I'm going to physically call. And then if we want to pursue this, and I can then say, you talk to this, planning board, president, and just, just want to kind of clarify, we're trying to get some direction here. We're not trying to get advisement, because John was asking more like he would get with the individual property owners and kind of put them in place of what they could do and that sort of thing. And maybe that's what was adding to the cost. So I can clarify that and make it a little bit more simpler. I think we need some sort of direction with some sort of, I think with guardrails on it, that an authority, some sort of a consultation authority could say, all right, somebody comes to you with this, it would be not a good idea, but if somebody comes to you with this, it would be a better idea. But I'll be happy to pursue it at this point with them directly.
Joe, I feel like maybe he doesn't, not Bob doesn't understand, but I feel like maybe whoever John talked to doesn't understand exactly.
What we're looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're looking to spend anywhere near $100,000. It's just that we've got some good information from DFI. We have
Right.
landowners that were thinking, so, I won't go into who I talked to, but I had some discussions as well with some landowners. And, and I told them, I says, look, where we're at right now, we're approaching this as we're one of the landowners too. So when we started this conversation, I wanted to be clear that we talked to the landowners. Keep in mind that those landowners include the village of Marvin. The unique thing we have is that we have the ability to change things as we see fit that would work win-win-win. Win for the community, win for the village, win for the landowners. The problem comes in, and I told this, I was very upfront. I think we're at a point, village-wise, and correct me if I'm wrong, that before we start really spending any kind of money to see what best works for this, we got to first know, maybe in a general meeting, a special meeting or something like that, where all these landowners come together, someone's sort of holding our hand on this process to kind of, I'm not looking for 100,000, whether DFI could do it or whatever, but get a sense because the last thing I want to do is tell the landowners what should go on their property. If the landowner has this idea that they want X, and we're thinking something completely different, then I don't think the conversation goes any further, because the landowner at the end of the day has the right, or should have a right, to have a decent say in what is going to happen on their land.
Isn't that what Rohit's
Yeah,
asking?
DFI
for?
said that they could do that. There's two kind of things going on here, because DFI said they can coordinate with the property owners and kind of, like you said, put guardrails on what they're proposing, because they have all this, experience doing things like this in other places. And they could do it for the money that I have left in my consultant budget for this fiscal year.
Which is how much?
About 10 or 12,000.
That's a lot better than 100.
Yeah, I'm like all about that plan, because that,
if we go down, sorry Andy, if we go down that road, can we make sure that DFI realizes that there's not gonna be a land acquisition cost? That these owners already own the land?
But that's a huge factor.
Because they were factoring in land acquisition costs to their profitability, correct?
Right.
So, you know, their 3 to 5% profitability was factoring the fact that you were, that they're gonna have to purchase the land and they're not going to
And
have
at
to
the end
purchase
of
the
the
land.
day,
Right,
including
they're
us,
developing it.
some landowners have deeper pockets than others. Some have the ability to go and hire their own people to come back and stuff. Others don't, and that may include the village and stuff. So, you know, I mean, we gotta be careful about how we're spending the taxpayer dollars to, you know, and how much we're gonna spend and how far we're gonna go with this. But at some point, the landowners have to understand, you don't just, with the flip of a coin, you change the zoning and all of a sudden you get what you want. There's gonna have to be some sort of investment on their end too,
Correct.
you know. So, I mean, it's just, you can't be continually looking to the village to say, hey, we're gonna do all the work, we're gonna pay for this, and then we're gonna, you know, best use of land for you, and you pick from the choices that we have, or the heritage group committee is chosen for certain areas, if you will.
I have said it after the first go around with DFI that I don't think we need to spend any more money, any more of the village's money on trying to figure out what the best use of people's land is. If they wanna go out and do that, then they can go out and do that.
But we should still offer
But
a meeting.
I think that maybe taking it, I may have been a little quick to say that. I think that maybe this next step with DFI to get the landowners kind of all on the same page, and then if they don't like, you know, if they like what DFI had to say, then they can go out and hire or do it themselves. But we kind of, like you said, put the guardrails up and kind of keep us, you know.
'Cause DFI has the experience to corral this group into
Right. And they've offered to do
some
that.
kind of a common direction where everybody has their ideas, and that's great, but it's scattered yet, and it needs to be organized, basically.
Right.
And DFI has the experience just to organize the chaos.
And it takes the village out of it in terms of,
Sure.
you know,
Dictating or whatever.
or any conflicts of interest or anything like that. It's a third party who's doing it. So I'm okay if we want to do that.
All right.
I don't know how everybody else feels, but I'm
What do you
okay if
guys
we want to do
think? You
that.
guys have any input on that?
No, I agree with everything y'all are
Bob?
saying. No, I do. I mean, if I had an input beyond that, I would let you know.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, if that's the consensus.
We don't want to monopolize the conversation.
Less is more, I like
No,
it.
I like it. Less is
You've
more, I
covered-
agree.
You've covered the points. So
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll try to get them to give us a quote
Bob,
for
thumbs
that.
up. You good, Bob? Just a thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, you good?
Go ahead, repeat that again.
Are you good if we hire DFI to do the next steps?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put the-
ball player.
All right.
Thanks, that's
Thank
all I
you.
have then. I'll
Okay,
get,
all right, cool.
I'll see if we can get a quote by the March
right.
9th meeting then.
Thank you, Rohit. Moving on, Village Hall, discussion, consideration of Village Hall construction documents.
Mess in here. I mean, really? You need more room? Do another table? She's like pushing my stuff over. I'm like, slide down. Jeez.
Alright, so there's a lot on Village Hall, inside of your
Just so
agenda.
you know, you gave yourself 15 minutes, so I'm gonna hold you.
There's a lot in your agenda packets. The project manual is in there. This is the document we've been working on. That's basically the RFP, kind of guides the process for bidders. I'm not gonna go over it in detail. I'll put it in your agenda packets in case you want to read it. But this is basically what's gonna guide the whole RFP process. There were some questions at the last RFP about why we were requiring financial statements and stuff like that, and all of that is in this RFP. The reason we do that is because we want to make sure that they're responsible vendors before we hire them.
And how many people do we have on Monday?
We did have a pre-bid meeting on Monday, and we had 7 or 8 vendors.
You had 10, you had,
Eight consultants, but we had like 10 people, but some of them were from the same company.
Gotcha.
And then since then, we've had, I know, at least one email where they wanted to be added on to the RFP as well, or the contact
So
list.
that was the pre-bid meet. When does the stuff go out?
It went out that day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the timeline. So it
And they
tells
have how long?
bids are
Till
due
the
March 23rd.
23rd of
Yeah.
March.
So Any questions specifically about the project manual, if y'all read through it?
Yes, I had a question.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
I was trying to say something funny, but it wasn't that funny. So
All right, the next
Sorry.
set of documents in your agenda packet is the civil plans. A lot of this stuff is really hard to read.
That's our here.
Yeah. So if y'all want to see emailed copies of this, we can email it to you, you can zoom in. This is pretty much deconstruction documents that are needed for the bid. It should have every single detail that's needed. There are some finishes that we have to go through with a subcommittee, which I'll get to in just a second, but for the most part, this is the living, breathing document of what the bidders are using to construct and make their RFPs. Any questions on any of that?
Nice job on getting this put together and
Yeah, I'm
with
trying
all
to
the.
read all this now.
Say again?
I said, nice job on getting this all together. I know you're short-staffed and all that. This was a big thing.
This is basically what the DRB was looking for whenever they were asking a lot of questions about the design. And this level of detail wouldn't have been provided at the level that we were at in terms of the progress. So now they should have every single thing they need to make some decisions, minus maybe some minor finishes that aren't actually in the drawings, like handicap railing or doorknobs, that sort of thing.
What was it that we were discussing that I needed some details for? I can't even remember now. There was
You
a couple
had
details,
had inquiries about the outlets, outdoor outlets.
which we did that.
Yeah, and you might want to just look at that because he said he did encompass it.
Okay, yeah, he said there were some that were in there, but they weren't on that drawing that we had at that point.
So just look at it in detail.
But
If
there
it's
was
not,
something else, and I can't remember.
you
what
wanted to
that
know the exterior dimensions.
Yeah, that's right, because I wanted to know what that corner, how big that corner was gonna be, since that was such a hot topic. I wasn't sure what the actual dimensions of that alcove ended up
Sure.
being.
And I'm gonna let Rohit speak to. So we had
So that's in here, right?
the
That
exterior
detail?
dimensions.
Yeah.
It should be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so I can look through that.
I don't know for sure because I didn't look through every single site detail sheet. But there were some questions at the DRB meeting in reference to the landscape elevation that y'all had that had,
Sorry.
it basically had some fencing that looked like it was carried off to the corner of the porch. And the way the picture looked, I totally understood what everyone was saying, but now that we've sat down and had an explanation from the vendor, I don't think it's quite as how we envisioned it, so I'm gonna let Rohit speak in terms
Sure.
of that.
Hold on, can I ask a question before you get into it?
Sure.
Okay, that's the ramp, and that's the end of the ramp.
Right,
This is the front porch.
right.
That's the end of the front porch. So are those the things that we're gonna see?
Yeah, that's what they said, that you would be able to see them, but we already brought that up to him, and he said we can put some sort of,
Some sort of like a
some
fence or something.
sort of fence or wall will go here after the comment that we made. Yeah, we saw all
So
that.
this is like HVAC, trash cans, generator? Is that all encompassed in this little section right here?
Let's see, they have annotations here.
I'm sorry.
And I,
Yeah, so HVAC are the little squares. The big square is the generator.
You need
And
4
there'll be a-
HVAC
they
units.
do, but that actually depicts 6 of them, and if I remember correctly from the detail, there are only 4 total. 2 of them are on the other end of the building.
Oh, yeah.
So I think.
Are those trash cans?
No, those are the HVAC units that we were, no, on the front side by the handicap ramp. We're
Oh,
gonna,
here.
we're gonna hide those in the bushes on that side, so I don't know that we need 4 on that other end. I think
So
there are
maybe
only
2 of them
4
are trash
total.
cans over there?
No, trash cans go where the those
Yeah.
units are.
But
That's what I'm
that's,
saying, maybe those are trash cans there.
yeah, so then maybe they can be, that is a space that we can use for trash cans, but if I remember correctly, and I can go back into the mechanical drawings here and find out, but I think there were only 4 total units for the entire
But
building.
they split them
Okay.
probably for each side, right? So
Right,
that's
and there wouldn't be
300.
4
Okay.
in that corral with the generator. There would only be 2.
I lost track already.
And they gave the dimensions actually of the HVAC units. 3 of them were identical and one was slightly larger.
Is this in here?
It probably is, because it would be under mechanical.
I literally do not want to sit through another DRB meeting having this conversation about this stuff. Let's figure it out.
So
Because that was painful.
What, is that a civil sheet? What is that?
This is the civil sheet, yeah. It's under 100% construction documents.
Should be a mechanical. With that,
Before or after?
they have electrical, they
I just had a digital version, so I don't know.
there's so many that are covering footers and all this detail.
Mechanical floor plan, that's the floor plan.
Is there,
That's just, this is just like
it
a
would
site
be,
I show a mechanical floor plan, but we're looking for outside, aren't we?
yeah, well, there should be an all-encompassing mechanical drawing
I think I saw it
for
before.
all the
That's gonna
HVAC.
be up front.
Now that I think about it, it was in the very front of the packet.
Oh,
I only have C2.
Keep looking, keep looking.
Alright, I've got something here
Oh, yeah,
on
yeah.
M30, it's got 6 thingies,
Huh?
Can you print
M
that?
would make sense that it's the mechanical drawings, which,
but it's got, it
Might
would
take
look to be
forever.
like air conditioner units, or
Right.
HVAC units. I don't know what
How
page.
far back is
I
it?
don't know what page it is. It's
Yeah, I got
like,
one on here too.
it's almost at the very end of the
So you
packet.
got, those should be AC units there, and then you got.
And then you've got 4 on
so
that
there's 6
side.
of them?
Yeah,
There's no way you need this.
There's,
We're only
they
5,000 square feet.
could go to higher tonnage on them to
think it's
reduce
like
the
6.
amount of them,
Yeah.
I would
cause
think.
look at this picture here. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And don't those look like HVAC units? But these are not in the right spot.
Yeah,
Those
well,
are not in the right spot
yeah,
on
they're
this
just lined
picture.
up there for representation
And that's his
probably.
generator there.
But it doesn't seem like we need 6. I could have sworn it said 4, but.
But I don't know why those are
This
there.
drawing
They
is
should
really-
be-
The architect said he doesn't deal with anything outside of the building, so.
I don't know if
He
they-
doesn't what?
He said he doesn't deal with anything outside of the building, so he
Who
might,
does?
like Andy, the civil engineer
Or
does,
if
so.
that's actual.
He might have,
Kristen,
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
I
urban.
think it would be, yeah, there's.
so like Andy said, he might have put that there for representation, but that's not exactly
Okay.
the
Well,
location.
then who do we get that from? Because DRB is gonna lose it.
Tristan would get it from them. Did that
Yeah,
print?
we need to get,
No,
we
it's
need to
frozen,
definitely
sorry.
get some clarification on that.
Stuff.
Yeah, even if you go to E2, which is first floor electrical power plan, they're all in the same spot. So we just need to figure that out.
Okay.
And these things are so little, I can't tell what the notations are. CU, it looks like maybe CU, I can't tell.
Alright, so I'm
2,
gonna,
3, 1, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
I don't know if it's, are they designing this to be a zoned heating and air conditioning, like?
I mean, with 6, you'd think so, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's like you've got like 6 different thermostats throughout the building that you can zone it and all that stuff. It
So-
seems very complex for a 5,000 square foot building.
Who would,
Can't they do that internally, the switches?
Yes, they can.
Yes,
They can do ducting to
You can.
rechannel it.
So
and all
why
that
take
stuff.
up space?
hold on, who
don't
said
know.
we needed 6? Who would have said that?
Cost involved in all that.
Urban would have designed it with his mechanical folks, and they would have come up with that.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
ask him that
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, I'm just curious of how they've got this mechanical system set up because it seems like that's a lot of units and
And very expensive.
Alright, so I'm gonna ask Urban if it's
Yeah.
zoned, and then I'm gonna ask Tristan, well, and also how many condensers, and then Tristan the location, and then where the trash, setup is. I just noticed, for some reason, this site plan is not in your agenda packets,
this is my house is only gonna have 2 units with 4,200.
so we're gonna try to get this
The way
printed for you so you'll have
the
it.
design is for when it's completed. They're just
Okay.
being up and a down.
Other than that, are there any questions that just kinda pop out?
Same thing,
Yeah.
same square footage, and that too.
Yeah, I don't think there's users.
I mean, I have 2, I have 5,000 square feet.
Yeah, so that's,
And
And
we
I
have,
have- and I
we
have
have,
upstairs.
just on
Yeah.
that, just to be clear, we have full, right, left out of that parking lot, right in,
Yeah,
we have
We-
full,
We do not have a parking permit, right, I mean,
driveway.
a driveway permit as of yet, but that's the intent.
Well, we had one.
Yeah, the
Yeah, we did have one.
should I
It
pass
was-
this
that
around?
generator.
Yes,
is huge,
pass it
too,
around,
by
I'll
the
stop
way.
with you, Joe.
That thing's like 6 foot long.
Is this just a larger version of what's in the
Yeah,
packet?
this is a larger
I don't-
version of what's here, for
I'm
some
just
reason,
wondering
this
what
document was not
capacities
in
they
the
think we're
packet.
gonna need
Okay.
over here.
So
Joe, how big
whatever
is
you
your
need to do.
backup generator?
I get it later.
I had to choose between cold or, if I wanted heat or I wanted, AC.
No, your backup generator.
I know, but
Yeah.
it's designed on that, so it's, I wanna say
CEP drawings,
5,000.
more
is that-
information. Where's the?
5 kW, yeah.
5
I
kW.
don't know physically how big it is.
Oh,
It
It
is.
is
PME in the packet.
about,
Um,
maybe from here, comes right
Electrical,
here to here,
Mechanical.
and it's maybe right about here.
Yeah.
And it's about this high.
Yeah, see, the way they're drawing this, it's like,
It's
this one
long
is
and
like
skinny.
3 by 6 foot long. That's a big generator
Yeah,
for
it's
a
not
backup generator.
3 feet wide, I guarantee it's not 3
Does it
feet
say
wide,
feet?
but again,
No.
we want it just to be able to kick on, and you can make a choice and say, hey, do we want heat for our staff, or do we want AC? I would think we would want AC, because heat, you just put on a coat and you can keep working. AC, tough to work
But
in.
here's the thing, let's say, okay, why,
To open all of these.
I don't disagree that we need a generator, but let's think of like, when would we need a generator? Why has the power gone out?
Oh, it goes out a lot, I don't know about you, you know it goes a lot, I don't know
Depends
what
on the grid
happens
you're
here.
on. I don't lose power very often because
I don't
I'm on the
either.
same grid as the school, so I don't lose power.
I have to laugh, because every time it goes, I go, shit, did I pay the bill? The water goes out, the cable, anything, I go, oh shit, did I pay the bill? I don't have that plus, I don't have that +1 anymore. So.
Yeah, I can help you out.
No, but seriously, like, I mean, my car doesn't go out that often. It will sometimes in a storm, but
I'm
like,
not finding
if
it.
we have a snowstorm, staff's not in. If there's a serious rain event, like a hurricane coming through, staff's not at work.
Right.
So I'm thinking, what I'm thinking is we don't need something that's that big. And I do agree
Well-
that if it's in the summer, like a thunderstorm, we would probably want AC.
You
The thing
can be in a
about
big,
this-
big meeting and someone has an accident out here, takes out a grid, and then you are down and out. And I'm telling you, there's something to be said, because I'm one of 2 people in our neighborhood that my lights are on, and I have
I know,
full.
but I
So
don't,
it's
but I
just-
don't think
one
that
of the
my
It
things-
happens
power.
more than you think.
So guys, one of the big driving forces to the sizing of this generator is your HVAC system. So
Yep.
if you have 6 units for your
You're gonna need a
HVAC system,
bigger
you're gonna have to
generator.
have a lot more juice for the generator.
Is
So
that
if we
Cinebench?
reduce
No, it's an Urban
this amount of these
Then we can have a
compressors,
smaller generator.
we could possibly get rid of.
Especially if you're gonna have
Yeah.
zones, and each
Yeah.
unit for a zone, and you can say, hey,
That's the
for
ticket here for
those
something.
instances when we have a power outage,
That's the
Yeah.
ticket
only
here
this goes
and
on.
it was
Right.
redrawn.
This area, we don't need to, if they can say, we
Yeah.
don't need that
Right.
So
whole
there's just a
area in the center,
Center,
maybe
right.
need essential staff
Yeah, There's
members,
just a miscommunication
clerk,
there.
planner,
And a meeting room.
manager, and a meeting room and stuff like that, but you don't need to keep, and they can do that, I know they can do that.
Yeah,
I think,
absolutely.
And
I think
you
this
can
is
choose
obviously for
between,
when God forbid,
Makes
and-
sense.
You
and
choose
then put
between
the AC in a different
AC and
place.
heat.
So that needs to
And you
be
can
the biggest
also,
thing.
and for your critical services, you know, your
Okay.
computers and all that
That's a
stuff,
lot
you
of
could
that.
have a battery backup that would go to,
Still didn't get the right answer.
to back that stuff up too.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
we need to
not
we need to
saying
find
not
out
to
where
get
to
one,
go.
I'm
No,
just saying
but-
maybe we need to look at the size of
It looks
it.
like they
Here,
both
Maybe
have-
condense it down a
So-
little bit so that
so-
we make more room.
So
and-
Christina, can you get with our architects and stuff and just, you know,
And
our talk is
engineers, whatever.
basically, you know, paring down the generator to accommodate not as the whole building, and maybe AC versus heat, and obviously computer, and the internet, that kind of stuff, but we don't need the whole building to have lights on, is what we're trying to say. And I know there's a variety of different units. My unit, I was just, the one I have is probably 5 feet long, 2 feet wide, maybe 2.5 feet high.
Well, that's
Not
similar
that
to what
big.
they've got drawn in here. This one's 6 foot by 2 foot.
So the bid documents have already gone out for the contractors to start bidding on the actual specifications that we've provided here. So we can do an amendment to the bid documents, but we need to get action pretty quickly because they're already gonna start bidding on it.
Right.
What we could do is just wait and see what the bids come back at. We could negotiate that piece
Yeah,
in
because
the final.
to your point, I think the size doesn't change much. It's what's in the container.
Well, and the other thing I want to point out, and I don't, you guys aren't probably not aware of this, but when you're saying choose between heat and AC, heat pumps are, all they do is reverse the AC pump in the wintertime. Now, your extra load is if it's extremely cold and you're running the strips, okay? but you'll still get heat running on the same consumption as you would air conditioning in the summertime. So that should factor in. We don't need to worry about heat strips if there's a power failure and we have to run on generator. You'll still get heat, you just won't get as much, right? I mean, it won't be necessarily 70 in there, it might be more like 60
Well, Christina, I would just
in
ask,
extreme conditions.
yeah, I would just ask the question about how many are there? Cause it looks like 6.
Got
Do
that.
we really need 6? Cause it feels a little excessive for the size. And if they're doing it cause they wanna do zones, then I know they can do zones with just 1. So let's figure that stuff out, figure out if we get less units, can we have a smaller generator? And make sure that they're where they're supposed to be. And then I say, if you feel like the information that you get, and I think we can direct her for this, but if the information that you get needs to go out to whoever has bid so that they can adjust it, then we'll give you the authority now. We don't have to meet again, but we'll go ahead and give you that authority to send it out if you feel like it's gonna make a difference.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are we good with that?
I'm definitely good with that.
Okay.
And I can consult with you some more if I have some questions about things.
Yeah.
Or
I mean-
have Andy on the phone with you when you
Yeah,
call.
I'll be glad to do that call with you, I've got no problem.
Alright, just like, alright, volunteer.
Well, no, I mean, I've got a lot more experience with this stuff than the rest of you, and I have no problem talking with somebody because I can speak
We
their
appreciate
language.
that.
So,
Okay.
I can, and they can tell me that, oh, well, this is needed, and then I'll understand why, but from 10,000 feet, I don't know why. It
Right.
doesn't make sense to me either, so we can get clarification on that.
Okay,
Okay, so,
thank you.
just wanted to real quick advise you on a couple of changes since we've got some RFIs, request for information from the contractors that have come in. So in the bid packets, you'll see the bid form, which is on page, I think 17 and 18, I believe, if I can remember correctly.
What was that?
What about it?
Okay, 17, 18.
You see how it has all the divisions at the bottom where it says general requirements, site construction, concrete, masonry, it kind of breaks everything down. For the ease of the contractor, they wanted to eliminate these divisions. Both our engineer and our architect agreed that it was fine. It doesn't really affect anything. It just really is for us to see where the differences are between the vendors. So we are gonna eliminate those divisions. We won't see that detail and we'll just have that lump sum.
Can we still get the information if we want?
We can request it if we want to, but we're gonna eliminate that section so that it's easier for them to bid.
So they won't say, this is how much concrete's gonna cost, this is how much masonry's gonna cost.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it really doesn't matter to
You
us.
can't even just separate site construction versus building, those two?
Yeah, that I would like to see separated.
Okay.
I mean, is that fair? or-
Yes.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, 'cause that was what,
Yeah,
If
that's
your
what
building is
was
something
awesome.
completely different than your site work.
Agreed.
So you want a division for, not necessarily.
Building
division.
cost and site cost.
Okay.
Yeah, those two should, definitely be
I agree.
split. But other than that, all the details in the building are encompassed in the building, so.
There was
now,
also,
let me ask this out loud,
Oh.
and at the risk of
Don't ask
being,
it quietly or we won't be able to hear
I
you.
know, but just at the risk of, whatever the risk it is there a chance we awarded someone, it could be 2 contracts we award, one for being site, one
Yep.
for being,
you can't.
Why not?
You
Not
can't.
unless you bid them separately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
But you got one general
that
contractor
information
who's doing the entire project, so their
Right.
bids are coming into
But we-
him from the
Okay.
But we can
subs.
also negotiate
Yes, we can, with the lowest response.
with the lowest responsive bidder and say, hey, listen, this guy came back at this price for the site construction. You wanna match that, or we'll go out to bid separate, you
Yeah.
get one and they get the other?
Yeah,
Okay.
but that gives us, with the cost breakdown, it gives us a window to be able to do
Yep.
that.
That's it,
Without
just
it,
separate
we
those
can't.
costs
Yep,
and move forward,
I
and
agree.
and I'm fine with that. So-
Okay. The next question was, about some environmental discoveries and what they would do if they, came into a bunch of rock and that's not included in the bid.
Historic dirt,
So we're gonna put a little contingency in the bid that has per unit cost for excavation, those sort of things, so we can make sure we encompass that.
Yeah, I like it.
We're gonna require all tap fees and capacity fees and all that stuff to be in their bid. So just so y'all know, that's not something that we would absorb separately from. That is, we've had a lot of RFIs submitted the last couple of days. Those are the majority of ones that would be relevant to you all. Other than that, we're working to get that information back out to the vendors. And what we do, just so y'all know, is when we get an RFI from one vendor, we send it out to all the responses
Yeah,
in case anyone
chances are
has.
somebody else has the same question.
Any of that, asking about the water problems? Any
Yeah,
of
well,
those
I'm getting ready to
RFIs?
get to that
Okay.
part. I'm gonna-
I'm just curious if any of the RFIs had anything to do
We
with
haven't
that.
had, no.
Okay, all right.
The next to the last thing I need to get is a subcommittee amongst you all or anyone else that you want to have to talk about finishes. We need to, carpet colors,
All
wall
the,
colors. I believe at one of the last meetings, we had said Mayor Pro Tem would do it, but I don't know if we actually took official action. So if y'all could just kind of talk about it amongst
I think you
yourselves.
guys I think they just gave consensus. I don't remember a motion.
I'll pat myself on the back as
Also,
interior world, I got it now.
in terms of creation
So
of
much
committees and subcommittees, is there a formal process that we have to do, or?
They can create it now and appoint whoever to it. That's fine.
And what are the
And-
responsibilities of this?
We'll literally be saying, do you want yellow carpet here, red carpet here,
Oh, boy.
pink walls here?
Jill.
I just know we had people doing that before and it just didn't seem to happen.
I did it the last time, because what they picked out I hated, so I mean, it'll.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We had it and then we
Yeah.
came in and we were like, what?
And light fixtures,
Does
doorknobs.
DRB have input on that?
I mean, yes,
That's
they have to approve it, right? We pick it, but they approve it.
Oh, okay.
The legal requirements of this subcommittee would be just like any other board, but as far as what I have to do on my end, so public notices and whatnot.
Okay, I'll do it. Who wants to do it with me?
Joe volunteered before.
Yeah, I'll have to update. I may have to hire an
I'm
assistant.
gonna volunteer Joe for it. Joe and I'll do
I'm
it.
gonna have to hire an assistant. to
Nobody
do
else is
it.
jumping at it, so Joe and I'll do it.
I'm not good at that.
That'll be out of my own money if I hire an assistant just because.
So if they're gonna form it, they do need a motion.
I'm not.
Okay, I make a motion to put me and Joe on the interiors, decorative stuff subcommittee.
Pick your
And
name.
exterior.
Pick your name carefully. What do you want to call it, Christina?
Call it the Village Hall finishing committee.
Or, yeah.
Finishes.
What do you call it?
Finishes.
Yeah.
Interior. Or
Interior,
No.
Annex.
design.
Design finishes.
There you go.
So is there a motion?
PHDEF.
G, H,
Q.
I, J.
Hey.
Village Hall interior, Village Hall design finishes. There we
Village
go.
Hall design finishes.
There you go.
So a motion on the table to create a Village Hall design finishes subcommittee
So,
with,
yeah.
with Kim
I make
and
that
with Kim and
motion.
Joe.
With me and
So we
Joe.
only want two from council. Do we want anyone from?
No, too many people.
No.
Cause DRB's gotta approve it anyway.
Okay.
Yes, you guys just do it.
Got it.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
We get a raise?
No.
Well, you just
Right on the
out.
end of
Yeah, we'll be the complaint department.
Yeah,
No, we don't like that. We don't like that.
Okay.
All right, so we're good. So we have a
Wait, hold-
motion on the table. Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Alright,
Anything else,
we
Christina?
got a meeting next week about that.
Yeah, and I will say, in effort to save money for the village, we did decide to do this in-house. So
I'm
this is
sorry?
an effort to save money for the design of this is something that we did decide to do in-house and not have.
An
All right.
interior
And
person.
interior design.
Yeah.
this committee will that subcommittee will either need to adopt a meeting schedule or hold special meetings. Just let me know.
Let me know because I will do this. I will check with my interior person that has done my house, who's good on so many levels, and it is just, and I may just pay her personally to come over and look at and stuff. And just because I don't want to spend any money on this, but I would possibly, if she's reasonable, to just kinda,
Joe, we
after
got
we
it.
decide.
We got it.
You know what?
Do we have a meeting next Tuesday?
Oh,
We do,
Joe,
tentatively.
Joe, we have a meeting next Tuesday.
Meeting.
At 1
What time?
o'clock.
Kim's got you covered on the colors. She's all about it. She's already
Joe,
got
look
it
at your
figured out.
calendar.
And if y'all decide to do what mayor's recommended, we'll have to appropriate that, we'll have to, appoint that person to the subcommittee, the interior.
Okay, the 2nd
That can be done later.
of March.
Okay.
2nd of March.
It's in your calendar, or it should be.
I know it isn't yet.
What meeting is
I
that?
have nothing going on.
1 o'clock. Now you do. Put it on your calendar.
Interior.
You did.
And where's it at?
Here.
I was just gonna put interior design meeting. Does that sound good?
Yep. Joe, it's in, like, you just need to accept it. It's in your, like, you
I
got sent the email.
I did not, okay.
Yeah, you did, because I can
Austin's
see it.
quick.
I was not even listening.
I'm having
He
issues
sent
with
this
my,
last week.
I'm having
Or-
issues
or
with
I sent it last
receiving
week, or you sent
emails
it.
I'm just telling you, since we've changed this, I don't get necessary, I think you're having the same
I
problem.
have issues.
I'm not getting all the emails, so
many.
I'm just gonna, it's a 1
That's
o'clock,
weird.
right?
1 o'clock here
Okay,
with me.
gotcha.
Yippee-ki-yay.
And that's on the second. What's
Take
this?
one and pass it around, please.
Any
Alright.
other questions about the subcommittee? And we'll just report back to y'all as we have questions.
And guys, if you're having trouble with your email, let me know and I can get Mike to come in and you guys can stop by individually and he can take a look at your devices to see what's going on.
All right.
Just
Yeah,
I mean,
and he called me and I said, I
He
may be
didn't
able.
feel like talking, so.
Well, I just couldn't be over here when he was here, so, and I recognized it. And it is truly all village stuff, so it's for some reason.
Okay, the last
Hey, real quick, let me know when Mike comes in. 'Cause I need to-
okay.
I need help.
The last thing
I can
that
call him and come in later.
I wanted to mention is, we had a little bit of a discovery that happened last week. If you see in the topo that's being passed around, that little circled area is the water pipe that DOT installed, I wanna say about a year ago. And what we've discovered is that pipe is dumping water right in the middle of our property where the construction is supposed to take place. We are, excuse me.
And the pipe is,
What
what's
the
for, what
heck?
reason? For drainage?
They neglected
From
to,
PDS.
yeah, they neglected to put cross drainage in when they built the traffic circles for all that water that runs off that side of the road. So they came back and cut their road in half and put that pipe in last year. You
And
remember-
it's terrible.
remember?
It's like.
Now it takes all that water that collects on that side of the road and diverts it right in the middle of our site.
So we need to
I was
build a
there
beach
yesterday and looked at it personally.
Yeah. Add
Be up on
sand.
stilts.
A beach house.
It's up on stilts.
So what's the, remedy?
So what,
Stilts.
we've got engineers going out there today to look at it to figure out exactly what needs to be done. But in a nutshell, our stance is that it's DOT's problem, they need to fix it. We have communicated that to them. They have come back with, no, we did not change any of the natural flow of the water, so therefore we're not.
Except that they had to put a pipe in, so yes, they did.
Yes, they did. So if you guys look and they're at the
Again, they're
detail,
trained to say no,
right?
right? So I'm going with that.
Okay, so if you guys look at the detail along the curbing there, you'll see very faintly that there is a ditch drawn in there. There's a riprap ditch that DOT installed, and it collects that water at the end of that curb right there, and then all of that water flows downhill towards the driveway. I stepped it off yesterday. It's 60 feet from this pipe to their ditch. The remedy is just to extend the ditch to accept the water.
Show.
So you see this little feint?
Yep.
This is their ditch.
Yep.
It's deep. It will accommodate a lot of water. It's 60 feet from here to here. All they need to do is dig the ditch.
So why wouldn't they have just, so is this where the ditch starts, or is
Yeah,
that
so-
where the ditch starts?
So if you look, there's a curve here, and this water that flows here falls into the ditch right there at grade, okay? And then this carries it down. So if they dig a ditch from here to here, 60 feet, this water goes down this ditch and it doesn't go out into our building site. That's all that needs to be done to remedy this. So it's my recommendation that if DOT does not do it, we just do it in the interest of our building, because it's a fairly inexpensive remedy. We can always go back and bill DOT and push the issue, but in the
It
interim,
has to be done.
it has to be
we
done
can-
before construction or we're gonna have major issues. So
So, something
it's-
has to be done.
Correct.
And I agree with Andy about, we can only wait and push for so long before we have to do something in order to be able to move forward with Village Hall.
I think if we do that, then that's gonna definitely tie into what we do over here, at the roundabout. Because I'm pretty much done over here of offering anything else. They're clearly not wanting to work with us on this. It's my opinion, what I see, and how things are, and, it's,
So at the end of the day, we need to fix it pretty quickly, whether we do it or DOT does it. And my suggestion is to go ahead and give me the authority to hire some engineers to go out and get it fixed ASAP, give me a cap. I have asked our engineer what he thinks it's gonna cost, and he gave me a range of anywhere from 5 to 15. So I'd say let's assume the highest, and then we can find it on the back end.
Yeah, but to dig this ditch realistically, and Christine and I talked about this yesterday, to take a small machine out there behind a pickup truck and a trailer and then order a load of riprap, if they want to add the riprap to it, we're talking about a $3,000 project. We're not talking about a $10,000 or $15,000 project.
Yeah, but it's DOT. so-
personally, I don't care if it's a $1
We-
project. If it is something that they did and we can say this is because of what you did, then it's still, at some point, and I would like this group to agree that we still bill them for it.
Oh,
Well, no, we're not
100%.
saying we don't, I'm just saying that
Yes.
we
But I think
go
we
ahead and do
move
the
and get it
project and
done.
then bill them
Yeah.
and make sure that they're responsible.
And maybe you might want to suggest, because they're going to get a bill one way or another, that they may want to bring their engineers to see how they fix this. They may have a better solution than our engineers.
So there's a couple of problems, and we'll definitely try to go down that route, but there's some variation to the issue, is that if we do it now, we're gonna have to do it on our side of the property and not within their right of way. Because if we do it in their right of way, we're gonna have to get an encroachment agreement and all that stuff that goes along with it, and we just don't have time to do that.
Well, that's gonna increase the cost significantly, because the only way to connect it to their ditch is in their right of way. Unless, for some reason, because the new right of way, they're way outside, because there's the option to add a second lane. They got enough right of way to increase that traffic circle by an extra lane if needed in the future for more traffic. I recall that. Don't you, Joe?
Yep, it's designed to fail within 15 years of building.
So they probably got 30 feet from the curb in their right of way.
Do y'all want to authorize me to work with our engineer to look at what the most practical solution is to this and give me a cap on what you'll allow? And with the contingency, we're obviously gonna try to build DOT, but
But does it matter what the cap is? We have to get it done. It has
I
to
think
get
this is
done.
a call to our senator that just,
They're not gonna get it done before the time that it needs to be done, but I don't
No.
disagree with that.
because this is something that is
It's gotta get done
clearly
like now.
DOT is just saying no, just to say no. This is clearly their issue, and this is something I think that our senator can probably resolve for us. But in the interim,
One of the small things, remember they talked
Yeah.
about small
Yeah.
things they can deal with?
Yeah, I think this is one of them.
So we'll add that to that
Yeah.
list later, so.
Yes,
but for the
Christina,
purposes
yes.
of now,
Yeah.
let's
Yeah,
talk
what
about
do
what
we
we're
do
gonna do
now?
now. On the
That's-
back end, we can do everything we can,
Yes.
but we need to get it done. So,
So I say, have the engineer come out, figure out what needs to be done. But in the meantime, while the our engineer is coming out to figure out what it is, I would keep pushing DOT and be like,
yeah, we will.
you
Well-
clearly put in a pipe because you needed to get the runoff into a certain direction because it's just going across the street. So
And now it's coming
going
into
on
our building
property,
site, which is
like-
affecting our costs.
And truthfully, if it was any other entity, like say I lived there and I started getting flooding from this, I could go and sue DOT for flooding my property. Okay, so this is clearly their problem. The one thing that I just thought about is, however, our hands are tied on this pipe because we can't touch it because the pipe ends within their right of way. We can't even attach anything to this. The only thing we could do is go from the end of their right of way and create a drainage ditch of some sort and direct it around our building.
And that's what the
And that's
last
expensive.
recommendation from our engineer was, to create a berm up from our property. And there might be a little bit of clearing that's involved
And now is that gonna, if we disturbed that and then reseed before we build, does that include our disturbed areas?
Not according to our engineer, which is
Okay.
why he said we need to do it now.
Big question, because that's one of those things, like, you know, if we disturb something, we have to get it back.
Alright, so just, yeah, go do it. I mean, it's gotta be done. But I would push the
Choice.
snot out of DOT when I would tell them, our solution to this is gonna be a lot more expensive than your solution to this. So just remember, if you don't wanna do this now, that's fine, but we're gonna come back and we're gonna bill you for it later. and
Or
it's
we'll
gonna
just
be a
short
lot
pay
more
them when they
expensive.
ask us for money at the other thing, because it's
Or-
gonna be
or
a
we'll-
debit credit
Or
thing,
we'll sue
right?
them.
You know, I mean,
I
it's.
got no problems.
But I think also you might want to start either blind copying or actually copy them, you know, these centers, because they need, the center.
100%.
They need to know what's going on in the interaction, and maybe they behave a little bit different when they know this is also going to our state senator as well as
That's what
our
I'm saying, you need
representative.
to, when you're sending these emails, Christina, this is exactly why Joe said this.
I am.
Copy them on it, so they see that it's not just coming from us. Other people are seeing this.
I've been doing that to all of them here recently.
Okay, good.
I've been forwarding them to them.
But I wouldn't forward them, I would
Copy.
copy them
Okay.
on it so that DOT sees that we're not, we're
Okay.
done messing
But
around.
mention in there, as you can see, I've copied Todd Johnson, our
Okay.
state representative, our state senator to assist
Be
in
aware.
getting this done, because it is clearly a dime holding up a dollar. I mean, you can't do anything, I mean, you can't start anything without it. I would just say, please recognize.
And what's the
that.
difference if I was my own landowner and DOT came in and put a pipe in that now is affecting my ability to build? That's what it comes down to. It is, we're a landowner, want to build a property, build a building, and we're being prevented from it because you're telling us, and to your point, we can't even access it because it's not in our,
It's in there right away.
it's there right away.
Yeah.
So if
Bless you.
Excuse me.
I may suggest a motion real fast, just so we can sum this up, for the authorization of the manager to work with Dewberry Engineering to assess and work to solve the drainage issues at Marvin, School Road and Newtown Road intersection to mitigate the issues of any future development, and authorization to spend $15,000 with McConnell, who is our all-inclusive vendor.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I'm gonna say I make that motion,
Further
that
discussion,
you just said.
all's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Just do yourself a favor and maybe let both representatives know that, you know, we don't want to give them all our problems that we're having, but this is a DOT issue, which we clearly, and if you're going to hear from, I know, but if you're going to hear from us, it's typically going to be on DOT issues and stuff. That's our biggest, I guess, a roadblock,
And I-
quite frankly.
I prefer to handle things at the local level until
Me
we just
too.
can't handle them anymore, and then we call
But
them.
they're being unreasonable across the
Right.
board at this point,
They
so,
I agree.
I mean,
That's all I
They're
have.
the ones that
I'm
said,
very
trained to
easy to
say
get
no.
along with.
Okay, moving forward, thank you, Christina. Moving forward, we have items of discussion. One, consider call for public hearing to be held at 6:30 PM, March 9th, 2021, in Village Hall for conditional use permit CUP application number 21-12576, 1000 Spyglass Lane, pool in the side yard.
I'm good calling for this, but Rohit, they need more pictures.
Yeah, I know.
Like these
The planning
pictures.
board said that too.
Okay, good. I mean, that was more pictures of screening, like this is not, I would not approve this with this, so,
I gave
Is-
them a very forward email saying like, this is going to council, you need to come up with something that's more presentable.
yeah, cause this isn't gonna fly. I'm not even sure I wanna see it until planning board sees it.
Planning board's seen it with a better, like, they've basically been described, you know, what is being shown in the picture. Which one did I submit there?
I don't know.
Yeah, that one.
What's
Yeah,
planning
this
board's
is-
stance on it? though?
Hold on, this is not, this is not acceptable. I don't know what this looks like. I mean, I've got little circles over here, like, I don't know what that looks like, and I honestly, I don't wanna look at it till planning board looks at it and says they're good with it.
And
Planning
that,
board
that was
already-
always a tough bill to begin with, from the time that
Oh,
it
yeah.
has been raw land till they put a house on it. And I will tell you, that whole stretch of you know it, Jamie, that whole, it's very exposed.
It's very exciting.
Very exposed, so there's gotta be some pictures before
Yeah.
we move
Right.
forward on this.
So I will say that planning board did vote to recommend approval without any modifications, but they did have to ask a lot of questions to understand the drawing, and then they afterwards asked me, you know, when this goes to council, you need to get the pool contractor to submit a much cleaner drawing, basically.
I'm not gonna call for a public hearing until there's more pictures with this.
Ah, okay.
I won't do it, you guys can do it, but I'm not gonna, this is not.
Yeah. Cause then if we accept this,
You guys
and
have a
going
lot
forward,
more.
we start accepting, it's like, this becomes the new standard, right?
Yeah,
Well, and you guys are much more familiar with this lot than I am, and the only
Yeah.
thing I
It
have
is
to go
like-
on
It's
is-
that forever
Yeah.
in our neighborhood. It's just what,
Yeah.
may have been part of the buyer selling it and.
Just to make this easier on staff, would you all be okay with receiving this update information at the public hearing, and if they don't have it, just deny it outright?
Or just postpone the
Yeah.
approval.
That way, we don't have to redraft documents that have to go out to get the public hearing formally scheduled.
But when will
Okay,
when will
hold on.
planning board hear?
they're not.
Planning
going
board's
to.
already here.
They've said they've approved it.
Okay, I'm okay with that since you've already done this, but Rohit, next time this comes across, do not do not take this to planning board until they have
Yeah.
more stuff. This is not acceptable.
I
Like,
think that's
this
fair.
is like I was like, I don't even know what this looks like. Now we have, and we have had many drawings of pools and side yards that abut a rear, whatever, that we can see clearly what it's gonna look like.
Right.
I have no idea what this is gonna look like.
Mhm.
So next time something like this comes across, please do not take it to planning board until you get more drawings, cause this is,
For sure.
like, this
Yeah,
is.
and if they don't have it, it is an understanding that will be outright denied and they'll have to start the process, you know.
Do we need to actually formally change the procedures of how we do this? If we're gonna change.
Planning board said the same thing. I don't think there needs to be a procedure change, that I've already started telling people that. I've got another drawing that was like low resolution like that, and I told them, send another one.
Cause the other issue with this sits down. This property sits down and you're above it when you drive by it, so you're looking down on it, so it's gonna be important how they screen this, and right now, what they did with the fence, I think the fence is more for their dog that's in there that controls that, but seeing that, what they put in shrubbery, I was like, okay, well, it was always gonna be a tough build, and how it's kind of a side yard, it always was a side yard, there's a creek, I think, that runs behind
Right,
it,
yeah.
and, but yeah, you know, again, whatever we do now, it becomes the standard later.
Yeah.
And
Oh, well,
to
somebody
Kim's point,
else submitted that, and so I'm gonna submit that too.
Right.
Like I want like pictures. I want like a picture of the house,
and
like so
usually,
you can see it from the street, and like you can see like what Joe's talking about, and what kind of trees they're gonna put, and how tall they're gonna get. Because Joe's right, like you can see like down into the backyard.
that
Right.
property, so.
This is
But, and usually most landowners, they do overkill because they want the privacy. If you think about it, they want the privacy for
Right.
themselves, so they usually present something that's like, oh wow, they're doing more than we asked, just because they don't want necessarily, because people are gonna we drive by there all the time, you know, so.
I can't believe planning board approved this.
Believe it or not, this was the improvement from the first version they sent.
Well, they're cutting down trees.
Are they cutting down trees on this? Where? In that backyard?
Right now?
Only
Have
a
they
tree.
gotten approval from our tree ordinance?
No.
Cut trees?
Thanks for letting me know. I gotta contact them.
Yeah, they've already removed, they've already
Well,
removed some
if
trees.
it's within, I know Firethorn's on the group, you talk about the golf course. I mean, I've never seen so many trees
I
cut
know,
down.
it's so sad.
And they're huge trees. They're almost, some of them are almost 2 feet wide. And they're all being knocked down to clearing space, but we don't have, that ordinance, our tree ordinance, I believe, took effect. There was a grandfather
Right.
clause.
In fact, this property might be exempt as well. Properties in existence before 2004 are exempt from our tree removal.
This was it was raw land,
Mhm.
and it was just built on
A couple years ago.
3 years ago, I want to say.
Maybe 4, but not longer than that.
Yeah, so if the land was built, if the property was built Because it was a raw land, it was a corner, we always thought, what's gonna go here? We talked about even putting a park there, right, like an internal park at one point when we were on the HOA board. But,
So that should fall in the ordinance then, right? It was developed since
Well,
2004.
the way it's worded, it's the lot of record. So if the lot existed in that way
Oh,
before 2004, it doesn't matter if it was built on
No,
later.
I don't know, 2004.
No, I apologize, they haven't done anything, I was thinking the one across the street.
oh, yeah, but they already got
Okay.
approval.
Yeah,
For the pool.
Right.
They got approval.
okay, all right.
But yeah, I definitely need more drawings.
Well, but what they do need, we need to be conscious of that though, if they are removing trees for this project, if it's
They're not.
approved.
They're not.
Well, but I mean, if they do.
Yeah.
moving
There, I
forward,
was
we
gonna
need
say, I
to
didn't think there was
keep
any
an eye
trees, like, where they're gonna be.
Yeah, I was confused too. It seemed pretty open where they're planning to put
Okay.
So I
it.
guess I'm confused, and this brings you into the conversation, Derek. I mean, when Firethorn had that issue with the big tree up front, we came,
Not on the agenda.
I know, but it just,
No,
no, it's
no,
about
no,
a tree, it's
It
about
doesn't matter,
trees.
that's not on
It's
the
about
agenda.
trees. But it just so you know, we actually they went to the
Still not on the
village to
agenda.
approve it.
Kim.
So, it's related, it's related.
But it's still not on the agenda.
Okay, anyway.
Somebody else can call for it, so I said I wasn't gonna.
So moved to we fine.
So moved.
There you go.
Further,
Really? You
Wait a
let
minute.
him do that after all this discussion and you?
Well, it's the same
all
it's the
the
same,
time?
it's the same motion as what the
Okay.
agenda title was. I'm
Alright.
fine
so
with
what
it.
is the motion again, to be clear?
To call for a public hearing to be held at 6:30, March 9th, Village Hall for CUP 212576 1000 Spyglass Lane, Fulton Side
Okay.
Yard.
And we don't put any conditions in there? That we're not even gonna look at it if it doesn't come back?
Well, if
You
they
can
don't
tell-
have it, they don't have it
I've
there.
already told them applicant that actually. So if they don't come back to me with a better drawing, we hold the public hearing and then don't vote on it or deny it.
Do we have to hold a public hearing?
Yes, because we
If
will.
you call it, you have to hold it.
Okay.
You can, but you can.
But by that time, they may come back with a better drawing because I told them like a week ago.
Okay.
And if they don't, you get through public comments. Guys can determine not enough here,
Right.
not making a decision.
Okay.
Yeah,
So.
that's fine.
In the public
It
hearing,
should
right,
As long as we
public
have
hearing
the out,
would,
That's all that matters.
And,
Sorry.
and think about this, the time we just took on all of this for this,
I
I
know.
mean, it was just because they didn't come back, so you need to just tell them, look,
Mhm.
this is not gonna be accepted,
Mhm.
and we don't wanna waste time on
Mhm.
this kind of discussion, so, all right, so there's a motion on the table, further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nah, okay.
Jane?
Keeping it interesting.
Oh, you did, okay, so we had three
Okay.
ayes.
I told you I wasn't gonna approve, I told you I wasn't gonna vote for it.
Before you guys move on, if you guys want to get me your lunch order.
All right, can we take a
Yeah.
1 minute recess?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Steve Harvey goes up and puts his arm around all these people.
Right.
We are live.
And it hit me that we're selective in how we want to treat other people.
Yeah.
We're selective in how we want. So if Steve Harvey puts his arm around you and does that, it's okay. But if you don't like me and I just do the same exact thing,
Yeah, then you're gonna get trouble for it.
Yeah, you're gonna get
I
called out.
I could lose my job.
Right,
Yep.
right. Get called out. Anyway, so all right, so we're gonna reconvene the village council meeting agenda, February 25th, 2021. All those in favor?
So moved. I mean, aye.
I don't know if you need a motion for it, but okay.
Well, we did it anyway. We're being fancy today.
Anybody want pick me up?
Motion passes. Anyways, back in, we're back. We got our orders in, everyone?
Yep.
Okay,
Everybody's not back yet, but
Who's not back?
where's Christina?
She's fine. Keep going. We're fine.
okay, so we're gonna move on. Item number 2, consider a call for public hearing to be held at 6:30 PM on March 9th, 2021, Village Hall for zoning. Text amendment application number 21-12592 to revise the definition of rural subdivision in 150.015 definitions. Rohit.
Okay, so if you want a quick description of this, it's just a call for public hearing, but there is a 19-acre tract on Waxaw Marvin Road that's not part of this application, but They want to build a rural subdivision. It's a low density, they're trying to do 6 lots on 19 acres. And they need, in order to do a rural subdivision, which would just allow them an expedited procedure in that type of subdivision, they need to remove the 25 acre minimum tract part of the definition of rural subdivision. It's gone through planning board. Planning board said don't remove it entirely, make it a 12 acre minimum at least, so that we're not having random 2-lot rural subdivisions. And
We gotta really consider the, you know, cause we keep changing this as the needs change and stuff. I mean, I get what they're doing.
But what's the difference of having a rural subdivision versus just a subdivision?
a major subdivision is a lot more
Curb cuts?
drawn out.
Correct.
Procedure. I mean, well,
It's a quicker process,
I
right?
think a major subdivision can also have like the ditch type.
They can also put gates.
Yeah, rural subdivision can put gates, but that's why the planning board recommended to provide a revision to what they proposed that would just in addition tack on that rural subdivision
Okay.
can't have gates.
So hold on, so this neighborhood down here that they're proposing, they do not have an internal road, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So they are going, so this is gonna be called the gates of something, right?
Each driveway would have a
So
gate.
each driveway is gonna have a gate.
And
So why can't they just, why do they need it to be a subdivision? Why can't they just sell each lot?
Well, they need to subdivide the 19 acre tract.
Oh, and so they need a rural subdivision versus a
If they were to do a major
standard.
right, a major subdivision would have to go through a process that's way too extensive for 6 lots on 19 acres that they're just
Okay,
making
so we let these people up here on Waxaw Marvin Road when you're going south on the left, just past PDS, subdivide theirs into 3 lots.
that was a
or
minor
4 lots.
subdivision.
So why can't they do a minor subdivision?
Because the minor subdivision is a maximum of 4 lots.
So it's like
They fall in
4,
between.
then this middle one.
Yeah, which
and
is
then
4
a major
it's up to 8
subdivision.
and then major subdivision. That's
So
right.
small, medium,
So-
large.
So minor is minor 4 and under.
Right.
Rural is 25 or more,
Can we-
25 or less.
25 or
Can we
less.
No,
do
no,
a
8,
minor
it's 8 lots.
subdivision?
Hold on.
Can we
Yeah.
add more lots to a minor subdivision versus changing the rural subdivision?
That was the idea originally when they were first creating a rural subdivision, but in the end they decided they didn't want 8 lots, 8 1-acre lots to be considered as a minor subdivision.
Who didn't?
Whoever was writing the rural subdivision, the council, the previous council, and whoever made those
So I
decisions.
feel like it's kind of, I think it's more restrictive to try to modify this rural subdivision for its intent than to add more lots to a minor subdivision.
So hold on. So okay, so minor is how many?
Minor is up to 4 lots.
Up
4 lots.
to 4 lots.
Yeah,
Okay.
1 acre.
Buildable
What's
lots.
rural?
Rural is up to 8 lots, but the lots have to be 2.5 acres minimum.
So the total.
And it's minimum of 25 acres.
The minimum
The
tract
max-
size
Well, I guess
currently, yes.
This
the
does
minimum
fit
tract
that rural
size.
more than it
Hang
would
on.
fit a minor subdivision.
So-
Yes.
Hold on. So what is this new neighborhood want?
They want to remove the 25 acre,
What do they want? They
oh,
want
6 lots
of what size?
of
3 acres.
3 acres
3 acre.
plus or minus.
So you're getting rid of, couple things happening. One, they can have gates.
No, I'm not.
Number 2, keep in mind, number 2, no internal roads, so no curb cuts to join up these properties, which then gets into, keep in mind, what I just shared with you guys on Waxaw Marvin Road. No, sorry, it was Marvin School Road, where that individual, he's probably on a little bit over an acre. He has a gated front. Okay, so I'm assuming there's gonna be entrances along Waxaw Marvin Road, and there's gonna be entrances along Stacy Howard. That's the only way.
Right.
So you could potentially, and I'm thinking just logistically, delivery truck, Amazon, blocking blocking
They
that
do now,
road.
without gates.
I
They park in
know
front of my
that,
house.
But then you have it down
but
here,
that's dangerous. You're creating
I know this.
You're creating a situation where even if someone's trying to get in and that gate is closed and they have a problem with the gate, it's creating people to get over in the other
Can we
lane.
require like a certain distance before the gate can go up?
Because you know they're
Like
gonna
a
put gates in.
stacking, like
Yeah,
a
like
stacking?
a 30-foot setback or something
Yeah, why
from the
can't
gate,
we?
from the
We ought to be
road.
able to.
In
For-
the
for
subdivision process, potentially.
I mean, I got no problem with these lots having a gated driveway.
I
'cause
don't,
they're almost like independent lots at
I
that
have
point.
zero problem with that. What I'm trying to decide is, or what I'm trying to figure out is, like, how do we make it, like, I feel like this is, I mean, we're gonna have to change something because it's too big to be minor, but it's too small to be rural. So we need to fix that, but I'm afraid if we fix the rural.
We're gonna be changing it all the time when the next one comes in for an
Well,
opportunity.
and then it's
But
12.
are we really, no, because if we change it from the
Okay.
parent tract down to 12 acres, okay, I don't think we're gonna run into this problem ever again, because it would end up then falling into a minor subdivision.
Because if it's 12 and a
Because it's
minimum
just-
of 2.5, you can't
You
do it.
can't- you can't
get-
do it. Right?
So it's really 4, yeah. I'd almost say if we're gonna do it, take it down to 10, because then you have 2.5 acres, right? And so then
That's
it would fall
4.
within a minor.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, then it would hit the
Did I say
minor
that right?
threshold. Yeah, I
Sure.
agree, yeah, I get what you're saying. 10 acres, that would automatically throw it into a minor
Right.
subdivision from that point, and then it
Right.
would be rural until it becomes major.
Right,
Yeah.
and they chose 12 acres for the same reason. They were thinking 5 lots at the time, so you're saying 10 lots, 10 acres is 4 lots, that's fair. But for right now,
Because it's
anyway.
2.5, right?
Right, 2 and 2.5. So half of them have to be 2 and half of them have to be 2.5 acres minimum. That
Right,
sounds
now, what they're asking for.
Well, that's
Or
the
what-
definition of rural subdivision. Half of them have to be 2 acres minimum and half of them have to be 2.5 acres minimum. So 4 lots would have to have a minimum of 9 acres.
Right.
Minimum of half of their villages are larger than 10, okay. So can you make that 10 instead of
You
12?
can make it 10. That would be a discussion for the public hearing now, because this is just a call for a
Right.
public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Well, that
right.
makes sense. That way it defines
Will
it.
you make
and
that
we
note so I
have
don't forget that?
Sure.
good graduations between
Yeah.
the.
Will
But-
planning board meet before that?
No.
No.
Planning board's already met about this.
Okay.
And
And they
provided
said
their
12
recommendations.
acres. Okay.
But they just split it in half.
All right, so we can talk, okay, all right, so yeah, so I'll make a motion to call for public hearing for zoning text amendment application 21-12592, revised definition of rural subdivision per state statute, I guess, no.
Our
Ordinance,
section,
one,
yeah.
ordinance 150.015 definitions to be held on March 9th at 6:30 PM at Village Hall. And then we can discuss this. Okay, I got it.
Further discussion from the child? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion
I
passed.
think it should be 10 right ahead, so don't let me forget that.
All right, next up, we have number 3, discussion and consideration of options to address flooding on the Marvin Loop Greenway.
Here we go.
Eric. All right. Well, if you guys remember a few months ago, I brought forth 3 different quotes for raising the greenway up.
Derek, can you come over this way and talk louder?
Yep.
The mic is already a little bit shifted
Okay.
this way today.
So if you see in your agenda package, you have a summary of the meeting that Mike, the engineer, had with Union Power Company in regards to them doing some tree removal in the area and possibly building a couple other berms. But it was in Mike's opinion that that would not permanently alleviate the flooding, that the only way to do that is to raise the asphalt trail up as previously proposed. You guys did decide to hold off on that and let's watch it and see what happens. It has turned into a lake.
Yeah, it's bad.
I just.
A nice job putting those
I can't
cones up
access it from
there.
here. You have to
Did you
hit
put the
right
cones
at
up?
He did? I took a picture of it.
Yeah. I was there yesterday and I looked at this whole site, and I'll let Derek finish and I'll give my.
My wife even
Report on
did.
that.
She
Go ahead.
turned around.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, well, I went out there and looked at the site extensively yesterday, walked every inch of it, and From my determination, it appears that the land naturally flows from Providence Downs and flows across the road and down into this area. What I did note is that when Marvin Creek was constructed, they filled those lots in the back and created a dam where this water does not flow in its natural position. Now, more than likely, when Marvin Creek was built back there, it was during a dry period, which fits the timeline. So they weren't aware, because it's so slight of a grade, they weren't aware that they were creating a problem. So nevertheless, we have this issue where we have ponding because of the extensive amount of rain. There are a couple of factors that are contributing to this. Number one, DOT has a crossroads sluice pipe that comes out at the head of this. Probably nobody noticed it because it's covered with debris from the tree cutting process. This area is lower towards the Marvin Creek side than the ditch that DOT has cut in there for the road. So draining it to that point is just not going to work.
Right.
My recommendation that I gave yesterday was to raise the trail to keep it dry for us. Adding asphalt to it will do it in the best way for maintenance and longevity and all that. But I do want to, and I've already made a phone call to do this. I want to take a transit out there Saturday. We're gonna get a half an inch of rain tomorrow, so this thing is gonna be at its maximum. I want to take a transit out there and shoot some grades and get a really good idea of
How high we need
how
to go.
high, and because I don't want to do this twice. I want to do it once and be done. I also want to look at some options about getting some of this water into DOT's ditch on the side of the road. So I just want to get some good grade shots so that I know where this water level is going to be and what our options are 100%. And then I can give us a report on that the next time we talk about it. But I think bottom line is no matter what we do, raising the trail through there is probably going to be the best option. But I would recommend, if we do that, to saw cut that asphalt that's there now and install some 4-inch drain pipes.
Isn't that what one of them,
Under,
the ops
okay.
said?
Yeah, that was what the engineer had recommended a couple months ago, and everything that
Sorry.
Andy has said is consistent with what Mike has said, in that the water should be flowing from the PDS side towards the Marvin Creek. So
Okay.
maybe it is the home lots that are blocking it from going that
So,
down to the creek.
Andy, if you go out there and you shoot it on Saturday after we've gotten a lot more rain, can you then get with Derek at the beginning of the week to let our engineer know like what those numbers are?
Absolutely.
And then if those numbers change these numbers, because I mean, I'd like to get this fixed. I mean,
So you're
obviously we've had complaints about it and that we're not doing anything about it because we don't care about safety, which is just not true.
We're just making sure that it's our responsibility, because just like you pointed out, could have been a building and stuff like that, but at the
Well,
end of the day, we wanna
and there
get it fixed.
are other factors that are contributing to it, but at the end of the day, we're gonna fix it. And there was a very long stretch of period where there was no flooding, and it was holding up with the berm and the ditch and everything. So we are working on this. We are very concerned about this. We don't want anybody to get hurt back there. Hence the reason that we now have cones up.
And we're asking you to turn around, just for the record, we're
And
asking you to
don't
turn around and go
drown.
the other way you came from and not go out on the road.
Yeah, I mean.
It's just not safe out there, so.
So we are. So I would like to move forward with this as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
So if those numbers, you can get with Derek, and Derek can relay those to whoever gave us the quotes, and if those change the dollar numbers, what I'm trying to get is like final numbers for the next meeting,
Right.
so that we can pull the trigger.
I know cost is always a factor, so you're saying you're comfortable, regardless of what we get, is just building up the asphalt, that's not gonna ever wash away, or?
No, because there's already a good road bed in
Base.
there underneath the asphalt, so adding asphalt is just thickening the base. So you're
So you
getting
basically
your
have
elevation.
a lake on both sides?
It would be, but there would be cross pipes that would
try
So
to
if-
get it down into that ditch.
So,
zone.
well, the situation is here is we have a hole, okay, that can't drain. So to make our trail safe, we get the trail up where when it accumulates on super wet years, yes, there's gonna be ponding there, but it's not gonna be an environmental concern because it's in the wintertime when it's cold. We wanna have a bunch of mosquitoes and all this. The issue is during our winter rains that we have excessive amounts of water that make this area very wet, and there's just not a good way to drain it, as far as I can tell right now. But I want to verify that Saturday by shooting some grades and see if there is a way to maybe even at least drain some of it, if not all of it.
Who's
But,
helping with the shooting?
my friend Shannon, he's got a transit, so we'll just go out there and we'll shoot some grades. I'll get some measurements, and then we'll know 100% where we're at with all of the feasibility.
Derek, is that good for you? Okay.
All right, is there a motion you need?
No, I think we're gonna get the information, take it back to Derek, Derek
Okay.
can go back to his 3 quote guys and say, hey, there's a little bit of a differential between, you know, what they shot, what we've shot. We like to go with what we've shot because it's higher, you know, whatever. Give me the numbers for that.
Bring them to you at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Can I just add too that since this is happening, we have entered an agreement with McConnell for the all-inclusive, that we may actually even get lower rates than what's in here, so if you wanna look at that, you might just wanna get one quote from him.
We do have the funding available, correct?
We do not.
How about,
Yeah, we can totally use Powell for that.
Well, they were low anyway.
We can pull that from that Loops and Greenways. that
We were
have
about
extra
800
money.
lower than
Okay.
Carolina CD.
Do y'all want him to just get the one modified quote from McConnell's instead of getting it from all three?
I mean, was he the
McConnell was
lowest?
already the low bid, so
Yeah.
there's no need to really go back to the other ones. If they can get us a better price than their low bid, then we're gonna have to take that anyway.
Yeah,
So, yeah, there's no sense in going through the extra work.
okay.
okay, we good?
You're
Moving
prescribed.
on, number 4, discussion and consider approval of Village Marvin sponsorship and donation policy. Derek,
You were given a rough draft of sponsorship policy that I drew up, sent over to the attorney. He made some edits and sent it back. So actually what you're seeing is his proofed copy of the rough draft. What I'm looking for from you is your approval of it, and then do they,
Chaplain needs to.
Chaplain,
I have not looked at this.
I thought Derek just said Chaplain reviewed this.
Oh, if he
Chaplain
has.
has reviewed it.
Okay.
Yeah. But does council have to create an ordinance?
No,
to approve it?
As long as Chaplain's good with this, I mean, I read it, I didn't have any questions. My main question was, has our attorney looked at this? And as long as Chaplain's good with it, I'm good with it. Looks good to me.
Yeah, he gets paid to be the expert in this field, so if
I
he's
mean, I
good
didn't
with it, then I'm.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have any questions about it.
so where does it show about when a sponsor comes in and anything, what is the time frame we give them before they re-up? Is it annually?
So that
5
would
years?
be, that would be created specifically for each project. This is just the
It's the overall umbrella.
Umbrella.
So then each, like the disc golf would be for X amount of years, the
Yeah.
fitness trail would be for X amount of
There's
years.
different dollar amounts for different projects. so we have-
we might decide, somewhere 10 years you build a second park and you want to name the pavilion after somebody. They give, we'll create a policy specific for that pavilion. And decide is it 5 years, 10, or is it a lifetime? But we'll do each one specifically under this umbrella.
Is it tax deductible?
Yes.
It is.
Isn't it?
I think so.
We're a 501(c) now?
No, but there's still a donation,
Okay.
right?
It should be. They have to ask their CPA or their tax.
I think it would be whether it's no matter what you're donating,
I mean,
it
yeah,
should be a donation.
You don't
Because
have, it doesn't
Goodwill
have
it's a resale, and you can still write that stuff off, so,
But
Be an
it's,
advertising expense.
yeah.
you know,
Yeah, exactly. That would be probably how I would put it in my,
people who donate sometimes donate from their excess funds, sometimes they donate from their charitable funds, and they have to draw the difference if it's.
Not all you, Joe.
No, I'm just saying, if people have a 501, a charitable fund that they can only donate to charitable causes. This is
What-
not, is this
This
considered a
wouldn't fall
charitable?
under that, Joe.
That's what-
These are businesses that are donating for
Well,
advertising.
but anybody can visit and just say, they don't have to give their name, they can just say, I'd
Need
like to donate
clarification from
because
Kaplan.
I wanna give back to the community
Or
and do
a
something.
tax deductible for people.
And they're not asking for anything.
Did he say that Chaplain reviewed it?
Kaplan has reviewed it.
Okay.
Joe, Christina's gonna get clarification from Kaplan on if it's gonna be tax deductible if they,
Okay,
Do you want me to do that?
or whoever, sorry.
I can do it.
all right,
I figure she's talking to him about other stuff anyway, so.
all right, so we need a motion for that? Is that on the table yet?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, do we need a motion?
Yes.
Is that what you want, Derek?
That did sound like they needed one, that's what they were asking for.
Okay, this is an easy one, somebody else can do it.
All right.
Seriously?
Um,
Oh my gosh, make a motion to
Right here.
approve the Village of Marvin sponsorship donation policy.
You guys just so moved. But you're so good at it.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
I mean, we'd all stay here and look at each other if I didn't talk.
Gotcha. Bob, thank you.
Thanks,
So
Bob.
that's a unanimous. Next up, we have discuss and consider approval of contract with Spots for facility scheduling software for an annual rate of $600 and 4% fees associated with credit card processing. Derek, you're up again. Or is that you? Yeah.
So if
it
you
is.
remember, a while back, I brought to you an agreement with another facility scheduling software program. I think it was gonna run either 1,200 or 2,500
I was
annually.
thinking it was more than that.
That was too big, for what we really needed. We were getting in at their base tier. We ended up having some issues with the way their acceptance of fees would work with Heartland, who we use to bring in money. And so we just decided internally to hold off on moving forward with that. In the meantime, I found a smaller company who specializes in just facility rentals. And we're actually so small that they cut their normal price in half for us. So normally they're $100 a month. They did the program for us for $50 a month. So there's still some questions about how the finances will partner up. And we have a conference call, myself, Jamie, Julie, and a representative from Spots on Tuesday, kind of go over some of those things and just make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. But what I would like is your approval to enter this contract, on an annual basis, contingent upon the finance department feeling like everything will be good. So you have a breakdown kind of what their fees are, $50 a month subscription, and then they do 4%. They do a $2 fee on a credit card, and then they take 4% off the top of that. So that's how they profit. I'm showing the background on the back page there. It gives you an example.
Is that covered by the person renting, or is that covered by us?
So we would lose out on, you have this page where it shows the example. Yeah, so if someone's renting and paying $42, we would lose out on $1.68.
And this saves you, it saves staff 16 hours a month.
Well, without Nancy here, it's gonna save me a lot of time.
Okay, so
My idea is to streamline all of this onto this one program. They said they could build something internally to do the community gardens, even though they typically don't have year-long facility rentals, but they can build that into
So
their
it would be
program.
barn, pavilion, community, garden plots, professional passes.
I have to look at my notes. I don't know if I It would be
This
professional
looks-
passes. Professional passes.
So this looks like it's gonna be,
But it's just a facility rental.
It's so
So-
doing all the facility rentals for probably under $100 a month, that you don't have to touch any of this.
It's
That's like a
50
no,
bucks a month.
right, but with the fees, so you're still under $100 a
Oh,
month
way
to
under,
save
yeah.
20 hours of staff time a month.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
Oh, I don't, again, I was ready to approve it at the higher price. and
Yeah, I mean
this is even better,
this
but,
is so cheap. It pays for itself.
but Derek, you're still gonna have to deal with people for like professional passes, right?
Yeah,
Can they build, if they're building a community garden thing, can they build a professional pass thing?
I need to ask them that on Tuesday.
Because what else are people, what else are people coming in to get? The barn rental, pavilion rental, community garden plot, not parking passes anymore, so then professional passes and then,
That's it now.
We've had
So-
a lot of interest in the
And that
community
can all
garden
be
plots
integrated
lately.
into
so that's
website,
good,
right?
but what I'm saying is if you can get the community gardens and they're building something for you, ask them to do the professional pass and then nobody has to come in the office for any of that stuff. And then
Well-
it's saving you guys
And
time.
even if they have to go up to the $600 a year, if they're going to add the extra, it's still way. I mean, it's way cheaper than us doing it in house.
Oh, I agree, that's what I'm saying.
People can already pay for the professional passes online. I don't know what they would actually do with it.
Oh,
Well,
well, if they can
if-
just do it straight online, then there really isn't any need for them to do it. Process it.
Why?
Yeah, people can already pay for the pass online and they're good. They're set.
Oh, okay.
And all
Well,
we
then-
have to do is like update our internal records.
Yeah, that's easy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But that,
with the passes, you know, I'm not checking the calendar and seeing the slots available and then, you know, responding to an email.
Okay. okay,
You know,
okay.
that's-
Well, then, so it's really
that's
just the
really
barn,
the barn,
pavilion,
the
and the
picnic
community
table.
garden.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Just thinking, as I'm looking at VRBO type stuff and how they have you get on there, and you have dates and they have all that stuff is,
Yep, it'll be a link
There's somewhere.
on our website, it'll have a calendar, it'll show, you know, the dates that it's open and dates that it's not open, and
okay.
Okay.
they can click and say, I want it from 8 AM to 6 PM, and the per hour rate will pop up, and it'll, you know, populate the total cost, and.
And again,
they
just
pay
out of
for it on the
curiosity,
credit
how,
card right
what
there.
are our rental, income for
Oh my
last year?
gosh.
Just out of curiosity.
Last year,
Yeah,
I mean, it
I mean,
was,
it's COVID.
yeah, it
Right.
was awful.
what's it been typically? A year?
Well, if you remember my presentation.
I know, that's what I'm
I'm not remembering it, that's why I'm asking.
We were
Approximate,
close to 10,000
10,000, okay,
at our most recent peak
okay.
before COVID.
All your state and national parks fall under the same thing. I mean, it's-
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I've got a campsite at
And the
South
man hours
Mountain.
on it or nothing.
all right,
So that's good.
Clicked on
okay,
Okay, so
so,
you wanted approval on this?
an approval
You want a motion?
to allow staff to move forward. Obviously, I won't pull the trigger until the finance ladies.
Is this an actual contract or just a month by month service? Just for the record.
It will be an annual contract.
Okay.
All right, so how about we just give you a consensus that keep moving forward with it?
Okay.
And then if you get all the numbers and everything looks good and nothing has really changed from the 600 to 4%, just throw it on the consent agenda for the next meeting.
Yeah.
As long as the finance ladies are good.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
that works for me.
They good? Okay.
okay. Moving on.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you, Derek.
You may go now.
Good work.
He's just been hovering.
Next up, number 6, discussion of list of projects for state representative assistance.
Okay, you got my list from that I gave you the other day? Okay.
Yeah,
You added the
so
one from today?
per the last, yes, I did.
Okay.
The last meeting we had last week, our representatives invited us to send them our quote-unquote wish list. And from that discussion, I wrote down a couple of things, just want to make sure we were all on the same page before I sent the email to see if we wanted to add or delete anything else. Obviously, the roundabout.
So when you say the roundabout, we're talking about the finances for the roundabout, we're talking about the timing for the roundabout. Okay.
Finances,
comes-
timing,
And,
and lighting as well.
Yeah. Friggin' lighting.
are we gonna get into contract at all? With, they're coming back with a.
I would tell them
wants to
that.
Sign a new contract?
I would tell them that. I
Just
absolutely would.
A quick question, Christina, when they'll give us, all of the, drawings when they get ready to go to construction on this?
Yeah, they will.
I would like to look at them
Okay.
prior to the this because they missed so much on the last one. I'd like to look it over before they go and start screwing things up down here like they did over here.
And I will tell you, I mean, we can obviously do that, but they're not gonna let us have a whole lot of say into what they do.
If there's obvious things that can pop up that I can point out to them, it would be in their best interest to change it.
One of them
before.
being, you know.
Where's the water going?
Yeah,
Yeah, where's the water going, and the other one, putting just a dry line in there to feed it with water for.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Conduit. But that's not this list. Keep
Yeah,
going.
right. I just wanted to,
Newtown Road in terms of, resurfacing it, if
Newtown.
we're going to take it over.
Yeah, have them get it up to snuff and we'll take it over.
Lord.
yeah,
Yeah.
flying.
Yeah,
Reducing-
no, I'm saying, and then also, are we required to take it all the way down to South Carolina? Cause I'm not sure,
You can do
I'm
the
not
other
sure
way.
that makes sense for
Well,
us.
they're doing a big.
Okay.
I feel like if the Heritage District's going around the corner, as it would, then I feel like being able to slow it down and keep the trucks off from the South Carolina line would be advantageous.
Yes.
So you want me to
100%.
scratch that then?
Okay.
I would just make sure we don't have to take Marvin Road, Marvin School Road, Waxaw Marvin Road.
Right.
So what's on your list?
I'll give it to you. It said then the next thing is speed limit on Newtown Road, reducing the speed limit,
Yep, and Marvin Road,
and Marvin.
and Marvin Road, because we've requested both of those and they don't think that it's too fast.
Marvin School Road too, or?
Yeah, Marvin School Road too.
Yeah, the Marvin School Road is ridiculous. It's 45 to the school and then it's 35 the rest of the way. That little stretch being 45 doesn't.
It's like, and then you've got a neighborhood and you'll have Village Hall, so.
Thing is it promotes people coming off the traffic circle to speed past the school. And that's
Yeah.
something that we don't want to promote. So.
And then stop signs in Wyndham Hall is a continuous request that we've been
Right,
getting, we can't do
they
anything
really
about it.
push that for
Correct, I
those
agree.
folks. I think that's probably our best shot at that.
And then the pothole.
Oh, can I just, with the stop signs, I know that we have a four-way stop in Weddington Chase.
Mhm.
There's also a four-way stop in a neighborhood in Charlotte. I don't know if it's DOT maintained road or not, but it's something to at least look at, because I know they said, well, we don't have four-way stops. There is one in a neighborhood that I go through frequently.
And I've had that conversation with them.
I know, but I'm just saying, put it on the list. Give that to them as ammunition of, hey,
Okay.
you guys say it's not in your list, on your spec manual, but yet you have them.
Yes.
So what's good for one, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander.
They
I
set
have a
precedent, we'll
feeling-
follow up on it.
I have a feeling I know what they're gonna come back with when you tell them that. They said, they don't use stop signs
We're
for,
talking about the
traffic
list to
control.
DOT, I mean to the representatives, not the DOT, so we're just educating them. So we're good.
yeah, okay.
The pothole at Newtown and Joe Carr, or sorry, Marvin.
Yeah.
Any other?
This is how I should have wrote it down because I'm getting old. It had to do with, funding, I know there's gonna be something else, God, what is it? Well, we have that one neighborhood that, I think it's Canfield Creek is what you're talking about.
No, Wyndham Hall, for the stop signs,
Right,
Wyndham Hall.
but we're also, could we not look at an example of,
Weddington Chase, what you're talking
no, I know, but, Canfield Creek.
Is there a four-way stop in there?
No, but they're wanting to put a four-way stop.
Oh, they are?
But that's our road, we can do it, they can do it.
We haven't taken over that road.
Canfield Creek we have.
Is it not Canfield Creek, Mike
Wyndham
Gilboy's?
Hall.
Mike. yeah,
Wyndham Hall, that's what I
yes.
keep
That's-
saying.
Okay,
that's
what I'm talking
I
about.
keep thinking that that's a different one, different neighborhood. No, there was definitely something else on with what we want to make sure they understand. Obviously, we talked about copying them on everything going, where it's related to DOT. Damn it. I'm trying to
Do we
think.
want their involvement in that sidewalk issue over in front of,
Oh, I
Amber
think
Meadows.
that is our issue.
I don't know what you're.
The on Top Short, the sidewalks.
Amber Meadows.
That you're gonna
want
tell us
their
that we have to
involvement in
take.
that? Do we have any
No.
need for that? Because I know that also addresses DOT, so I didn't know.
Yeah, and I'll get to that in just a little bit in the
And
admin.
we do have the piping up here, right?
Oh, yeah, tell them about that.
Drainage
Put it on
issues.
Yeah.
The drainage issues for that. There was something, and I apologize, but there was, I know there was something else that's, I want to make sure we get
All right, well,
them
if you think of it, we can come
I
back
can
to
add
it.
it, or I can add it on my council comments.
I can add the Tom Short roundabout. That's the little roundabout that's in Marvin Creek that looks really bad.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, the one that nobody
they're
knows
supposed
who
to pay
belongs
that,
to?
right? No,
Yes.
no,
Yeah.
I know.
we figured out that DOT owns it,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
they won't pay it?
It's not on their list anytime soon.
Yeah.
Okay, I know
So-
what it is.
Oh, here we go.
No, this is
I know,
this is
just
fair.
say it so you don't
And
forget.
whether it's help with at the county level or at the state level, because it is a state road. Again, participation, help us until this road, because we don't know when it's gonna get done.
Yeah.
The officers helping us pay for those officers that are voluntary, that are moving traffic for 80%, I would guess, of non-Marvin residents.
Absolutely.
It's gotta, the funding's gotta come from DOT, and, you know, when DOT starts paying, having to pay for that, or if they can help pay for that, then that will, I think, move the
Yeah.
ball on quicker.
And I should have clarified my finances statement. I meant for that too.
Okay.
I meant for them to help pay for the roundabout, but for also for them to start paying.
Yeah, but
for-
we don't know when that roundabout's at the end of the day gonna happen, because I think, I remember them saying, there's a lot of little things we can take care of. These are one of the little things. The big road, they may not have as much power, but they should have the able clout on four-way stops, helping with
Yeah.
officers. I mean, we've tried all different things, keep in mind. We even were thinking about using a construction company.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna summarize, just to make sure I've got everything, make sure there's nothing else. The roundabout in terms of finance of law enforcement and additional construction costs, the lighting plan, construction and planning costs for that as well as additional assistance on timing. Newtown Road resurfacing, if they go ahead and resurface it, we'll take it over. Speed limits on Newtown, Marvin Road, and Marvin School Road. Stop signs in Wyndham.
Hold on, Newtown, Marvin, yeah.
Stop signs in Wyndham Hall, and give them examples of subdivisions that were in DOT systems that had them already.
Hold on. Andy, do you think we should try to lower the speed limit on Waxaw Marvin? I know there's tons of accidents coming around that curve.
It's, no, 45
No.
is prudent.
Okay,
It's law enforcement that needs to make him drive 45.
okay, all right, I'm just asking.
When
Okay,
they're driving 80, it doesn't matter what the road is.
okay.
Stop signs at Wyndham Hall, the pothole on Newtown and Marvin Road, and then the drainage issues that we've got down here that we just discovered at our Village Hall site, and then the Tom Short roundabout.
Getting it. It's not the Tom Short roundabout, it's the Marvin Creek Fountain roundabout.
No, that's on Tom Short.
At the road.
No, it's not.
In the road, Tom Short?
No.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. It's at Tom Short, Briar, Cliff, and Wheatfield.
Mhm.
No, Kinlingwood.
It's one of those, but I know
We'll
where.
get,
It's like
we'll
a
get the
three-
name right,
three-way
whatever it is.
intersection.
Anything additional?
That one is bad.
Anything else y'all want me to add? Okay, I'll go ahead and get that email out.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, next up, we have,
Patrick.
discussion consideration of solid waste and recycling RFP.
By the way, our lunch will be here at 11:45.
So inside of your agenda packet
Take one, pass it around.
is the RFP. What's coming around right now is
Oh, wait, what are we doing?
a letter from, I think it's Waste Management representative that came by yesterday and handed me this. I literally have had time to glance over it, and that's about it. I have not read it in its entirety. If y'all want to read it, you're more than welcome to, but I just wanted to give it to you because there was additional information that may help in this discussion. Again, I have not read it completely. What I wanted to show you here was the actual RFP that we're going to be proposed to go out at the end of, or the middle of next month. This is a working document. I did want you to see it to make sure there were no red flags that we saw, give you guys time to look into what we're actually submitting out there to see if there's anything y'all want to change or have questions about before we actually get it out. So,
And you working with Lisa on this over there?
yes.
Okay, so you guys are doing this in conjunction, right?
Yeah, so there's a lot of markups in the document that you have. There's a lot of comments, a lot of highlights. I put those notes in there because
Oh, no, who was,
that's from Maryland. With Waste Management. Some of the stuff in her comments, we've already got in the contract. And obviously some of things don't even apply, but
This thing about the labeling on there, so the verbiage on there should be contracted to Village of Marvin, which eliminates all of these issues. And I'm sorry, but there is not a huge cost for putting vinyl on the door of a truck.
And that's an option that we have in the contract or in the RFP. So if y'all decide to do it, you can. Again, I haven't read these, so I can't tell you much about
Yeah, I
what
was
the stuff
just
is.
reading this first thing because that was, I mean, that's our branding thing that we discussed that we wanted to have out there.
I'm
As long
so- I'm
as,
sorry.
as long as it says contractor too, that takes our liability out of it. But it does brand us as that's a service that we give.
So
think it's
since
important.
the agenda production, and the RFP that's in your agenda packet, we've actually had some revisions that have been made already. You don't have to spend a whole lot of time looking at that document, I just wanted to pass it around to you. I mean, some of it's relevant, some of it's not. Are there any, do y'all wanna go through the RFP with any questions? I've already gone through it at the retreat, so.
I do, I made notes. Okay, and I actually had a conversation with Christina yesterday, and one of my big questions, I have a lot, but one of my questions is, once we pick a waste hauler company, who makes notice and when do you make notice to the companies that are being displaced? So now, let's say the company that services my house is not the company that got picked. Is it my responsibility as a homeowner to call my company and say, hey, the village is taking over, and you need to quit collecting my trash on this day?
That, from what I understand, that's a public, the village has to send notices to all
Well-
these companies that service this area with a specific time frame that you had
Well,
put
hold
out,
on.
but I don't recall.
Yeah, but hold on. So I was assuming it's the village, but they say starting on April 1st or what, I'm just picking a date. Starting April 1st, you are no longer to be servicing whoever you're servicing. Well, what if they were like, well, screw it, I'm taking all my trash cans out of the village of Marvin in the middle of February. So what happens to me that I now don't have anybody picking up my trash?
Well, that is very unlikely since a business is gonna continue to collect money as long as they can until that,
I don't know, I'm just,
Process. I mean, yeah, I suppose
it
it's
is something that
minute
could
possibility.
happen. And so my question to Christina was, can we make sure whoever we do end up awarding the bid to, if need be, and we come to them and say, hey, this company is now taking their trash cans away, can you start these customers early? I don't know. It's just something to think about.
I've got a question into Chaplain about that, so I'll get some details on
I
it.
can't see where a company would say no to that because it would be additional revenue that they could get sooner. And because there's a long period of time for this notice. So,
But Christina said we don't have to give the notice till
but it's how many months out is it from
I
the
don't-
time that they start collecting from the notice date?
Yeah,
There's a certain
I don't know
period.
the exact notice date off the top of my head without looking at my previous memos, but
It seems like it was like 6 months or
it
something like
could
that. It's a
be.
fairly long
Okay.
period of time.
I think it's even longer than that.
Yeah, it may be. So it was, I noticed it was a significant amount of time. So that's, you know, a company, if they are awarded a contract, they have plenty of time to mobilize. So I would think that if there was a
I'm just-
situation like
but I was
that,
just thinking about it, I
they
was
would
like,
want
okay,
to.
so, but then but then the village also needs to be communicating to
go to 2020.
the community that you don't have to tell your waste hauler, we'll take care of all that, you just need to leave your trash cans out at this time, like, that's what I'm trying to figure out is, are we organizing that, like, do I as a homeowner have to figure all that out? So it's just
there's a
part of the process.
there's a lot of things that are required. And then I was reading that contract. Did everybody read through that entire contract that she set?
Yeah.
To answer your question, the formal notice to displace has to take place within 6 months after the notice, which was in December. So by May, June-ish, we have to send that notice out.
This year.
Yes.
You have to send the notice, and then
So
from
when-
the
so when-
notice date
Hold
till
on, so-
they pick up, when is that?
I'm sorry, repeat
From the
that.
notice date in June till the time they start actually doing the route, when is that?
We won't start until spring of next year.
That timeline makes no sense. Formal action to displace. We don't know who we're displacing because we haven't picked anybody yet.
Right.
We're displacing everybody.
We're just,
You
we're
won't-
displacing
You won't
everybody.
displace until after you decide if you're gonna do this.
Can I say that, what I can say is it makes
Go
sense
to
that-
December.
everybody who gave a bid, I would assume, is servicing people individually right now, so that there's two
I just
or
want my
three
question
or
answered.
Yeah, true, because that's a good point, Bob, because they're already aware of that this is coming down the pike if they bid on it.
yeah, so it's like, I think to make it easy for the homeowners, rather than have, 1,800 households trying to communicate, and I think everybody knows whatever agreement you have with any individual homeowners right now is gonna go bye-bye at a certain point. And everybody knows that, so in other words, everybody would, if there's 4 different people that put in bids, I'm just using an example. If there are 4 different companies that put in bids, we would notify them and say, let everybody know, you either got a bid, you're gonna be taking care of them continually, or their rate's gonna change, or let them know that it's gonna be discontinued. I don't think we,
Hold on, can I just get my question answered? Like, everybody's throwing stuff in, I really just wanna get my question answered. If you go back to the slide before that,
That slide was done in November. Since that time, I've updated it with this. So this is
but
more up to
it's
date.
still no later than 6 months, May of 2021, when are we picking this company?
This date right here.
Oh, okay. Alright, thank you.
Bid selection, okay.
So just, not to get into the weeds, but this is reality. So we have non-Marvin residents, right? So within certain communities, out on the, near Publix, Weddington Chase, we have a handful of homes right in the heart of Marvin that are not Marvin residents. How are we?
Where?
They would not be serviced by us.
They don't have, they could be, but they won't be serviced. So now we're basically bringing
Where are you
trucks.
talking about?
Unincorporated Union County.
So they would be on the
unincorporated
state
Union
roads,
County,
it's not-
that's right. Remember, there are some homes that we didn't get all the homes from the
Yes, we
Weddington.
did.
You have 5 parcels outstanding in Weddington Chase.
Yes.
I thought they all had to come
No.
in and they were paying, I thought the HOA had to pay that.
They did have some type of implication on roads. I don't remember. We'd have to look into
Yeah.
that. But if they're not in Union County, or if they're not in Marvin, they wouldn't be serviced by us. They would be on
Right, so
their own.
then they're gonna have their own truck coming in. Think about that.
Well,
Their own truck
one,
coming in.
well,
We need to look.
it's
into that.
essentially one.
They're on the
It's
map
not
right
really-
there.
There's 5
There's
people.
5 parcels
Right,
So it's,
but
in Weddington Chase.
I mean,
either way, that's one thing, and then accessibility, we have, I think the only issue is in our
They would
neighborhood.
have had to pay a higher fee for roads. And I don't
You
think
think if all of Marvin
Then we
is
need to get back
serviced,
with
but then
them,
what the
especially
South
if they're doing
Carolina
this
side,
stuff, and tell
are we
them,
gonna allow
like,
them
we're
to
gonna
take their
assess
trucks,
more
a
money
non-contracted
for
person to take their
tearing
trucks
up
on our roads
with other trucks
to
when
get to
they're not
South
doing that.
Carolina?
This is
Because
ridiculous.
a lot of the
They don't have to.
accessibility, well, I know, but
because they have a
they
South Carolina.
do,
entrance.
but that is specifically designed not to take in big trucks. Firethorn designed that way where we don't allow big trucks, we put in big boulders there.
Yeah.
So what tells me that likely a non-contracted for South Carolina, and I don't think we have that issue in any other neighborhood, but that could, they're just
we-
gonna have the pass-through to go through it. It could be a non-contracted, group driving through there. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
you have a unique situation over there. You're gonna have to handle that with your HOA probably.
Well, it's really Marvin's Road, so we can say, hey,
But
we're
the South
denying
Carolina
access.
side isn't though, and it's maintained by SC DOT, right? Not Marvin.
Right.
So then that would be, and that's the thing, you're gonna have to split that and figure it out with your HOA, how you're gonna deal with your South Carolina portion of your neighborhood.
Good luck.
We're just gonna have to make that company come into the back entrance.
Yeah.
And which is, well, it just is what it is.
I think, well, I mean, I've been through that.
But they still have to
several
go
times. The
through,
garbage truck
they
is
still have to
big.
go through
It's the
Marvin.
other
They'll
stuff.
still have to go through Marvin to get to a few areas on Seminole, all the way down the end. It cuts
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It's
So-
gonna be nominal, and this is,
Right.
there's nothing we can do about it, so it's just gonna have to happen.
Okay, so that's my
Alright.
first question, can I keep going?
Did I answer your question about unincorporated?
Yes.
I mean, they're basically saying that they're not gonna be covered by us, and they're gonna have to figure out those 5 homes, to his
But I
point.
think that's a
I
great,
really do.
that's a
I have-
great segue or conversation to bringing those in.
Yeah, that's what I just
And
said.
I have some
Again, it's a
questions on
service.
that contract, Christina, and it's going out on 13th of April, so we do have some time.
No.
When are we gonna discuss?
No, that's when we're selecting on 13th. It goes
Okay.
out in March.
It goes out in Mar- When are we gonna be able, or is there gonna be a time where we can have a discussion on the actual contract?
Right now.
Right now.
Oh, so, okay, alright. Well then, so my question then, I noticed some things about specifics of where they can take the garbage.
Okay, let me just try to segue this real fast to keep everything kind of in track. It looks like you have comments like as you flip the pages.
Yep.
So can we, I guess to standardize this, can we start from the beginning, flip the pages, and then we'll get to that question when we
Let's
get
do
to that
that.
part?
Okay.
My first question is
And-
in section
I
5.
was gonna say, unfortunately, I just noticed I didn't page number these, so,
Good job.
yeah.
Where are we?
Whee!
So flip over to section 5.
Unless somebody has something before section 5.
Where is section 5?
It's after 4 and before it's.
Unless y'all have How about the
Section.
I'll go
Is
through the
that
headers.
option or section?
Section 5, equipment.
It's before where you are, Joe.
I'll go
It's
through
way
the
before
headers.
Where you are.
And that, I'll go through the header.
That's the
columns.
RFP. It's gonna be over here. Like,
Oh, on this,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at,
You're fine.
this is what we were supposed to review.
Hey, I'm just gonna go through the headers, and yeah, I'm just gonna keep trucking until y'all stop me.
okay.
Summary,
You've already done some amendments to this.
propose, proposer general instructions, qualifications, scope of services, which includes the definitions basically of the household trash, backdoor service, all the
Maps.
options,
All the maps.
the rollout carts, the maps, the number of households. Section 3, service requirements about reporting, the vehicle locators, promotional and educational
Why
materials.
is my section 3 different than your section 3? My section 3 is added services.
Oh, this is, I'm sorry, mine's been updated.
Okay, alright, so we're just
Just
gonna,
minor changes.
Okay.
So,
sorry, so we'll go on yours, okay.
yeah, sorry. Customer service, that they have to maintain a, local office. I will say, the attorney did comment back on that and say that, it may be a little bit burdensome and that we may eliminate some competition by requiring the high level of 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Really?
Just, that's what he said. I'm
8
just-
to 5, Monday through Friday? We
That
can't do
should be
customer
standard
service?
customer
Okay.
service hours for any business
Oh,
anyway.
that's nice.
All right, moving on to section 4, which is the rates, modifications to rates and penalties. Basically, the rates are what the rates are for 5 years, with the exception of increases due to CPI. And we did add a section in there about fuel surcharge. So they can essentially go up, a few percentages based off of CPI, and then they could add a fuel surcharge. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Section 4, collection detail, collection days. There's also information in
So
there
these
about
hours, I'm still like,
7 to 7 is what we did, 7 a.m. to
Yeah, we
7
discussed
p.m.
that at the
I'm just
retreat.
saying, mine came after 7 o'clock this week.
You mean before?
Nope, I mean after.
Oh, 7 p.m.
Yep. Okay. So, we just need to figure out like it didn't bother me, I was happy they came and they, got my trash that day, but
Well, these established routes will be much more efficient because they'll be stopping at every house. They won't be running all over the place.
Okay.
And
if everybody's
they're
gonna,
going to be able to, what they're going to do is they're going to set up this route structure where they can fit their routes between certain hours.
Almost like school buses.
let's hope so.
Right. They'll be on time
But-
every
but
time
I'm-
within
but I mean-
5 minutes
But
every
I'm
week.
fine if we need to like stretch it out a little bit.
Well, I
If it
don't think
makes
we
it
need to
work.
go that
Okay.
that far, especially in the winter months. It's dark at 5:30. We don't really want these guys out there after dark if
Okay.
we can help it for safety concerns.
Okay.
I did put in here the collection days. We did not define Monday, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday. We just said within 3 days. So we'll negotiate that part when we do it.
3 days.
So it won't be like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It'll
Well,
be like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
well, I don't know if that may be too restrictive because if their routes are enough of them they might want longer hours of the day if they have to only run 3 routes a week. it doesn't really matter how many days a week we run, they're only gonna be in each neighborhood once.
Okay, so do y'all wanna change that? As it reads now is collection routes for solid waste and recycling and yard waste must be spread out evenly over 3 business days within each municipality, unless there's a holiday or weather event.
I mean, most of them are spread out within 5.
Yeah, I would
right?
say
So-
just 5. I mean, spread out within 5 reasonable hours and reasonable routes. I mean, let the company decide because it's,
And they may get it done within 2 days and say, we're just gonna do all of Marvin these 2 days,
and that's
but,
fine too.
yeah, but like
I don't-
Andy said, I'm fine with.
I don't really care what day of the week they come on, as long as I know what day and time they're coming, and I can get my trash out. Because right now, even the private companies they're saying, well, we're gonna pick up your route on such and such a day, and you just do it whenever they say they're coming.
I would like to request Monday.
First thing Monday.
Yeah,
If we put that in the RFP, it's gonna restrict a lot, but we can get to that point in the negotiations.
but it's not gonna restrict it, cause they can do it in a shorter amount of time. I feel like we're giving them more options over a 5-day period.
They've got a lot of miles to cover between Weddington and Marvin, so I would say that let the company
But that's what I'm
decide
saying, it
days a
gives
week.
them more leeway over a 5-day period, like you guys
Oh,
can,
yeah.
you guys can
Yeah.
figure it out over 5 days
Yeah.
instead of saying 3 days.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but if we're gonna say you have to do it on Monday, that restricts it.
I'm saying I want my
Okay.
house picked up on a Monday. I
She
was
just said-
trying to be funny.
Okay, I didn't get it.
Take care of the
Sorry.
queen
For
first.
the record.
The rest of
For the
y'all
record.
slugs can get whatever is
I was
left.
joking, I was trying to be funny.
Alright, so I'm gonna change the 3 days to 5 days.
Poor
We
Christina.
didn't hear that.
I know, I'm sorry. Christina, I'm sorry.
We can't
okay.
see
Because you
you.
can't see me.
You can't see your snicker under your mask, so we can't sometimes can't read you.
I know. I've had so much Botox, I can't move my forehead. You guys can't see when I'm.
I just can't wait to see what you do with the place as far as Village Hall.
Yes, it's gonna be so good. You guys are gonna love it.
Alright,
Right,
so,
Jamie?
Emergency
We got
plan,
nothing
route
out of
maps,
him today.
collection day changes.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait. I'm on equipment.
Haven't got there yet. Change of collection day notifications. Now moving on to section 5 equipment.
I still want CNG trucks. I'm sorry.
What was the
I'm
note
saying
in
that.
this?
That does mention CNG
It
trucks in
does.
here.
What was the note on that?
I have not read it, to be honest with you.
They said something
Yeah,
about
they were
that.
like $320,000 for a truck.
Cost of diesel and CNG fuel trucks, while they would be higher differential, frankly, there are so many that use CNG now that the cost is only 10 to 15K difference per truck. So relatively the same as trucks, both diesel and CNG cost $320 to $340. I know a couple of councils thought they were $100 to $200. Unfortunately, diesel and CNG are both around the 300 plus range. Now that doesn't help me out. Oh, diesel versus CNG. I heard the council members' objections. I think it was Jamie Lyon, and business can understand his perspective. In the waste industry, it's a bit different than having to go to electric only in the next few years. Right now, there are many haulers who use CNG fueled vehicles as exhaust from the diesel trucks is so much more than would be coming from a normal vehicle, such as someone's car. It's also a way to contribute to what the future of most municipalities, which includes some portion of ways they're operating to contribute to a greener environment. If have RFP not outlined if needs to be diesel or CNG, then that's perfectly fine, but having a CNG truck is definite advantage, less carbon, quieter on roads, less weight on roads, better than diesel, so better for roads. So if so, have as part of RFP, that should be fine too, as Village really wants to have new trucks on roads, so requiring haulers to purchase new trucks isn't a bad thing since they're just starting a new service and the expectations of residents will be high.
Second page. So basically, there's not a whole lot of difference between diesel and CNG powered trucks. So asking for that shouldn't be an impact on our bid.
That's how I read that.
Okay, that's how I interpreted it as well. So
And
what
just
do you think about that?
for disclaimer, this is
you were
from
a
a-
big proponent of the CNG, so
I was against the requirement.
that's right. You were against
Requirement.
requiring it for the bid, but it sounds like it's not really that big of a monetary
I can't,
constraint.
I hear that I hear what's in here, and I read what's in here, but I don't know the state of each one of these companies.
Okay, so instead of it being a requirement, can we make it a preference?
Okay, so
in the
hold on,
wording?
so
Can we say we prefer, but
If
it's not
listen,
required?
if I'm doing this and I have a scorecard, then by all means, So what happens if the CNG one breaks down? Does it mean they can't bring in a diesel one to go
No.
hot swap?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would
Okay.
just say,
I know, but
I would say,
that's gonna be asked, and then.
right. I would say that we prefer but not require CNG trucks, and that way they are flexible in their bidding, and to Jamie's point, if they have to bring in another truck to recover for a truck that's assigned to it on a temporary basis.
So Christina did find out that this RFP is a little different than other RFPs. We do not have to take the lowest responsive bidder. So we can look at who comes back with, we offer CNG trucks, we don't offer CNG trucks. We offer a mixture of both, and we can actually choose, correct?
Well, that,
So it's not gonna.
that's good, because it really makes sense that we have a little more control over this, because this is a huge deal for us. It's not all just cost driven, it's service driven.
Well, that's what I think. That's why I think we should go CNG. That's just, again, that's why I wanted to bring it up again, because I really, I'm like the green, like, and I am not a tree hugger by any stretch of the imagination, but I feel like this is the
Well,
way things are moving, and it would be better for the environment and a selling point, but.
As our senator pointed out, they're gonna require passenger vehicles to be all electric by 2030, and going the direction of being green responsible is probably the responsible thing for a municipality to do. So if we're, I mean, I understand, you know, cost restraints and limiting bidding and all that, but can we, if we can prefer it, and we can also pick and choose, and it works for one company, it doesn't work for another, then
No,
it's
my
a
mind's going
win-win, right?
somewhere else. I'm not thinking about that. Can I have your, hey, Joe, can I have your 57? Because you can't drive it anymore. I just, if you could have checked my blood pressure 5 minutes ago and checked it right now, it would be through the roof. Because again, we have government telling us what
No,
we
no, no,
can.
they're not, no, they're saying just new cars being produced in 2030, not saying nobody can drive
But
a.
then we all have gas pumps.
Well, then, let me just frame, and this is off topic, let me just frame this up to you.
Not on the agenda.
You can have guns, but ammo is
Illegal.
Ammo's illegal.
Yeah.
So
I get that.
if this is, I'm off.
I
This is
get-
one of my
I get you.
country's
I
going
get
to.
you.
You know what?
I get
If I choose to pump gas in my car and drive it, I'm going to do it, and I'd be damned if I'm going to let the government tell me that I can't do it.
I get that.
So
I'm
I
just-
don't want to be in the same. I don't want to be in the same. That's where I'm coming from. I don't want to be in the same thing to say I'm going to force you. You're going to be forced to have a natural gas truck.
That's why I'm saying I would put in there in the
I agree.
RFP, prefer,
I
not
would-
require, because we
I'm okay
prefer
if
it,
you wanna
but
do
not
it.
require.
I'm all for. I'm all
Let
for.
the federal government and state push that, because that's out of our realm anyways. If they're gonna say
As a
we're
business
going.
owner,
But just in the.
As a business owner, I'm sick of government coming in
Right,
and telling me, because next thing you know, why do we have businesses?
Yeah, true.
If every business is told what they can and what they can't do and everything that they're required to do, then why have businesses?
True.
Entrepreneurs will be done. They'll be the thing of the past. They'll be dinosaurs.
I agree with you. That's why I say, you know, I think just saying, wording it preferred
have to
but
bring
not
my
required
car.
gives us.
Because
I know.
you're gonna have to get rid of it. You can't drive it.
I'm just there to look.
I'll take it because I'll drive the hell out of it.
All right, so are we all in agreement that we can just say preferred and not
I
required?
don't know, can we say that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can. And I'll clarify with that with Chaplin. If he says yes, then I will put it in there. Y'all are all in agreement for
Yeah.
preferred.
Yeah, I mean, there's
And
no,
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay.
well, I mean, there's no penalty to prefer something over
No,
something
and listen,
else.
if a company comes back and says they do it, you know what, that pushes me toward that. But I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and at the end of the day,
Just don't wanna
the
require it.
cost saving dollars,
I get
the
that.
company's
You don't
gonna
want people
figure out what's gonna be the
No,
cost.
not-
of
Well, it doesn't sound like
no.
there's much, so.
I know, that's what I'm saying, at the end of the day, and it may all go that way, but, and you may start to see fuel prices go up, which makes it ineffective for them to stay with the gas, and they make that decision on their own. to a
Right,
point.
right.
Yeah.
Bob, are you okay if we put preferred?
Yes, I am, absolutely.
All right,
Okay, all right, cool.
thank you. Sorry, I just don't, just kidding.
Moving on, emergency unloading. This basically means if there's a container or something that catches fire in the back of the truck and they have to unload it on our roads. and
They will clean it up.
burn it up. Yeah, they'll clean it up. Talks about vehicle spills and leaks, addresses that. Also-
Damaging roads?
I'm sorry?
Damaging roads?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
And we also have that ordinance in place as well, so we kind of have a
Right.
double-edged way of penalizing them. Ownership of materials, basically all the materials are the vendors that collect it. Disposal facilities, I think this is where your question was.
Yeah, so when it's very specific, and I think it's going to be quite time consuming for us, is paying by the ton for garbage. We have to collect weight receipts, we have to track how many tons, and then we have to pay for the disposal fees. That's the way it was worded in the contract that I read. Unless that was revised, that's what my question was.
Yeah, disposal fees are not supposed to be included, and I think that's something that we addressed with Chaplin. in
Okay,
his
so
review.
so the company, we're just getting a across the board price. They're disposing of
At their cost.
at their cost.
Yes.
Because there was language in there about garbage can't sit in the truck overnight and all these different things that we don't need to be concerned with. I could
Right.
care less if garbage is sitting in the truck overnight, but if you're counting tons, I understand why that's important, but if they're doing it on their own, they can
They can throw it
do
away
whatever,
2
however
days
they want.
later.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was
This section was changed, and I'm gonna try to see if I can pull up the one that y'all are looking at, 'cause
and then they said Buncombe County. Was that just a
that's just
misprint?
no, that's just because we hadn't changed it yet. So if
Okay.
it was highlighted or if there were no
Well, see, my
signs.
copy wasn't highlighted, so I couldn't tell that.
Oh, okay.
It was just black and white that we got at the retreat. That's what I was reading.
Now it says the proposer will be responsible to pay any and all
I read all
landfill
of it.
tipping fees, yard waste, and processing
I don't
costs.
even see where you're looking at right now.
See, the version that y'all are looking at has probably not been updated, because
Okay.
literally this has been updated every day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me what it says now currently.
The proposer is responsible to pay any and all landfill tipping fees, yard waste, or processing costs as it relates to this contract.
Say it again. Who?
Basically, the vendor pays the tipping fees,
Okay.
which is the disposal fees.
So then, like Andy says, why do we care if the trash sits in their truck for 2 days? Has that been taken out? Because I don't care. It can sit in there for a month.
Yeah, I don't care what they do with it, as long as it's picked up and off of our properties, it doesn't matter. But that was all part of that
Excuse me.
whole dump by the ton, pay by the tonnage and all that stuff, because that would mean if it sits in the truck, then somebody could add stuff to it in the interim, and then we get charged for the dump fees and all. I understand all that reasoning for that, but it is no longer impactful if they're taking care of the dump fees.
I don't
So-
see anything in here about it sitting in the.
I remember reading something about that too.
Yeah, it was in that version we got at the retreat. Because I read that
I'll
the
just put a
thing
note here,
cover
make
to
sure.
cover that.
Delete any language about trash sitting in trucks.
Yeah. Because we don't care. Yeah, over here, record keeping, like proposers shall provide hard copies of the week's previous weight tickets from the designated facilities. Like, I don't care.
We have to do that.
Why?
We'll have, the state is gonna come back and require us to do reporting. There's a lot of reporting that's needed.
Okay.
So
So
we do
does
have to do
staff
that.
have to do that, or
Yes.
Yeah, but
are we gonna have to dedicate a staff person to garbage?
yeah, we've already talked about that. We're gonna get one person
Oh,
to
that's right,
share
we're gonna-
between Weddington and
We're
us.
gonna share one, okay, so that's their,
I mean, at least that's the
They're
plan
only-
as of right now.
that's their only mission in life is
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
take care of municipal trash. Okay, well,
Could that
That's my next
person,
question.
could
That
that
is.
person be an employee of the waste company and that we just fund that employee?
We could probably do something like that.
The
That-
only reason
that
I'm
doesn't have
saying
to be
is
an
because
RFP.
it takes it off of our,
the state may not like that because it
And-
could be,
Checks
it's
and
biased.
Calls still
Well,
stuck here.
and if the village of Marvin is taking care of my trash, I want to be able to call a representative of the village of Marvin and be like,
but that's always there. There's like a hierarchy, but just for everyday complaints and stuff. But if there's something continuous going on, then it obviously would feed
well, I mean, we'll
down
have
to
a
us.
customer service person that we deal with, that our person will deal with.
We
And
we
There-
will find.
It's in the contract that our person has a contact number for a representative
dedicated
of their
person.
company.
So I guess I'm just trying to figure out if we're having a designated person both at Weddington and how
No, no,
do you?
We're not, we're gonna share the person.
Sharing
That's what I
person,
mean.
yeah.
So whose employee is it?
They're both of ours.
So it's a shared employee agreement.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like we were talking about doing with,
Okay.
So it'd almost be
The
like,
Coco.
it's
It's almost
almost
like a
at
subcontractor.
at a third party level where they're not
Or they
ours,
are
they're
part-time
not
for
theirs,
us
and
and
they're not
part-time
the
for them.
trash.
Well,
companies.
they'd be
They
like,
represent the two
technically a
companies.
subcontractor, they're not an employee of the village, they're not an employee of Weddington, they're not an employee of the trash company. It's a subcontractor that takes care
I
of
would
it.
assume they'd be a split employee, like maybe half of their paycheck comes from us, half of it comes, they'd be an employee of both.
but you know what? I don't have to worry about that.
How would,
The
how
village
would you
manager
work
can
that?
deal with
Would
that.
it be easier to do it as a contract? Just
I,
pay
you know,
them?
I don't know.
I guess that
We'd have
may
to
be
get that
Just
a
ask.
question
Yeah.
for Chaplin to,
Yeah.
how the legality of that works.
That's so far down the road that we haven't even thought about.
I know we've talked about it one time, sharing, no offense, a planner. You know, when we were, years ago, we were talking about sharing a planner. I don't know how it would all work now, but go ahead.
Okay.
That comment that you're referring to needs to be taken out. We had some other requirements in there that were like addendums, so we're just gonna take that out, which is
Okay.
why it's still highlighted.
Alright. I was just very confused.
Again, this document, there's a lot of changes that still have to take place, so this is very preliminary. Record keeping, selection process, we go into detail about how we're gonna select this person.
Are we gonna get another revised copy of this before this goes to bid?
It's scheduled to go out on the 13th, I'm sorry, the
This selection.
March, hang on one second, it's in here.
Because if you're revising this document every day, I'd like to know the final one that's going to bid before it goes to bid. So I can read through it and make sure that
So
there's
our
nothing
meeting's on the
else
9th.
that's-
Are we doing this after the night?
Sorry. I'm scaring him.
At least I didn't think it was an earthquake like I did before. I was like, what is
Hey,
happening?
by the way, did I tell you when I was in St. John?
Did you guys have an earthquake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3:00 in the morning.
Did you guys feel the one here
I did,
not long ago?
No.
yeah.
Didn't feel
That one
I
fine.
knew right away what it was because I've been through a few of them in LA. So
I was in one in St. John.
Oh, yeah,
March
that-
15th.
I thought it was, you know what I thought it was? A water truck
Calendar.
coming down the street to deliver water because it was like, and I was like, but it was like really long.
What day
throwing
is
the
it?
flag off.
Not on the agenda.
You got flagged,
straight
yeah.
shirt
I don't have
on,
a white one,
there
but I got a blue one. Off subject, throwing a flag.
So they go out on March 15th, so y'all's
Oh,
next
yeah, so
meeting
we'll
is
see
on March 9th, but we can't make a whole lot of changes after that.
you go. Well, I'd like to see the revised, I
Okay.
mean, the final draft for that, so
Okay.
that if there is something that just doesn't look right, we have a chance.
All right. Does anybody have anything else?
Yeah,
through-
refresh my memory on how billing is going to be.
It's either gonna be an impact fee, which is whatever the cost of the service is. It'll be an impact fee that we charge to residents, quarterly, annually, in their tax bill. We still haven't yet decided that.
So
Thought we
could we get our head around, and this is just an idea, because that's just one more thing that's going to take up our time and their time. They already have that system in place. We get the contract is at X. That company, whoever it is, bills them, and it's not our problem. It is their problem when they're not getting thing, because if you're making it our the billing and the time with that, and then what are we gonna eventually go
Their
to,
contract is-
hold on,
Market, not
eventually,
individual.
Yeah.
I understand that, but the
So-
billing process, they're already doing it right now. It's a natural process for them just to add on more accounts. And just hear me out here, because this
Christina said
becomes,
no.
And part of
doesn't
the,
mean it's,
Joe,
it is so, we can write that, because it's,
Joe,
they're
part
already
of
doing it.
part of the discount here is
Yeah.
that they bill one entity
Yep.
one time a year and it's
Yep.
done. If they have to do individual
Right, but
accounts,
No, we're
1,000
negotiating the
people-
contract on their behalf so they can get we can get a good price to our community. All I'm saying is we're adding one more factor. What are we eventually going to do? And hear me out on this. We're already going to put out on the news anyone who's not paid their taxes. Are we going to now start saying they haven't paid their garbage bill either and start putting that out?
Yep.
Because it's a public document, public record.
Yep.
To your point, I don't want government you know, basically, this is something companies do naturally.
I
They
don't
bill.
know.
All there is, you are under a contract. It's kind of
I
like
think it should just be.
a Firethorn, if you think about it from a
I
club
think it's-
membership.
I think
There's
it
an
should just
agreement,
be,
and they bill us individually.
I
That's
will
what they
ask
do.
Chaplin,
When we,
but I'm 99.99% sure it's a no-go, because like he said, it's based off of one entity. The contract is with us, not the individual consumers, and then it's just a mess when you have people not paying and someone having to keep up with that account.
Again, it's just a mess. We're taking
well,
on that
and here's
mess.
the other thing, is
You
like,
know?
this impact fee, I don't know that I necessarily agree with that either, because if it's not the tax, then will your escrow pay it? You know, most people just, so then it's one extra bill that you gotta keep up with, and with it being a blanket pickup, the city of Charlotte just charges it their tax, and everybody gets service, and I
We
think
can do
that's
that
the way
too.
it should be, because what is it, 1/4 of a cent? I mean, I don't know what the final number is gonna be on this bid, but it's gonna be similar to that.
They may charge it as an impact fee on your tax bill, and you just don't notice the difference. It's the same. It's the
As long
same
as it
concept.
goes through the tax billing process where escrow pays it, then I think that's gonna eliminate a lot of issues.
It'll be
Because-
like part of the tax bill, like it's like you've got your state, your local, your education, like it's broken down, so it'll
Right,
just be
but as long as
a line
it's
item
included
there.
in that amount, then
So-
escrow
so-
pays
so-
It's
for it.
gonna be
That's
under
the main
Marvin's
thing.
line item, essentially.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Union County is, here's
Yep.
your fire, here's your school,
Yes.
here's all that. So
Correct.
Marvin will have something, and it's gotta be paid annually then.
Yeah.
So there's a couple different options, and we don't even know what it's going to be until we get to the point of deciding if we're going to do it based off the numbers. So the options would be to do an impact fee on your tax bill, just as what we just described, and or go up on the tax rate to cover the cost of it if we had to do that, and or have someone internally bill people monthly, annually, and we collect it. It's just depending on how y'all want to do it, but we really don't even know what that's going to look like until we get to the point.
I
of
don't want
selection.
monthly, I want annually with, you pays
Yeah.
with your taxes,
Yeah.
and it's
So-
one time and it's.
One time, and it's not because people are gonna balk at it for one.
Alright,
and
I think
two,
what
it
Christina's
creates
point is, we gotta
logistic
award somebody the bid and then we'll
problem.
figure that out.
Yeah, exactly. I'll ask
But you
Chaplin,
ask,
I'll ask
you ask.
Chaplin about the billing the consumers, but I'm pretty sure it's a no-go.
Alright, does anybody have any like questions? Cause like,
that was
this
a
is gonna take
question.
forever. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm done on all the material. The only thing I want to, unless y'all have any other questions
I
about,
have questions, but I'm not like I wanna get to it. I'm in appendix A is where I am.
okay.
Well, I'm in appendix A,
Supplemental
section 8.
information.
Actually, no, I'm good there. I'm good there. I am
Conditions?
to section
Okay.
20 of appendix A.
Okay, is appendix A the terms and conditions? It looks like it is.
I don't know.
Hang on one second.
Compensation?
Appendix A, okay, that's the contract. That entire segment that you're looking at, the attorney has to do all of that, everything that you see there.
Well, I know, but I just have questions, because I got a
Okay.
bunch of X's here, I don't know what the X's are, in section 20 for compensation. This is what I was talking to you about yesterday.
Well-
This should say each and every, across
on
the
the
board,
liabilities.
on the liquidated damages, like here. Who's the proposer?
The vendor.
Okay.
Lunches.
Here, failure to comply with uniform requirements, well, what's a uniform requirement?
Okay.
Uniforms.
Like, no, is it?
Yeah, uniforms are uniforms requirement that they have to wear a uniform.
Okay, then that is like, needs to be, like, that, like,
Because that was part of the thing, was that they'd have a,
failure to maintain office hours and supervisory contacts is required. What are supervisory contacts? Like, if there are sections, this is what I was talking about, like, none of it, all the, like, failure to properly cover and secure materials on collection vehicles, like, what does that mean? Like,
That
Yeah,
means
all
should
of this
line
stuff
out
has
the
not
front.
been reviewed
Or
or
sorry.
updated, so none of this stuff that you see in this section,
so my request then is to have Chaplin read all of this, and if there are specific sections where it references
that.
what a thing is, then put it in there.
that's what he's doing.
Okay.
I mean,
And each one of these need to say each and every.
And Chaplin, just so I can tell you, Chaplin, I mean, this document has been a mess with 4 different people looking at it, different attorneys, so, and we're literally doing it in conjunction with doing the RFP for Village Hall and all this other stuff we've got going on. So it's been very, very difficult. This document,
Share the attorney fees with Wellington as
well,
we're going
they're
through
having
this.
their attorney review it as well.
Okay. That's-
But we're all working on it. I mean, this is a big deal. It's not something we want to mess up on. So we've all got our marching orders and
But that's what I'm saying, like mixing loads of solid waste and recyclables, like failure to submit any report within the required time frame. Well, what's the required time frame?
Chaplin wants to review, so I asked Chaplin to review the 60-page document minus that appendix, so he can look at it. And what he's gonna do from that moment forward is revise the terms and conditions, what you see here, that appendix,
Okay.
per what he thinks it should be and what references
Okay,
are.
well
in
then
the
I
RFP.
want this as soon as possible, once he's revised it before the meeting.
Okay,
Cause this is where, look, I mean, this is where all my questions are, like, well, what does
Okay.
that
I need to
mean?
read.
And if there's like a section in the contract, like section 9, paragraph 2, it
Okay.
needs to say section 9, paragraph 2, or
okay, I'll let
whatever.
him know.
I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in there, you know, requiring that the loads be secure so we don't have trash spread all over the
I agree, but what does
community.
that mean? Does that mean a tarp's over it? Does that mean,
Well, see-
because what I don't wanna have happen is they say, well, we secured it. Well, but then there's shit all over the road, so apparently you didn't, so what does proper, securing it properly
Well,
mean?
garbage trucks are enclosed vehicles. It's whether or not the guys actually do the process securely when they dump it, so that it doesn't.
Well, yeah, it's not a tarp, but what I'm saying is define secure properly, because what I don't wanna have happen is something happens and they're like, well, per our definition, we secured it properly. Well, but there's shit all over the road.
Well, right. So
So I
that's-
think that's what Christine, when she mentioned at the retreat was she's had examples of where this was poorly written, and there are so many outs and ambiguity
Right.
in the document that you can never hold them accountable, and now that's what they're trying to do. is-
Right, but that's what I'm saying, but the version that we have, that we reviewed, there's still all that,
there's a lot of
so that's what I'm saying, that's,
opening
Let's
for
clean that
interpretation.
up,
We
yes.
want to make sure that it's locked down. So
I
that
wanna
there's
make
no-
sure that if something happens and they can't say, well, no, like, we thought it was secured properly, we closed the whatever, but yet there's,
Right, and the drivers have to be responsible for knowing that if they're leaking garbage onto the roadways, that
Right.
they need to stop and rectify the situation, or the company's going to get fined for it.
Right.
So the
That's-
terms and conditions, the appendix A, terms and conditions, same thing. They do not have to be completely and 100% finalized by the time the RFP goes out, so we
Okay.
can still work on that.
okay.
But I'll try to see if Chaplin can go ahead and get that done beforehand. If not, then what we do is just basically make the offer contingent upon them agreeing to our terms and conditions, and we
Okay.
bring that back.
Okay.
But I do want to mention in your packets, there's these little forms, because this is highly important for the RFP.
Yep, I saw
The,
that.
the base bid is your solid waste collection, your residential trash. That is the base. That is the only base that we will go by. The optional bids that they will submit, and I'm gonna go through them just to make sure there's no changes that are wanted or desired. So your base is just regular trash weekly, one time a week, whatever day they decide. The second option, or the first option is gonna be containerized or bagged yard waste.
So that'll be base plus.
Yes, weekly. That would be a weekly option.
But, so, okay, I'm glad you're going over this.
So they're going to give us bids for every one of these that is on here, so that
Yes.
we can
But will it,
select and choose the
but will
final.
it be option 1, base cost plus, or it'll be base cost plus option 1, option 4,
Yes.
option
Yeah.
8?
Yes.
And so,
So we'll have a
it'll be
mix.
base
We're
today-
cost
cafeteria
plus.
style, we're picking what we
Okay,
want.
so it
So-
won't be like
I'll
base
cart.
plus bagged waste would be the cost here. It would be, I got it, okay.
So when we get the bids back, how do we reconcile this with Weddington? So let's just
Perfect
say,
question.
Yeah.
We
So-
don't have to pick what Weddington picks, correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
if you look at, that's a really good question, and that's why we standardize these forms like this, and it was very, very difficult to figure this out. But if you look at one of the sheets, you'll see it says column 1, Town of Weddington, column 2.
yeah,
Village
that's
of
got
Garden,
it, yeah.
column 3 combined, so if both want
Yep,
the same
no, I got
service.
it, I got it.
And it'll probably be cheaper if both want the same
Yep,
service
yeah.
than if one or the other does.
Totally.
So let's just hypothetically say we want we want yard waste, but Weddington doesn't. We would pick up what the the cost over here would be for Village of Marvin only. On this side right here.
And let's just say base bid is $80, and then we just go through and we go, okay, this one's
And
8,
5 here.
Yeah.
that's 88,
That's
then
it.
this one's 5, and okay,
Yep,
Yeah,
that's how I interpret that.
Yeah.
that's right. So, form number 1 is your base bid, which is weekly residential household trash. Option 1 is gonna be weekly curbside, containerized, or bag yard waste. Option 2, did you have a question?
Nope.
Option
Go
2
ahead.
is gonna be seasonal, one-time event only, Christmas tree collection, if you do not select yard waste. So if you select yard waste, the one that we just went over, you won't select
We'll
this.
automatically
Yeah.
get Christmas trees.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Christmas tree thing could be a whole, like, I'm paying for, you're making me pay for something I don't use. So I see us going with yard waste
Not
and
more
forget about the tree.
Yeah.
tree that comes
Yeah,
out.
I mean, that makes kind of sense, but until we get pricing, we can't make 100% decision on
Yeah,
it. But yeah, it makes sense
maybe yard waste is
here.
$8 and Christmas tree is $1, so everybody just has to pay an extra $1.
Yeah,
deal with it.
It's a,
You bah humbug artificial tree people.
yeah. Support the scouts, buy a tree. Jeez.
If you're like me and have an allergy, you do not want to
Bah
live there.
humbug.
Option 3 is gonna be bi-weekly recycling, so every other week recycling pickup. Option 4 is gonna be weekly recycling, so every week we would
Now,
look at that.
just for that purpose, we are getting the full-size rollout for recycling, right?
It's a
Yes.
96 gallon.
Okay, so I
Yes,
think,
full size.
yeah,
Gotta
so I-
make it easier for the driver.
I'm just trying to get an idea because weekly or bi-weekly, if you've got the little bin, it's gonna almost require weekly, but with the big rollout, you could probably get away with bi-weekly. You know,
Yeah,
it's-
that guy's not gonna
it's
get out of the truck,
capacity.
I promise you, it's gonna be a 96 gallon.
It's capacity is
watched
what
it.
I was curious about.
They dumped my trash this past week.
Same.
The trash buggy, they pulled off, the trash buggy was in the middle of the street.
There's penalties in there for that, in this contract that I read. There are penalties for it not being replaced in the exact position that it was picked up from.
I don't mind it getting close, I mean, we're playing horseshoes here,
Yeah.
but it was in the middle, of the street, and they just kept rolling on.
They've done it, they've left it in the middle of my driveway. I have to stop in the middle of the road, get out, move the can to pull in my driveway.
I actually watched
That was a
them.
big
I was
problem.
impressed
That's
with
why I fired
mine
them.
because they threw
Does it
in a recycle, and with the recycle, the homeowner put in glass. Glass came out, which glass is not allowed if you know, and recycle, which makes no
It is on,
sense.
and it's on this one.
We took it out.
You did.
Yeah.
It is at
Yeah,
the foxhole
it's
though.
crazy.
Not-
But anyways, the
not on
glass
that
broke and
everything.
shattered
We got
all
taken out
over.
yesterday.
Guy stopped, took a broom, cleaned up everything that was right. So I was pretty impressed that they at least did that.
But that's part of this contract, right, Christina? Those types of things are required with a penalty if they're not. Like
They gotta clean
breaking
up if
something
they
and
make
making
a mess.
they have
Yeah.
to clean it up. Putting the trash can back is a requirement or they get fined for it.
It's in the liquidated damages section, so if you don't
Read
see it in
it.
that section.
There's a ton of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, How you
penalties
enforce
in there
that,
for-
good luck. I mean, other than
Take
the
a picture
spill.
of it,
Take
and
a
you call the
picture.
village and you send them the picture. And the
Yeah,
village
it's
will-
up to the residents to kind of police that. If they see
Yeah.
something like that, they need to
See something,
report
say
it.
something.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to reiterate
Christina's like, can we get through this?
what I just said was the two options 3
Just
and
wanna
4 will basically allow y'all the freedom to look at weekly or bi-weekly once we get that number in.
Right.
If it costs $100 more a month to do weekly than opposed to bi-weekly, I think that's a decision that y'all make at that point. Well, we do this option instead.
Well, that's why I had the question of the capacity because I think we have enough capacity to do bi-weekly if it makes financial sense.
Okay,
So,
well, we'll talk
Let's
about that in
receive the
detail
numbers first.
yeah.
when we get the numbers. Option 5 is gonna be a one-time event only, seasonal household waste event, hazardous waste event.
And did they only allow, just out of curiosity, one container for regular household waste and then one container only for recycling?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, just one each.
Now, if you have a lot of trash, if you are a trashy person,
I actually fill up two recycles every time, the bi-weekly. That's why I'm asking. I have
So,
two separate
but
containers.
I'm
and I-
assuming that
They can
if,
only take one.
if Joe's super trashy and he needs 2 trash cans or 2 recycle bins, then he can get one at his cost.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And they'll take it.
Yeah.
And you pay them directly.
Not
For the
taking
container.
it, just the
For the
Not-
extra
container.
one.
For the extra
Right,
container.
but not for the service of picking up
Right.
two.
No, for the
Yeah.
service of picking it up.
Oh, really?
Yes. Because we have no way of knowing, we have no way of knowing who wants a separate container and how to bill them accordingly. So
But
you,
don't they just pay for a separate container
so
and
the
then
company
they get?
can bill you.
But that's outside of the
Outside
contract.
contract, that's extra. They'll do extra stuff.
Can we get through this? I'm hungry.
I
okay.
am too.
So again, I want to reiterate, this hazardous household event is a one-time event only, and it's not a curbside event. So it would be literally, we set up a shop somewhere, they bring it to us, we literally set up a dumpster or something here.
And that's like paint?
Yeah, paint, chemicals, that's
Batteries.
where.
Biohazard.
So then it's not a door to door.
It's not a door to door, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. I mean,
As long as there's a place we can bring it that's close by or
Yeah.
essentially located.
Village Hall, perfect.
it's either that or you end up going to the foxhole and doing it that way. But then that's a fee, a yearly fee.
Okay.
I'll get you for
Seas-
that.
Seasonal curbside white good
I know.
events, this is a one-time event, it is curbside, meaning you have a freezer you wanna throw away, a water heater, you take it to the corner of your road, just as you normally would your trash, they pick it up.
You're gonna
It's-
take it all the way to the corner of my road?
Or the corner of your
Driveway.
your yard, your driveway.
Kim's hauling the water heater down the road.
And everybody, there's 5-6 units on one person's lot. And they didn't get to it for 3 weeks.
Okay, that's a one-time event.
Sorry, Christina.
Joe's yard, he's a trashy guy.
I'm a trash.
Same thing with
Been called
electronics.
worse.
Seasonal one-time curbside event for electronics, that would be TVs, computers.
When this comes back, can we have a special meeting just to talk about trash? Okay, good.
I think that's probably should be something like 1st of January for that kind of a pickup, because that's when most people are gonna have that kind of stuff generally.
Okay, and we can decide that when we get back, to figure out when we're gonna do it. That could be part of the negotiating piece. Then the next couple of options are weekly curbside bulk items, and then another bi-weekly curbside bulk items.
Bulk like furniture.
Yeah.
Mattress.
Mattress. And then a monthly curbside bulk item. So you're gonna look at monthly, weekly, and then bi-weekly for bulk, and determine which one is most feasible.
Okay. Once a month, twice a month, 4 times a month?
Once a month should be sufficient for
Once
that.
a
We
quarter.
don't generate that.
Once
Trashy.
a quarter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Once a quarter is max I would do.
yeah.
Well, we
Wait, is
didn't-
once a quarter an option?
We didn't put a quarterly option. So we can add the quarterly option if you
Add
want.
a quarterly
Yeah,
option.
For bulk.
Yeah.
For
We
bulk.
don't generate that
Yeah, I would
much
take away the weekly.
stuff.
I would take away the weekly and bi-weekly.
We're not doing.
Yeah.
And
we're
I
not
would
doing
say
weekly
month-
bulk.
Monthly and quarterly.
Yeah, I agree.
You-
'Cause we don't
I'm
do-
gonna go ahead and forewarn you that a vast majority of this, I will not vote for.
Okay.
Simply being because you're gonna turn our neighborhoods looking like junk piles. And
Yeah.
you know what? You can pay my son or any other kid around here that's got a pickup truck $10, $20 to go take it to the damn foxhole.
We can hire
You're gonna
Joe.
have, if I drive through Firethorn and I see a damn refrigerator sitting in somebody's yard, I'm gonna raise hell.
That's true.
Cause I pay too much money to live in a place that here this to me is, I don't have questions on it, cause I won't vote for it.
And you don't have to. When we get to that point of option, just say
I'm just
no.
telling you, then we're gonna look like Charlotte. We're gonna have shit strewed everywhere, and it's gonna look like shit, and it's gonna look like Charlotte. And I didn't move to Marvin to look like Charlotte. So just,
I have to agree with Jamie. I don't want to.
Well,
Enough
the-
said.
We'll get the option.
Well,
Yeah,
let's
we'll
go
hire
back there
out.
when we get it.
I don't, if I see
That's
a
fair.
mattress going through Innisbrook, I'll lose my shit.
So
I won't
Indeed,
tell you
good
what to put the
opportunity. That's a good
mattress out there, JD.
opportunity for a kid right now who's listening as a pickup truck. That
Yeah.
wants it, you put that message out there saying, "I will pick it up you know, for X amount.
And
There's
then
100
the-
trash companies out there too that do that. That's what
Yep.
they do.
And again, the only thing, the base is the solid waste. So anything additional that we've just discussed, y'all can choose not to do any of them if you wanted to.
The biohazard thing I like is it's at a location though.
Yeah, it's not sitting out in your
Hazardous waste, paints.
As long as
that's
it's
kind
not in front of someone's house.
Right,
yeah.
Outside of your normal trash, you call somebody to get it.
I think I would vote for the hazardous waste.
Yeah,
And
a
if-
one day
if we have
event
that
at
one
Village
day
Hall or something
a
like
year.
that, you bring all your crap there and it's gone
And
that day.
we'd have to
what-
monitor
I
that,
don't
make
think
sure
that's
it
right
is a
down.
resident that's delivering it and not a contractor.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Do your
Check
security
them off
rating,
the
you're
list.
done.
All right, the next two options are real simple. They're really just putting logos on the trash cans and or the trucks. Y'all can look at the cost of that when we get to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything that, so when we talk about curbside, white goods, electronics and all that stuff, if y'all want to do an off-site location for any of that stuff, I kinda need to know that now because I need to put that in as an optional bid.
Oh, I would say like the white good, I would say that should all be optional, like
But then-
set up a.
But you're
But then-
still,
but then you
you're
gotta
still
get it from
getting
your
a person to
house.
haul
Okay,
it to
you're right,
you for
you're right,
you,
you're
it
right.
just becomes an issue.
Got it.
It's easier to get
So
it out
keep
to
it-
the corner.
Yeah,
Keep it curbside.
I don't want that.
The only thing that I would say yes to is a designated location for the hazardous stuff
Okay.
and shredding.
Okay.
And that's
shredding-
something-
Yeah, but shredding we're not doing because they take it somewhere else.
Understand, but that's something the Village of Marvin or someone could
Yeah,
do.
we could do that.
Church
That's
does
an
it as a,
outside, that shredding thing is an outside contract and Weddington does it, so if we wanna offer that, we can do the same thing as Weddington
Yeah.
does.
So the only change that I'm making to those optionals is that we're gonna do a quarterly, I think it was white goods maybe, or bulk, no, bulk.
Take away weekly and bi-weekly
Bulk.
and just do monthly and quarterly.
On the bulk only.
Yeah.
And that's it. So again, y'all can choose not to do any of those options when we get those back, but they will be part of the bids. That's all I have. The terms and conditions, the appendix A, like I said, has not even been addressed, much at all, so.
All right.
Okay, we
Thank
good?
you, Thank you,
I'm good.
Christina.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion.
So
to
moving
take a
on, to
5-minute
number 8, discuss and
recess.
consider adoption or
I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute recess for lunch and a bio break.
working lunch.
Yes, working lunch.
Okay.
Just to get it.
Further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Everyone's.
Um,
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the Village of Marvin February 25th working session. Moving on to items of discussion, number 8. Discuss and consider adopting VOR-2021-020-01 to appropriate unassigned fund balance to transportation budget for a local match payment to NCDOT for the construction of a roundabout at Newtown and Marvin Road.
I got Jamie on the agenda.
Jamie.
Yeah, this is, I can cover this, but I just noticed something that, can somebody go grab her real fast?
Yeah.
This is for the agreement that we just approved at the last meeting, to revise.
It keeps changing?
Basically, what y'all did was move your construction dollars up to your right of way, and they're asking for the money to go ahead and do the right of way match, and they can get started on that project. This is actually supposed to be appropriated from unassigned fund balance reserve for road purposes, and that total number that you see there of 1.1 million, and that's your unassigned fund balance, but this is supposed to be from fund balance reserve for POW bill. This budget ordinance is wrong, where it says the unassigned fund balance, it's unassigned reserve. It's not
Okay.
reserve fund balance. So the total number that's in there currently, right now, I think is 166 for reserve for POW bill.
Yes.
Does that sound right? So we'll have to amend this and put it on the consent agenda at the next meeting, because this is wrong. I'm gonna table this, but do y'all have any questions about it? They're just basically asking for the money, so we can table it till the consent.
So is this the correct? This is just to move the money from the contract that we already approved.
Correct. There's another issue, I can bring it up now, or I can bring it up in the administrator's report.
Just do it now.
Here's the copy of the agreement that we have currently.
Popcorn.
One of those may have notes on it, I'm not sure. You see the table on the back, it says the total was 220, I'm sorry, on the next to the last page, 220, and then 120 is in
Right away,
right away. They're asking for 105 of that to go ahead and be paid now.
of the 220.
Yeah, of the right of way amount.
Oh, 105, so we'll still owe them 15?
Yeah.
Why don't we just give them 120 now?
I don't know, the contract, if you read the, I think it's subsection D down there, it says 105 in advance, which is what they're asking
It says
for.
100 for construction.
Right there.
Oh, there,
Sorry,
hey,
I told you
okay.
wrong.
Okay.
They're asking for that $105,000 check, but additionally, there's been a lot of correspondence over the last couple of days with DOT, and they're wanting us to further commit to the construction phase, which was part of his initial presentation. Here's a copy of the presentation, just so y'all have it. This is the presentation he did a couple weeks ago.
Take one, pass it on.
What transpired after this presentation is I asked him to go ahead and send me the agreement, because as you probably recall, the presentation was a little bit fuzzy. It was kind of unclear as to what exactly was being requested. If you look at page, the next to the last page, right before it says questions, the total match amounts,
Yeah.
the very bottom where it says revised match amounts, the village matches total of 325,000. So that's $105,000 more from the initial request. He's basically asking us to commit to future construction costs so that they can go ahead and get some funding secured by a CRTPO, some federal dollars. Honestly, I have sent a couple of emails back and forth this past week. I'm still unclear as to exactly what he's asking for.
Okay, so this is, sorry, go ahead.
But all I can tell you is I know he's asking for some more money, at least another $105,000 for construction. And he wants to know.
But that's for the right of way. That's the difference in the right of way, not the construction amount.
They have to move funding to make it work for the percentages
That's
for
right.
our federal match. So they wanna,
No, I
what
get
we're already
it.
giving, they just wanna change how it's appropriated.
Okay.
Then, they're looking
But-
for more at the construction phase
Well,
on
and
top of it.
okay. We're spending X number of dollars on having our attorneys continuously review these contracts that they keep wanting us to sign. The amount of time that Christina has been going back and forth with our DOT person is astronomical and absolutely ridiculous, and it's wasting her time.
I agree.
And the amount of time that we're continuously talking about it is wasting my time. And I'm very disappointed in how our DOT representative has handled this. And I am very unhappy with the amount of service, level of service that we've gotten from them and the level of clarity that we have gotten from them. And I have asked Christina to push it up to whoever is above our rep right now. Because I don't think that what we're getting is good customer service. So I'd like for her to do that. But then I would also like that to be added to our list to tell our state representatives that we are, the amount of runaround and the amount of inconsistent messaging that we're getting is wasting taxpayer dollars and staff time. Because I think they need to know that. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Because they're gonna come back to us with another contract to say, okay, now we want construction. Just tell us how much you want. Write the contract, let everybody, review it one time.
To piggyback off of that, I have actually been CCing Sean's supervisor over the last couple of email correspondence.
Which is who?
Tom or Tim Ballard. He's in some emails that I've had. But in short, I basically said the same thing to Sean, is that, it looks bad when we're going back and continuously asking for contract revisions. The only thing that I can think of, to his defense, is the percentage matches have to be the way they are at the time of applications for future funding. But I have yet to have a response back from him to concur that statement. But at the end of the day, they are asking for additional money from us for construction, so I need to know if the village is willing to contribute any more to give a favorable opinion on some additional funds.
We need more about the 325?
Currently, we're at 220. But if you look at the current agreement, the total amount that we just signed.
Right, but that's for a right of way, that's not construction,
Right here.
right?
No, 120 is for.
That's total? Okay, so what's this? So he's gonna come back shortly and say, oh, it's not gonna be 220, it's gonna be 325 per his.
That's correct. So what?
That has to stop. Like, tell us how much money you want, write the contract and be done with it. This is ridiculous.
So what he's asking for now is an additional money for construction. The agreement that y'all did last month or last week, whatever it was, didn't give them any additional money total. It just basically moved money around from different phases. There was no additional total guaranteed at that time. What he's asking for now is some additional funding in construction, which would in turn increase the total project match that we give overall of $105,000. Does that make sense?
No.
To Kim's point, this is something they do every day, and it should not be this clunky. Because it is wasting taxpayer money, because it is taking time away from you, the attorney, and everyone else involved.
It's taxpayer money all the way to the state level, because it's wasting his time going back and forth as well.
Why don't we say no?
They can scrap the project if we don't.
That's what he said.
Well,
We
then
got-
they don't get the federal match.
They can just shut down the project though, is what I'm saying, and not do the project at all. If we don't,
I'm pretty sure that
Do
they
what
would,
they
I'm
want.
pretty sure they'd have 6,000 people in the village, real unhappy.
Actually,
Maybe two.
it'd be people that aren't in the village, because most of them using it are not.
True.
Like, why did that?
True.
And it just inconveniences those who live in that
But,
area.
but this is what I'm talking about telling the state reps this. This is just wasting time and dollars.
Do you all want to give a future commitment of moving construction from 220 to 325 for a total of 105 increase?
No, I want to make them come back and ask for it.
Well, they are. I mean, they don't have the revised agreement, but that is what they're asking.
Then
for.
I'm not doing it until I'm not doing anything until they send me an agreement that has everything in it. I mean, if they want the money, then let's do the agreement. Like, let's do it, because they're sending us this agreement. We're spending attorney's fees on Chaplin, and then they're gonna send us another agreement, and we're gonna. I mean, and
all right. So can we do this? Can we have our senator say to them, "Look, guys, you guys are screwing around with these folks. Let's just get this thing done. Lean on them to get their ducks in a row at DOT so that they can give us a realistic agreement that we can digest and then make a decision on." I mean, is that something that's in the realm of him? Just like, look, guys, let's get this together. Can he put some pressure on to?
I can tell him that, but to Sean's
Okay.
point, the funding applications start, I think, March 1st, and they close on April 1st, I believe. Hang on.
Okay, so there's time for
We
you
write
to
a contract for
make a
them
call.
that if this doesn't happen, then they're responsible for putting two officers there in perpetuity until it does happen. And then it's off our hands.
I mean, I'm about done with dealing with Sean. I mean,
Meanwhile,
the
they're
amount
on
of
contract.
customer service that you have gotten has
I mean, I feel
been
They're not our roads anyways.
ridiculous.
At the end of the day, they're not our roads.
Well, I feel like that our state representatives that we voted for could do a little bit of leaning on
I've read
DOT to get their ducks.
I enjoyed it.
I don't need to read it again.
This is totally unprofessional on DOT's part, and I think that maybe that should be something that should be pointed out by our
That's what I'm
elected
saying,
officials.
like, is it our guy, or is it his guy too, or, I mean,
And keep in mind what they said. Give us a chance to take a stab at this before you guys go committing. Didn't they not say that? About moving forward then, give us a chance.
How hard, listen, we can raise all the hell we want about DOT, but have you been to DMV lately? Have you been to the post office lately? Nothing's gonna change on that. So what can we take control of that it doesn't go back to the state? Can we make the appropriate changes? Christina, you've basically said you know what they're asking for. Can we tighten that up and send it back to them and say, is this exactly what you're looking for? If it is, let us know, and then, because we don't want to continue to go back and forth. And I know that puts more work on us, but I mean, at the end of the day, to Andy's point, they don't give it. They don't listen.
No,
He's
I
asking for
understand.
$105,000, and it's gonna have to be a future amended agreement. So at the end of the day, he wants $105,000 to put in construction, and then we will have to do that modified agreement.
We understand that, but the thing is that we've already agreed to an amount. Then they come back in another month and say, oh, we want to revise this, we want more money. And 2 months from now, they're gonna come back and say, oh, we forgot about this, we need another 50,000.
Yeah.
And then when construction starts, there's gonna be overrun costs, and we're gonna be into $500,000. And that's not where we wanna be. We don't wanna keep getting these surprises and trying to figure out where we're gonna pull money from to keep this project going, because they keep holding it over our head that, well, we can just scrap the project and you just won't get it if you don't do what we say. And that's not fair to us, holding us
especially
hostage.
because we're giving money towards it.
Right.
Like, we're helping to fund this. Like, granted, we're not paying for all of it, but it's also not our road. Like,
Well, in an email that I had sent to Sean earlier this week, you know, it's almost like we're being penalized because they sat down and waited a year or two. And
Yeah,
now
I saw
project-
that. That was good, by the way.
but he doesn't respond to it. He just ignores it.
Right, but I'm glad she brought up the point, because it is factual, and it's when we when we contributed to this roundabout down here, we gave them the $500,000 up front, and it was done. They drug it out. They ended up incurring more costs, but it was all on them. The agreement was written, the money was transmitted, and it was done. It took them 4 years to build it. We didn't have any control over it, but they didn't come back and say, well, you know, costs are higher now. It's 4 years later. Now you got to pony up more. That wasn't.
They
why
kind
is
of
it-
did.
Did they?
Oh yeah,
We had an overrun.
Did we have a little overrun?
Oh yeah.
But it wasn't all of this back and forth
No.
crap. It was
No.
one time, and then it happened.
So are they doing this because that was a learning curve? I can't imagine that, because there have been so many other deep roundabouts done. I mean, it'd be interesting, maybe bring that up at WUMA, of the other municipalities and how much frustration they're dealing with at because they're doing roundabouts too, in Weddington and all that, and find out and get into the weeds on that. It'd be good to know if it's just us, because these state representatives need to know that. If it is just us, you know, because years ago they used to talk about that it was Marvin, specifically Marvin, they would call out our town, about, you know, that there were these battles, and it could have been from a previous council. Now you got a
It
council
was.
that's, yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
But are they carrying it to us now because of past
That's my point,
experiences?
that's my point, and to some extent, the county commissioners and how that all was viewed and stuff. Well, we're trying to create relationships here, but, you know, fair is fair.
Well, they don't want a relationship. I mean, let's be clear. That my only point in all of this is, what can we do? What part of this can we control to make it easier on the process? We know they're going to clunk it. They're going to make it miserable for us to begin with. Nothing involved. So can we hand them something to say, okay? And there's if you say yes, we'll give you the $105,000. But
With understanding, it can't come back.
right, I mean,
Yeah.
but this is the contract. So
Right.
here it is, because again, I don't want us to get caught in a stalemate because they're acting the way they've acted for 100 years.
But to the state representative's point, it says, do you really want to trust DOT?
No, I don't want,
But that's my whole point. But the contract is not really worth the paper that it's written on.
It's not.
Because
They'll be like, well, we're gonna
keep
change
bringing it
it.
back and they change
But-
the rules. They
but
move the
we could,
goalposts.
but then as you sit down and say, we wrote the contract to send it back to them because we couldn't wait for them because they kept changing it. They signed off on it. We gave them the money. We did everything we could possibly do not to slow anything down. Now you go help us out. Now we've just given them ammunition to go fight a fight for us. And that doesn't mean that we can't still, leverage them to do the fight. But I don't want to sit here. It's frustrating. It's extremely frustrating because how many times have we seen all this? And how many times has the number changed? But is there something simple? And that's just and if it's not simple, if it's complex and we got to send it to Chaplain, we got to get all of this other
Everything's
stuff
gotta go to
done.
Chaplain.
But I'm just saying, if it's complex to make what we believe the contract should look like, waiting for them to get it to us, we just go ahead and get it to them and say, here it is.
They're not gonna sign a contract that we initiate. I'm 99% sure of that. I mean, I can ask them, but I highly doubt they will.
So what you're asking for in the next meeting in the consent agenda is for us to move the $105,000 that they're asking for,
It's not to move, it's to appropriate an additional 105.
which gets us to the 325?
Correct.
Yes.
Mhm. You've already moved the 105.
Okay, so now this is an additional
The 105
105.
that you moved last
I
week
think this is bullshit.
is not additional money.
I
It's just
know.
moving.
Yeah.
They moved the goalpost because of
But-
time
hold
that
on.
it took and.
But this other 105 that we're moving, or that we're appropriating, is that in the contract? And then we're done?
Hang on.
I'm so
Let me explain it.
confused.
I would set this as.
Hold on, let Christina answer.
I know, but I'm just gonna make a comment while she's, the thing, I would set this as a priority one, before we do anything, that we have them, our state representatives address this specific issue about the back and forth and what expectations, because if they're telling us they're trained to say no, they're gonna keep, this is not gonna end. Okay, and we've already experienced one roundabout and what the adding cost. This is never going to end. There's always going to be something, and the unknown is the next hurricane, the next pandemic, or whatever it is that they're going to make an excuse that delays the progress of it, and then we're back at, oh, we're going to do this again, or we're going to pull the plug from you. Is what's going to happen. I'm telling you right now.
Well, plus if the state's gonna try to find some money for us, then why are we appropriating another $105,000 until we see if they can get us some money?
Okay, let me explain this real fast. If you look at the PowerPoint presentation, you see where it says initial match?
Yep,
And in right of way, it says 15,000.
yep.
If you match that same number up with what's in your new agreement, that right of way went from 15,000 to 120,000.
Right, so it's 105.
So the construction in your PowerPoint says 205. If you match that up with the current agreement, it says 100. So you basically pulled $105,000 out of that construction. You moved it up to right of way so that they can get started on the project and start securing the land acquisition. But that leaves them short in the construction now that they've identified, and they're asking to put another 105 back into that construction.
So that was the contract just to last week, just to move it?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this. Is there a way we could say, all right, we're gonna give you the $105,000. However, we have a stipulation that at no point can you come back to us other than the overrun cost of the, because we already have that agreement in place. If it costs $500,000, we're splitting the bill with them, $250 apiece. But you cannot, the stipulation going back says they've agreed to this under this agreement that you can't come back for anything, any right away, you name it, whatever you want to throw us, we're done. And
Until the overrun.
Unfortunately, we're bound by a 50% overrun share, so it doesn't matter what it is, we have to pay 50% of whatever it is.
And it's not at the end, it's of the whole project, so.
I thought it was at the, after the,
No, it's, so if
the
the whole
actual
project right
construction
now is
cost.
$1 million and in 2 weeks it's $1.5 million, we're on the hook for another 250. Correct?
That's right.
Yep.
Part of this is I don't understand why we're paying $500,000 for an acre of property.
Well, good luck, because that's
Property values aren't that high in Marvin.
Because that's proprietary information per the DOT.
But what I'm saying is
That
it's
may
an
be one of the
unrealistic
more
number.
ridiculous
Public
thing
funds,
I've ever heard.
don't we get to know what they're paying for this?
You do afterwards, but
it's-
they'll use it in a negotiation if they know how much that they're willing to offer.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Correct? I mean, that's how that email went.
Yeah, man, I understand that, but the amount of money that's being appropriated for this acre of total is a lot of money.
I mean, even raw land at, commercial land isn't that much.
No, people are asking $70,000 an acre.
Well, that's what they're asking.
That's,
An acre, but they've got 500,000. Like,
that's my biggest contention is that's where this big money is coming from is right of way.
so if they see that there's $500,000 in the pot, don't you think that whatever their first offer is going to be rejected because they know they've got 5 landowners or 4 landowners right there, and they're like, well, there's 500,000 in there, so I'm going to be able to get at least.
Oh yeah, well, but there's what, 10 total? 12 total.
No,
12 what?
no.
12 total properties that are impacted by that. We went through and looked at the map at the retreat. Remember, there's 12 properties impacted by the roundabout, and that money is split between all of them. But they said it's a total acreage of 1 acre.
Is it 12?
Mm-hmm.
It might be,
There's
one property owner might own 2 of them or something. The numbers don't
Dang.
close, but.
Is it on
We
here?
counted them on the map. When they put that map up in the presentation, we counted them. There's 12 landowners
I'm not sure, but
impacted.
they do reimburse at the highest rate possible, at the highest and best use. So if it could potentially be rezoned for commercial or it had potential to be commercial, they would give them the rate at a commercial rate.
But even then, it's not that amount.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It's not $500,000 an
Yeah.
acre.
No.
I mean, and the going rate for, I thought, and depending where that commercial is, I mean, like a Waverly versus somewhere like this, that's not gonna command as much.
It's 8?
I wanna say it was in the,
12.
I'll still go back to,
I'd love to get $500,000 an acre for anything.
listen, I get it, but the more this thing just kicking the can down the road, we continue to pay $8,000 a year for somebody standing there with a flashlight.
Don't forget the ones,
So the sooner we can get this done, whether there's heartache involved in it or not, we can eliminate what's going on down there.
All right, so what are we doing? Then we're going to give
No.
them $105,000,
you
and
gotta
then they're
include the other
coming back
house
to us
going
with
ahead
another.
because of the
contract?
widening of the lanes approaching on both ends. That's where you're getting your extra ones. Because the lanes widen on way down the road and it impacts more.
I still think you, before we assign anything, they are the ones that told us, let us take a stab at this.
Other direction as
So
well.
the $105,000 that was in there for a budget amendment has nothing to do with anything I just discussed. It's all about the agreement that we just did
What we've
last.
already signed.
Yes.
Okay.
So the
we've gotta do
105
this.
that's in there is just literally moving the money from one account to another. We just didn't have the budgetary authority to write the check because it's not something we budgeted for. So
We got to move it.
we gotta move it.
All right, and we've already signed the contract to move it, so that's a moot point.
Yes.
But anything going forward, so you just need to start talking to Todd and David and saying, listen, we're getting jerked around left and right. Here's our list.
But the 105 that I've just talked about is, it just so happens to be the same exact number. That is an additional amount of money that he wants to put into the contract.
The
So,
new contract.
yes, the 105 will have to be approved at the consent agenda at the next meeting because that agreement's already binding. But I'm asking today, do you want to contribute another 105 for construction?
No, but we're gonna have to.
That's the thing, is
I
they
don't
keep
want
dangling
to,
this
but-
over our head. It's like either you do it or we
Yeah.
just scrap the project. So
That's
we're
where,
screwed.
So do they need an answer on that
Yes.
right now?
Yes. They need an answer on that because in order for them to have a favorable application on the grants that they're asking for that open on March 1st through April 5th, they need to know if we're committed to that extra 105.
Do you want?
I will say, I'm gonna go ahead and make this note, if those funds aren't secured, they are going to come back and ask for some more money in construction, potentially up to $340,000.
So let me ask this, if we do that, are we in a position then to go back to our representatives and go, all right, we're not cutting another nickel. You need to go to Union County, those other representatives from Union County that are there, and the state, and these other municipalities, and go, you know what, we've invested all we can invest right now.
Sure, we can do that, but again, we're bound by that 50% override.
I get it, but that doesn't mean that
We
I know
can't
we're
go
bound.
find that 50% from somebody else, like the state, from our state rep.
In reality, you know, we should be going to the Waxaws, the Weddings, whoever.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we do that,
Waxaw's not gonna pony up diddly squat if they didn't help us out with the officers 4 years
No,
ago.
no, no, I understand that, but at the end of the day, that's what's the push from the county.
but you got, that's what
County.
Dennis Rape
What'd you make
and,
out
what's his name?
Pounds, that's what they should, I know.
How many did you?
It was 8.
So when someone says, well, you got, what have you guys done? What, we've given everything that we can
It was-
give. We've written the check, we've done all this stuff.
I really think Union County needs to step up to the plate.
I do too, I said that at the retreat.
So, do y'all want 105 or no?
No.
To
but we
opinion
got
to be,
to.
I would say I would not approve it at this time,
Yeah,
but
the
I
bulk
would
of it's
strongly
for our
recommend that you
Lockdown.
go
Take,
either
like half of
to the county commissioners to put it on their agenda to help us out with this, understanding the background, and then also the two representatives that said, let us take a stab at this, because we're trying to negotiate in, but we are negotiating at such a disadvantage because we have no control of anything.
I agree. Do they want a written confirmation that we're willing to pony up 105?
I mean, he just emailed me and asked me.
Sure, we can say sure we're in. As long as,
So I
as
don't-
long as it's not a signed contract, and then they can get their funding, and then we'll be like, we're gonna let the state figure it out.
I say, I
Right?
don't know why we can't push Union County to go back to Union County and to any these other ones that are impacted by it, and go, you know what? Is there a way that we can get 70,000 from between Union County, Weddington, Mineral Springs, Waxhaw, and the rest of it? 70,000 on something that they go through more than the Marvin people do.
Do you think that the members of WUMA would be open to that?
Well, I mean, they have to understand that this is, it's not all, like I would say, we have a lot more people of them coming through than we have of Marvin people coming to us
Right.
through their roads.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah, it does. And
So-
I just wonder, you know, it's like, I wonder how they're gonna receive that.
Nobody wants to spend money if they don't have to, but the
Right.
reality is it really comes down to, you're not gonna get it from the municipality, but you should get it from the county. You should get it from the county.
We
But
should
leverage
get it
the
from
county to go back to them. We shouldn't have to go back to them.
Right,
That's the
right.
county. Let the county go to them and say, you know what, I know this is a bad conversation, but you guys are gonna have to help because your constituents are the one that's going through it. Because I guarantee you, if we just said, you know what, turn this into a toll road. How many people in Waxhaw and Weddington and how many people would just jump up and down and raise hell? How they can't do that? Oh, they can.
But it's also unincorporated Union County, because you've got PDS, Ladera, Gates of Ainsley.
yeah, exactly.
Anybody
That's
down
what I'm
by
saying,
somewhere,
it is, a lot of it's unincorporated, PDS is one big one.
I
Ladera, all those are.
I
they're
get it,
all-
but
right
at
here.
the end of the day,
It's representation without taxation.
So, okay, so wait, Christina, we have the 105 that we've already signed the contract for. I wish there were different numbers. That we just need to move and do the consent agenda to write them the check. We've already committed to that. We have a
Yes.
contract. They are
Yes.
now asking us if we would be willing to commit another $105,000, but they are not asking us to put that into a contract.
Not yet.
So say sure.
No, I'm saying,
Say
say
sure,
no.
they're gonna send a contract.
I'm just
out.
saying, we hold the line and we start getting like them and say no. I just,
But then they go out for their financing or their whatever, and they don't have ours, so they charge us $340,000 instead of 105.
Yeah, so the reason they're asking for the additional 105 is so that when they go ask for grant funding, they can say, the village is committed to this, or our matches line up with what it is that your grant requirements are, can you give us some additional money? With the hope that they're gonna give us $300,000. and they're gonna look at it and they're gonna say, yep, absolutely, and at that point, we would do a modified agreement to commit the 105, or at that point, they would say no, and the DOT would come back and say, all right, we need another 340, not 105.
Tell them we'll commit to 50,000.
Does that make sense?
Find the other 50 at county.
Yeah. Yeah, go back with a little.
Well, but again,
Negotiate.
but listen to what she's saying. She's just saying, because again, it's in different buckets right now.
Correct.
And we're just taking out of one bucket and putting it into another. We've already committed to it. We don't have a choice in that. All we're just saying is, at some point in time,
But we're moving buckets, but we're also adding.
Now we're adding $105.
$205,000 numbers there.
listen, we could scrap the whole conversation and go, you know what, we'll just get to it whenever North Carolina feels like doing it. And then where are we at?
The 105 that we're talking about for the budget amendment, that is a reallocation. That's the moving the buckets.
Got it,
You've already committed to that.
got it.
The 105 I'm asking for now is to make our application more favorable to the federal funding that they're gonna request.
We're not writing any checks.
Not writing any check for that. We're not signing any
In
agreement
that
today.
interim, in that time, we can still go to Union County and we can still go to the state and go,
To raise
to
it
Kim's point.
105.
Yeah, I'll change it, I'll put it in there, and then when it comes time to pay, go, shit, you know what, I never got a commitment from anybody else. And now, you know what, we'll scrap the whole thing, and so the only thing we're doing is saying, sure, pencil us in for another 105.
It's
pencil
not
us
a
in.
legal binding email. I mean, it's literally a
Right.
legal
Right.
email.
Right, because they're not gonna write the contract until they get the grant
Correct.
commitment. So then at that point, a month down the road, we'll maybe have some answers from some other people.
Right.
I can email him back and say the village is willing to contribute 105 pending we get some additional funding from the county or the legislators, which we will highly encourage over the next couple of months. So
Yep.
go ahead and pencil us in for it and let us know what happens when you get your answer back.
I'm fine with
And
that.
this way, ours is sort of contingent.
That's what I'm saying, say sure, as long as we don't have to sign a contract, I'm fine.
And by the way,
When we bring it up at Wilma, I'll let you.
but I don't think you should have to bring it up at
No,
one.
I mean,
That's
There's
what
neighboring
Union County's there.
municipalities that.
No, I get it.
Union County will be there.
Oh, so hell yeah, you guys
They're
bring
going there
that up.
every week.
Oh.
Now, they're attending every meeting.
You know why? Cause they don't.
They don't,
So
yeah,
should I,
they're worried about
should I
what we're
bring it
talking
up
about.
that the
Listen,
TFC has?
you know what, our other option,
True.
which is very realistic with us, is we're gonna go ahead and take over we're gonna take over Newtown Road. Okay, what does that mean? Cause there's gonna be a toll booth at the one that's in it, the one that
I'll
exits.
stand out there collecting money.
Yep, and you know what?
Take turns.
And when your constituents come to you and say, I'm paying $5 every day just to go from there to there, less than a mile, you know what? You'll come up, you know what? I think you could probably find $20,000. But
$5,
you're talking about
that's
$20,000.
Take $20.
Mm-hmm.
Make
If you
it
got
hurt.
20,000 from Waxhaw and
20 bucks.
We wanna pay for our heritage district with the money too, so might as well make it 20.
$20.
I'm all for letting
Oh,
her.
wait, never mind.
Yeah.
Say sure, and then let's work on it on our end, trying to get these.
Joe, I'm in agreement with you. I mean, I don't want to spend a nickel.
Me neither.
But if you're just asking me to just say,
Sure.
would you commit to?
Yeah, on condition that
Pencil
we
me
get-
in for it.
Yeah, consider us a participant in this, providing that we get cooperation with whether it be county or other municipalities or the state to help us with this. Because at the end of the day, you can kind of circle back to, we have already spent $400,000 in just moving traffic the last 5 years.
Yep.
Taking care of Union County
Yeah,
residents.
taking care of Union County residents.
I still
And that includes our residents right here.
I still want
Providence
Joe
Towns,
out
if
of
you're
that
listening.
corner with a clipboard and stopping every car and saying,
So-
where do you live? Where do you live? What neighborhood are you in?
Oh, we could
Should I-
make that happen just through taking
sticker.
pictures of license plates.
No. Give them a
We
sticker.
get that.
They scan, just like going into Seabrook. You got a sticker.
Yeah,
You scan
yeah.
it.
If you're a Marvin resident, you get no charge,
Right.
right? But if it's a toll booth, you're gonna get charged just like they did the fees that they're the fees that they forced on us when nobody wanted these toll roads. That you're forced now to. Well, you're not forced. You can go another way, which is what
Right,
we're
so you can
encouraging.
go another way.
Right, you can go another way, or you can pay the fee. But if you happen to live in Marvin, guess what? It's free.
Yep.
Do we put the
We
tolls
already
at all
paid it.
three
It's
roundabouts?
not free, we just paid it in
You're
advance.
right, yeah, we've already paid
Why
it.
not? We paid for them.
Yeah, I think we
So-
put tolls at all three roundabouts.
Should I bring this up to the county commissioners today?
Yes.
That they've asked for another $105,000?
Yeah.
Alright.
So,
I will.
yeah, now try and get to that meeting. I'm just gonna be late. I'm probably rolling in around 4:30-ish.
But you know-
Where
but
is
you
it?
know-
Did we determine where it is?
No, it's Wesley Chapel.
It
It's
was,
in Wesley Chapel.
But their response to that, Andy, is gonna be, well, what about our interlocal agreement?
Or what?
Water and
The
sewer.
water and sewer, the interlocal, because that's all they were talking about at our meeting, by
Right.
the way. All right, that's not on topic, sorry.
So
Sure,
I'm going to
tell
send
them
an
that
email.
we'll pencil us in.
We'll consider it.
So everybody agrees that I'm gonna send an email that says basically, commit us in pending that we get,
Yep,
Some sort of assistance through
yeah.
the county or other,
The state or other
Municipalities.
municipalities.
or resources.
Other reasons.
everybody's.
No,
in
don't
agreement.
put 105 in, just
And
say,
don't even put a number to it.
yeah.
Okay.
Some. We're not saying it has to be 50, we're not saying it has to be 75, we're not
And
saying
if they
20
wanna read
may work.
into it as 105, then they can.
It's part of the negotiation.
What do you think, Bob?
And if they give you any blowback with that, you just say, look, we're looking at this as a negotiation. Because that's truly what it is. We've got to reach out, and we haven't done our due diligence through our own people who sat in our retreat and said, give us a stab, give us a chance to do a stab at this. Because we don't know what we don't know. Maybe they have some pull and some ties that they can find money. Squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Okay. You good, Bob?
I'm good. I agree with what you said. I mean, a meeting and a half ago when I was sounding crazy talk and I said, put a Billy Goat Scruff over across the bridge, put a three-way stop sign and be done with this. And I'm at the point right now, okay, I like what James is saying. We'll play with you. We'll commit to 105. Okay. But basically, if they start coming back and our avenues with our official, state officials don't work. We need to move on from this. And we've been waiting. The citizens have been waiting 3 years for this stupid route.
Oh, longer than that.
And
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
and what ticks me off? Governor Cooper is the CEO of our state, and he has people that report to him. And when we're getting bad service, he needs to know that a department, as a CEO, is not operating properly. And it needs to go up the ladder. The heck with John. Go up the ladder.
That's what
But
I
anyway,
said.
I'm agreeing with y'all.
Okay.
Alright.
Thanks, Bob.
I don't want to be accused of being a poor negotiator, and that's all I'm looking at this. So this is part of a negotiation. You're asking, we're saying, well, okay, if. All right, moving forward. You clear there? We're good? All right, moving forward, number 9 on items of discussion. Discuss and consider applicants for appointment to the planning board for a term commencing 3/1/2021 and expiring 3/1/2024.
okay, so you have 2 applicants. Parag Patel, who was appointed to the Board of Adjustment last year. When he applied, he said he was also interested in the planning board. We checked up with him and he is still interested. And our other applicant is Thomas Buddy Morgan. His paperwork is in your agenda packet. Do you have any questions? You had a chance to talk to any of these applicants?
I did not have a chance, but I didn't see that in
The water sewer guy.
Mm-hmm.
okay. In 12, Fountain, Patel. See, I'm at 53, so he's on that side.
It's the new big house.
Oh, that big White House?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That modern looking one on the hill?
Yeah.
Big
With
house.
the garage that comes off diagonal.
He knocked down McCabe's house and,
Right,
yeah.
right.
Mhm.
So we're appointing one or both?
You're
One.
picking one of them, one of the 2.
But if we put Parag on the planning board, then we could ask Buddy if he would like to be on the Board of Adjustments.
Board of Adjustment is full.
Well, if we take Parag off, then no.
You can't remove them.
if we put them on planning
They
board.
can hold up to 2 appointed offices, and Board of Adjustment members can only be removed with cause.
Oh,
Unless he would like to resign.
That's a discussion for another day.
Well, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, he
Yeah.
could, if he felt like planning board was gonna be more than Board of Adjustments, then he could resign from one and move to the other.
But he also is not required to do that because he
He's
can't.
not
Because you
required,
can't
but
hold
it
two
is at
appointed
his
offices.
option, so that is a possibility he could do
You
that.
know, the other candidate?
The other candidate actually was on the WebEx earlier, but
Okay.
it's like they might have dropped off after lunch.
yes, he is a resident of my neighborhood.
Okay.
He's a nice guy. Came in a couple times, talked to me in Rohit about a couple things.
If, my suggestion, if you guys haven't talked to either one of these gentlemen, my suggestion is to take the next week and a half and call them and chat with them.
That's what I would like to
We can
do.
put this on the regular
And we
meeting.
can put it on the meeting, the regular meeting to vote.
They got a phone number, both of them?
Yeah,
It's on there.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's where I'm at right now because I have not had a chance to reach out to them.
Okay.
Bob,
You good with that?
you wanna reach out? Okay. You guys okay with it? Okay, so we'll move forward and we won't make a decision now. Hopefully we'll be able to do that at the next regular meeting. So we're gonna table that
That's
to the
fine.
regular meeting and hopefully a decision by then. Next up, we have discussion of resolution to oppose the Aventon apartment complex.
All right, so I have a draft resolution in the packet. If you've got a chance to read it and like it, I'd like to get some direction to put it on the March 9th meeting for adoption. This is, a resolution that other municipalities have supported in the same way that we have supported other municipalities in opposing high-density developments in the unincorporated county near to them. That's all I really have to say to it. I'm sure you all are familiar with this project.
If you're not, you're
Did
looking
you see
for-
the letter that Mr.
Becker,
Decker
Yeah.
put together for
Yeah,
the
that was good.
cat commissioners?
yeah, that was good.
Very in-depth and stuff. I thought that was very good.
Oh, I've also put myself, basically, the planning board, and I was gonna give you this in an update too, my planner's report, but the planning board is going to see the Abington, rezoning proposal on March 2nd, and I've submitted a statement, just an official statement from Marvin.
Union County.
Not our
Board.
planning board,
Yes, just to be clear, yes, for the record, it's Union County,
because it's not
So
in
it's-
Marvin.
Union County Planning Board.
So because Union County Planning Board is seeing that on March 2nd, which I saw the notice go out through our communications, I would actually like to adopt this resolution today and present it to them before they have that meeting on the 2nd.
Agreed. Sure.
So I'm good with the language. I mean, if anybody else has some suggestions, but I would actually like to adopt this today and have Joe sign it so that it can be presented before that March 2nd. That's what I had on here.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm
Sure.
all in on that.
Because after the 9th, I mean, they may make the decision to approve it. Not that they would, but I'm just saying it could happen and this may help them say, you know what, this really doesn't fit into.
And again, even though we typically have not done this kind of thing where we're making this kind of a decision at a work session, I think it's.
I know we're done.
We may need to
Because-
reopen the agenda to add consideration because discussion was all that was on here.
Give consensus on direction for resume. Okay, all right, well.
So do you want to do that?
Yeah,
Okay, so we'll need a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda.
okay. I'll make a motion to suspend the rules so I can amend the agenda.
To add
So moved.
To add,
I'm sorry.
consideration
yes.
To consider adoption,
To
yeah.
consider adopting the resolution.
as 2021-0301.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
motion passes.
Okay,
And
so,
again, this is clearly just because of timing that we're doing this, because I hate to make decisions
Yeah.
like this. So.
And this
Thank
is
you.
normal. Yeah, you're good.
so we're good?
It's adopted.
Okay, so
Wait,
now.
did they make the vote or did
Do
they
it.
just?
They haven't voted yet.
No, hold on,
No,
hold on.
no.
So what we did was made a motion to suspend the rules. We did
To add
that. So now
consideration, you
I,
got the, yeah.
Yep.
so now I'd like to make a motion to add to the agenda consideration to approve the resolution to oppose the Abington conditional rezoning request, which is RS 202103. Well, I guess it would be 02.
It was, it's, yeah, it is, it's 02.
25, right?
It should be 0201. The end number is just the number of resolutions passed in that month. So it should be 01.
01?
Actually, hold
Hold
on.
on, you gotta check.
I need, actually, let me check that number real
Other
fast.
resolutions this month.
The number's really internal, but let me check.
And just so y'all know, I tried to change this like a long time ago. It does not matter what the resolution number or ordinance number is at the time that it's being presented. So if y'all want to eliminate us to putting those resolution numbers on, like before you're seeing them, it doesn't really matter. We can do it on the back end.
Oh, okay. All right, well then.
It's much easier that way.
Okay.
As presented, the resolution as
As
presented.
presented.
How about that?
Okay, as presented.
But since we're doing it this way, let's go ahead and,
Okay.
but for future purposes, if y'all want us to do that, we.
02, okay.
0201.
0201.
Mhm. Yeah, you're good.
0201.
Yeah, moving forward, I agree.
Yeah, I do
That
too.
works for us. That's,
Okay.
So we're at a motion on the table, further discussion? All in favor?
Alright.
So now we've amended the agenda. Have you already do the motion to adopt?
Yep.
Okay, so you're good.
I made a motion to amend the
To
agenda,
suspend the rules to
to
amend,
suspend the rules to amend it, so then we amended it, and then I made a motion to,
adopt it.
yes, to put it on there to consider it. Now we need to consider it. Now we need to vote on it,
Okay?
right?
Yes.
Three separate motions.
Yeah.
The first motion was to suspend
Suspend the rules.
Second motion was to add this to the agenda.
Yeah, and the
Now
third
we
one.
have
third motion
okay,
is-
so-
Isn't parliamentary procedure fun?
I know. So I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution RS 2021-02-01, the resolution opposing the Abington conditional rezoning request.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Can I just sign this for you now? Give it to you?
No.
No, we have to-
Because we gotta change the numbers.
Oh, yes.
And you gotta remove draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Just hang
just
tight.
stick around.
All right.
Stick around.
Trying to move things along here. All right, moving on, correct?
Yep.
Next up, we have a discussion of roadway median ordinance. Rohit.
Okay, so in this ordinance, I've just provided the revisions as discussed. You see guidelines have been changed to regulations, and should has been changed to shall, which makes this, it's regulatory, but there is also a provision for the engineer to be requested to consider if a median is, something that's different than what our ordinance can be applied to that median.
What's a median?
Median is any planting or curb or anything that's in the middle of the road, like in
So
between.
can we put stuff down here?
DOT road.
I mean, it's
They have to
still,
approve a planting.
right. This ordinance wouldn't allow us to do anything on DOT
Different, so
roads.
this is
Right.
all of our stuff, okay.
It's all our roads,
Okay.
right?
Okay. All right.
And I'm, again, just here
Yes,
looking consensus.
send it to the planning board.
Sure, thanks.
You're welcome. That's what you wanted, right?
That's all.
Okay.
Has to go through planning board because.
Send it to the planning board, Rohit, it looks good.
All right,
So then once planning board approves it, then basically we can just do a thumbs up, right?
Right.
Since we've already seen it and looked at it? Okay.
It could even be in the consent agenda when it comes to you.
Fantastic.
If they don't make
I
any major changes.
love consent agenda items, they're my favorite.
Great.
next up, we have discussion of statement of economic interest and code of ethics forms.
Okay, so these are due in April and they're coming in steadily. You can check Jamie and Andy off the list. They got theirs into me.
Good job, guys.
I held them hostage.
Good job.
I actually came in and said, is there something I can sign? He said, absolutely.
There's always something you can sign. I'm still waiting on Bob, but I haven't seen him yet. So still working on that. Still working on the PRGs. Most of the planning board's already in. A few more with the Board of Adjustment, and I've still got to work on the committee. But staff's got all of theirs in. I'll give you guys another update on this at the end of April, the work session when we don't have an April work session, do we?
No, just give us an update at the
May regular?
March meeting, and if we need to at the March work session.
Okay. Well, they're due at the end of April. They're due by the end of April.
I know, but then if you have continuously asked people for them and they're not responding, then we can put some pressure on
Okay.
the people that we know.
As we're-
Hey, Austin, if you could do me a favor, can you send those forms to me again on email? Can I do that online, or do I have to physically sign them and then scan them to you?
You need to sign them and scan them back to me.
Have them use your electronic signature
I don't have an electronic signature for
for him.
I only have that for the mayor and chairman.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you could send those to me, I'd be happy to get that done, okay?
And,
Yep.
Even if I have to take pictures.
And on that note, so we're checking boxes off. The CRTPO, I think, also requires one for any board members on, and different boards require that. But I know CRTPO, I haven't done mine for this year.
I haven't
yet.
been contacted by them.
I think
Yeah,
they've
they would.
extended it.
Okay.
They should do him.
Yeah, they would extend, they'd be reaching out to us. I'm not sure they ever get to you, but just a reminder that that's, figure out what we need to call for that. But anyway, if you are on some boards, they do require some sort of signature of statement of economic interest, so. Moving on, I assume,
Yes.
discussion of joint meetings with the planning and PRG boards.
Okay. So you used to have in your packet the results of the doodle poll, but I have since talked to everybody except one planning board member. So if you guys want to see the updated results, you should let me tell you.
No, just tell us.
The best dates that work are Monday, March 8th. There is no day for either board where everybody can be there, so someone's going to have to miss it. And so I picked the dates that worked. I picked the dates that had the most people attending.
Me too.
And so that's Monday, March 8th for the planning board. Bob said he couldn't be there for that day. Is that correct, Bob? He's muted.
Because I might be driving back down from Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to be that I couldn't be on the phone, you know? It's not like it's a big deal. I could be on the phone while
6:30 it looks
listening.
like.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just keep us in the loop, Bob.
Okay,
That's at 6:30?
That's the planning board, joint with planning board, Monday, March 8th, 6:30, time of a normal planning board meeting. All but Bob and Michael Lavelle would be able to be there. And that, yeah, they'll be here. Most of the planning board's most likely going to be completely virtual.
Okay, I would like, and planning board's gonna put together an agenda.
We're working on it.
Okay.
Well, this meeting will be before their next meeting, but we have some things, and I'll email the planning board, see if they just want to email me anything to add.
March
Yeah, we
8th.
talked about it at the last planning board meeting. What to talk about.
Yep.
Okay.
And then we have a special meeting on the 10th.
Yeah, it's going to be a marathon.
I got coffee with council on the 4th. Who I got coffee with council with?
Not me.
I'll
Probably,
have to look
it's
at the
probably Bob
schedule.
again who's gonna stand you up.
So,
There's no, they're never,
yeah.
y'all are never back to back two in a row like that.
it's a
So.
6:30 meeting on the 8th, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I may be a little late, but just because I'm almost driving.
The
The
10th
10th is a special meeting. It's just
at
to talk about
6:30.
financing for Village Hall.
At 6:30, hold on,
Is that
And-
an evening meeting on the 10th?
Hmm?
Is that a day meeting or evening? meeting?
6:30.
Evening, 6:30.
Oh, what
all-
is that a special meeting for what?
The 10th is a special meeting for the financing of
How do you
Village
guys
Hall
not know this stuff? Like
at
seriously.
6:30 p.m.
Put it in
Because-
the calendar.
We
I
haven't
know, but
prepared that yet.
if-
That's we've
if
not
they're
prepared
not
that.
We've
putting
already
it-
talked about it.
I understand that, but if he's not sending it to me where I can just accept,
But you said that you're not getting them anyway.
I know, but if you sent me something direct,
I haven't had a chance to draw up the documentation yet. It's on my list. I just haven't had a chance to get to it yet.
so.
That's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna get that done next week with
You guys
these joint
cannot
meetings.
rely on them to send you stuff. When we say a date, put it in your calendar. Pull out your little phone and put it in
What,
there.
that's what I have right now, so I'm
Okay.
asking, what is the meeting again?
Do y'all need a copy
Financing
of
for
the
Village
meeting
Hall.
schedule? Because it's all in the meeting schedule.
This
Y'all
is
want-
not in the meeting schedule.
That
These
is a
are
special
meetings?
meeting.
It's a special meeting. It's not in the special meetings. Don't go in the meeting schedule.
We don't know that they're coming up.
Um,
But just so you guys do know, the 9th, our meeting on the 9th starts at 5:30 because it's
The
the
budget.
budget.
Work
Right.
session.
I know that, I have that,
Okay.
but the special meeting for
I'll be late.
this is for what?
On the 10th is for
Financing.
financing
Village
Village
Hall.
Hall.
Scheduled for 6:30. Thanks.
And that's at what time?
Yeah,
6:30.
hang on. Let me just get this straight, okay? Because I got it all down here, but on the 8th, we're gonna be meeting with the PRG.
The planning board's on the 8th. It'll
Yeah.
be Village Hall and virtual at 6:30 p.m. The following day is the regular meeting and the budget work session starting at 5:30. And then on Wednesday, the 10th, is the special meeting for the financing of Village Hall.
At 6:30.
Oh,
6:30.
6:35.
got it, okay, got it.
Okay, now the second joint meeting with PRG. Out of the 4 dates, the one that the most people could attend was Tuesday, March 23rd. That is the same day as our bid opening. The bid opening's at noon, right, Christina?
Yeah.
It may be pushed back
You're
though,
gonna
based
have
off of
coffee
some
with
stuff.
council on that.
Yes,
Okay,
we do.
so but right, that's
It'll
the
be in the morning.
that's
This is
the
Parks Rec and Greenway.
So special meeting park PRG.
well the date that worked out the best for the most people was the 23rd. And once again, Bob said he couldn't be at this one. I want to make sure he's not getting left out. Hey Bob, are you still unable to make the PRG joint meeting if it's on Tuesday, March 23rd at 9 a.m.?
I'm fine with that. That was at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay. That was at 9 a.m. I can make that.
Okay.
I put in the 24th, but I can make that one.
Okay.
And that's at what time?
That'll be 9 in the morning. And
Ooh.
I know you
On
have
the
to be up in
23rd?
morning.
No, it's not that, it's just I had planned to be out of town, but, I mean, up until, I was planning to come in to be home by 6 o'clock. It's a different,
Can you call in?
That's 9 a.m.
I potentially could if I'm not gonna be able to make it, yes, I can call.
So we'll prepare these special meeting notices next week. I will need you to sign. I'll need the chairman to sign. If something's going on, let me know. I can just you can give me permission to use your electronic signature. Just if you want me to do that, you just need to email me, and I'll get in touch with you when it's time for that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So
Pass it along.
what did you pass? Okay.
That's the next item.
Oh, okay. So
No,
are there any questions about anything? We good?
Are you guys good with 9 o'clock on the 23rd?
That's the PRG's normal time.
Well, my standard alarm clock doesn't go off till 8:45.
So you'll be fine. 5 minute hair, teeth, change, you'll be good.
And the agenda for that meeting is pretty much already built out, so we should be good.
Oh, good.
Mhm.
We have an agenda for them already?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Y'all take one of those and pass it on.
Yeah.
There.
Joe,
Joe, what's
take
up?
one and pass it around.
I'm still putting in my meeting.
And
Do you need help?
No.
Do you want me to help you?
Does he need help? Is
Yeah,
that
I
a
yield back.
question?
I yield back. I'm good. That's all I needed.
So weird.
So
Hold on a minute.
I'll send you an
Hold
email about
on. Joe's not
WebExes.
paying a lick of attention.
coming around the
I'm not
table
done.
is some documentation that you're gonna need for the next item.
Oh, Lord.
That Rohit will explain whenever.
Joe's ready.
Oh, this is a doozy.
Alright, next up, we have discussion of gates and private roads ordinance.
Okay, so in the packet, I provided our streets and roads ordinance. That you'll look at section E and section J. So when people ask, I want my neighborhood to have a gate, why is Marvin not letting me? 1, section E says you can't have private roads, and 2, section J says, public roads can't be gated. So that means if anyone wants to pursue having a road gated, they would have to pursue a zoning text amendment first to change some of this section to allow either probably a change to both section E that does not allow private roads and section J just to clear up that we would allow private roads.
Why are we looking at this?
I've been solicited several times, the newest one being Innisbrook, that they want to gate their roads. And they basically want to, they want to move forward with whatever the procedure is. I'm not saying they as collectively as the whole subdivision, but some people are saying, okay, so if we were to go forward with every step needed, what are the steps? And the first step is to pursue a zoning text amendment that allows gates to become roads to become private, and then those private roads to be gated.
So, kind of interject.
Sure.
Okay, so I have been asked by my neighbors, so what happens? Why are gates allowed or gates not allowed? So I called Christina, I said, hey, are gates allowed? And she said, well, if you can't have a gate because you can't have gates on DOT maintained roads because you can't block a road. So we looked at J, and I interpreted J. This is the first when I got the packet is when I saw E. But J was what we were looking at, and J says, you can't have a gate if it's owned by the public entity. Well, the way that I read that is, if you own your street, if you say, hey, NCDOT doesn't have to take it, Marvin doesn't have to take it, I'll own my road, you can put up a gate. Then I see that we've got this private streets, reserve, I don't know what a reserve strip is, I get it, it's like an alleyway, but, so then I see this. Well, then, you guys have this packet, which says that you can have a private road and a gate
If you're a rural
if you're a rural subdivision. And we're gonna sit here and allow gates up on driveways and gates on other driveways. So my thing is, we need to be consistent across the board.
Gates on driveways is different than gating an entire neighborhood.
Hold on, but you also have other gates on neighborhoods that are within Marvin, Thurl Farms. You
Those
have-
were grandfathered in prior to.
Yep.
Oh,
Let me maybe I can add some clarity to this, because I spent a lot of time and a lot of HOA money. And I finally looked at the attorney, and the attorney said, unless you get 100% of the people in Innisbrook, let's focus on Innisbrook, unless 100% of the people in Innisbrook want to do that, you have to have 100%. The reason Firethorn couldn't do it, and the reason we went through it, and I wish you'd have told me this up front, he goes, when the developers of Firethorn took and filed their documents with the county, their deeds with the county, they basically said, public roads, it's a public thing. If they would have said, they could have said private, gated, and then they didn't have to put the gates up. It could still have been that, but the residents of the thing would have said they would have to do it. But I asked, and I said, so in other words, I have to have 100%, and I said, you can't get 100% of the people to agree that today is.
So let me fast forward that.
I wish I could finish a sentence or a thought.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just trying to be helpful.
I don't give a flying lick if Innisbrook puts up a gate or not. I don't care. Do I think we can get 100%? No, I don't. What I'm trying to do is make this all consistent. Because right now, this is not consistent. Nothing's grandfathered in. It's a non-conforming use of a thing. So nothing's grandfathered in. We've allowed Providence Downs there's 3 streets in there that are Marvin. We either need to say we can have gates or we can have no gates. We can't do this. Yes, you can have it on a rural subdivision. Yes, you can put it on a driveway because it's still a gate in Marvin. I have told my neighborhood information that was a little muddied because we were interpreting ordinances the wrong way. They want to know what the process is. I want to get it so that the process is clear, because this right now is not clear.
May I say something? I had one of your neighbors asked me for information about how Providence Downs got their gate, and it's long and complicated, and it doesn't even look like we formally even approved that. So
We don't have any control
yeah.
over it because it's not
yeah.
on Marvin roads where the gates are.
But
It's on- yeah.
but there are still Marvin residents behind the gate. I don't listen. If you ask me
Well,
as
we
an
have no
individual
control over
person,
that. They're in the county. We can't control what goes on their roads that lead into their
It depends on
subdivision.
what stage you're doing it. If I'm gonna develop that property over there, and I haven't cut a tree down, I haven't done anything yet, when I apply with the state, with Union County, and I say that that's a gated, it doesn't have to mean I have to put it in. But you can't unring the bell. So Innisbrook is just like what Firethorn was. Now that you've already got it in there, and they're public roads, and they're all this other stuff, in order to do that, in order to make the change, because you've already agreed to having.
That road
So-
across,
so
hold on,
this-
that road across the street was public. So we unrung that bell with this.
Because 100% of the people back there said, we want that to be private. You can change all, because I went through all this and I was trying to explain it to the fire.
Again, I don't
They got
listen.
100% because
May
of our
I
family.
just interject
And they all
something
agree.
and give you an update, James?
Right.
So I agreed with you that the 100% because it's in the deed, you gotta get everyone to change the deed because that person can hold out and say, no, this was always.
Right.
However, there was some sort of workaround, because I guarantee you that they did not get 100% over at the most recent gate. We had 100 people show up and they were all gonna say the same thing. I said, look, I think we get your message. We're basically wiping our hands, saying we're not gonna get involved with this. If you can figure out a way to make that happen, then just make sure to work, we don't have any litigation coming at us, was our concern from the few
How was it-
people.
How was it initially, again, this
Yeah.
is simple.
Right,
How was it initially registered with Union County?
right, but it doesn't matter if
It's all
they did
about what
it.
stage.
Our
They did
neighborhood
it.
was
What they did is they put gates on both sides to eliminate. What Union County and they agreed to and stuff is whatever it is, but somehow they got it done without giving
Okay,
100%. Which
so-
I didn't think, I thought you were under the guise of
So
100%.
Jamie, you say, how was it done when they originally did the neighborhood, correct?
Right.
Innisbrook was private roads. We
Well-
just turned, so
No, I
you
get
say
it.
at the beginning, we
So,
just turned it over to the state a few years ago.
But you had some issues when there's a private road, but then your own developer.
see,
didn't
you could have
Stupid.
gated it at that point.
Right.
Because they were private roads and and there's a likelihood, I don't know, I'm gonna assume that whoever the developer was that presented it to the deed restrictions or however they registered with the county, that they probably put in there that private roads gated.
Yeah, that I don't know, but I'm
But
just saying, but
once
that's
you
what it
chose,
started
once
with.
you chose to do that, so I would just go back to Innisbrook and the residents and say, you screwed up when you let them go public.
Okay, so listen, again, I don't care if we get a gate or not, but why do we care if neighborhoods gate?
Access.
You can get out, I mean, there's plenty of neighborhoods in here
I
that,
think you're gonna find it, I think those that have
I don't
gates.
think it's gonna pass in my neighborhood, but I'm asking the question, because if you ask me personally, I think, great, gate every single neighborhood, we don't have, the Village of Marvin does not have to maintain the roads. You guys maintain it, good by me, like, I mean, me personally, I don't see what the big deal of having gates are.
As a home buyer, that's the upfront question they need to ask. My community that I'm moving into, how is it been registered with the county? And if the registration has been that a private road is gated, then whether they put up a guard shack or they put up a gate or whatever they do.
But why can't
Doesn't
a
matter.
neighborhood go to the state and say, give me our roads? What does Marvin care?
Because once you deeded it public, then in order to do it, you gotta have 100% of the people.
I'm not
going-
worried about the legality of it.
Right.
If a neighborhood wants to do that, they can figure that out themselves. My question is, why does Marvin care if we put up a gate?
Oh, I don't care, because if they buy the land, what they do with their land.
But if a neighborhood says, I wanna put up a gate, I'll figure out legally how to do it, what does Marvin care? If they take their roads private, they say, Marvin, you don't have to maintain our roads, you guys are good.
I
What
don't
does
care.
Marvin
Well, I
care?
think it goes back to say, let's look at a development that hasn't been developed, 60-some homes, what's it,
Broadmoor.
Broadmoor, not being developed yet. And I think Kim is asking, do we have a problem if Broadmoor wants to come in, and again, it's.
I'm saying, if Innisbrook
Well,
comes and
hold on.
says, we wanna turn our road over, why do we care?
I think the reason why, because I recall this big fight.
I'm not asking
No,
for the reason now, I'm asking
No,
why,
no,
do we
why-
care?
No, but I think the reason why the ordinance was put in was because, and I think it still applies today, is the fact that Marvin Creek could gate Tom Short and keep that, and that road is designed to be able to flow traffic through Marvin Creek to Joe Carr. If there's a gate put up there that stops that traffic, people cannot use that, and that was the big fight why they stood their ground with that gate, because
Because it was always supposed to be, that was always scheduled for.
Yeah.
Right, those roads were built 4 lanes wide so that you could park
Okay,
on
but
it
you
and
have,
have.
but you
through
have one
traffic.
entrance, one exit. What does Marvin care if you have a gate?
Well, but the thing is you can't do for one that you don't
Why,
do
we're
for
doing
the
it now.
other. So
But
I
we're
think-
doing it now.
I think the whole reason why the ordinance still stands is because of that particular thoroughfare that
Okay, so you
needs
changed
to
it.
be open,
So
but
you say if you have one in, one out, and you guys wanna put up a gate, and you legally can figure out how your neighborhood does it, go right ahead. And then that's a
Yeah,
neighborhood
I
we
don't
don't have
have-
to take, then
I
that's a
don't wanna
neighborhood we
change
don't
the
have to
ordinance,
take on.
but if they meet the criteria to surpass the ordinance, then so be it. I can't tell them, I'm gonna put gates at the end of my driveway to keep people from driving through my yard.
Yeah,
It's very unnerving when you see somebody driving across your grass because they have no respect for your property.
yeah,
Otherwise, I wouldn't put a gate up there, but I've seen it multiple times.
right.
It's that kind of thing, but you know, putting gates on neighborhoods does not deter anybody from going in unless you're driving a car.
I'm not talking about why people wanna put them up, I'm asking that, this is,
Why we don't allow it
why,
in some
why
sort of
we don't
ordinance.
allow
Well,
it,
that's
and.
why, is Marvin Creek, that's why the ordinance is there, it's,
So
that's.
should we have one ordinance for one neighborhood that affects everybody else?
No, I think the ordinance should be plain and simple, cut and dry. It's not about Marvin. It's about how the developers put it into, register with the county. But again, it just goes back to what stage are you in? If you're in a new development, it's one thing. If you're in an existing development, even if you have two houses in a 200 lot thing, if those two houses say, you know what, no, we want it to be private, you can go back and change it. But if you have a 200 lot thing and 180 of them say, no, I want it gated, and you got 20 of them say, no, I don't want it gated, it ain't gonna happen.
But, which again,
But for
I'm not,
Marvin, it doesn't matter.
right,
I don't think it should.
but that's what I'm saying, like, if a neighborhood wants to figure it out, the legalities of it, they can go do that.
Yeah, I got no issue with
But,
that.
but if a neighborhood, Innisbrook, again, I don't care, like, I really don't care, I'm trying to get clarity, cause they are gonna be, I'm surprised I haven't gotten a
So
text to
then-
find out what's happened yet.
Then fast forward, I mean, we just talked about Marvin Creek, which that was always designed to be the access from one area to another, even though they said that wasn't. But can they come back, they're re-saying right now, if we change that, and you guys say you don't care, are we changing the thought process for a community like that to say, well, you know what, we're gonna gate it now? Or, and they're gonna be allowed to do
But
what
see,
they wanna
don't
do?
you think that Providence Downs was made to be a cut through from Marvin School Road over to Crane Road?
Yes, but we have no control because
No,
they're
I
in
know.
Union County.
I know, but I'm saying, but to that point is, don't you think that they had the same thought process?
Absolutely.
Providence
That
Road's
street
where?
that runs between
And
is
Providence
4
Town.
lanes wide and it was designed for a pass through.
Right.
But because it's in Union County, there was nobody to say, hey, let's be realistic about this. This is supposed to be a through street.
Yep.
And no, we can't put gates on it. But they went and they spent a lot of time and money
Oh,
getting
no, I
that
know they
done.
did.
And I was against it as well because it is designed to get from one side
So if
to
you
the
have
other.
if you have a neighborhood like Farrell Farms that has a gate that's not conforming, then, and it's got one entrance, one exit, like,
They're only
or
con-
Providence Glen, they have one entrance, one exit.
But they're only non-conforming because we grandfathered it. We didn't have any say in that, we just said.
Yeah, if the
hey,
gates
what
were
if
there
they-
before the ordinance was written, we can't enforce the ordinance on.
Okay, so
on
what
it.
we're saying is, the only
Same thing
gate
with
is
Sedgefield.
if it starts at the beginning of a development. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, because if you have a 200 plot development and you only have 10 people move in, but all 10 people want to do it, take it, maintain the roads, they're private and it's gated, then all 10 can change it from a public community to a private community.
So if everybody in Innisbrook says, you know what, we want the gate,
Yep,
then we go to the state and we say, we're taking our road private, Marvin, you guys are out of it, we're putting up a gate.
yep.
Yeah.
No, because it says
That's
Marvin
the
doesn't
workaround.
allow gates. You can't do that.
It's because
Because we don't allow private streets. So they can't.
well, that's true. They don't allow that. The ordinance says no private streets.
And that's a private street
It's,
that we made private.
but that's a rural subdivision, which is the only exception.
Well, that too is my point, is that we shouldn't have one thing, one place and another thing another
Then
place.
if you wanna clean that up, I'm fine with us cleaning it up, but I'm just telling you, it's very cut and dry. It is as black and white as can possibly be.
Well-
It's,
So according to this, okay, and now I just want to clarify this because this also affects me. So if we change this from, and being that I live in a subdivision, Pine View, even though it's not treated as a subdivision, does it still apply to that subdivision that I can't gate my driveway?
I don't know, that's what I'm saying. I
Because
think
it's a private road,
I
it's
think
a private driveway.
very, but it's not a street.
It's not a road.
Well,
But is it
it's not
a
a road.
reserve strip? Is it, it could be an alleyway that accesses a home.
So does that encompass driveways? And is that,
You'd look in the definition section of the ordinance, and I'm pretty sure that the reserve strip is not gonna say driveway, but I don't know.
yeah, I'm just curious as to what kind of can of worms this open up as it's written, and, we're talking about this other
Right,
subdivision that's going
So
in.
you're
They want
saying,
private driveways with gates on them that access the street directly and not have a
so you're
common
saying
road.
that this is confusing, correct?
It is to a certain, because it's open to interpretation.
So should we have Chaplain consider a look at this? and
Yeah, did
review it?
Chapman look at it like I asked?
No, we have not known.
Okay.
We're
I
still
think that-
finding sections that are relevant to this.
I think
We
I think
used to have
should
a lot of stuff in
Chaplain
our
look at it.
ordinances that conflicted.
That is my point.
Yeah.
That really was my point. And then, and again, I don't care one where, I mean,
but did what I tell you clear it up when residents ask what they have to do, did that help you clear it up with them?
no. Because even if every single person in my neighborhood says we want the gate, Marvin still doesn't allow a gate.
In Marvin, it's not allowed per the ordinance. Unless we were to vote on
You
it
can't
saying,
convert to
look,
private streets, according to Marvin's ordinance, you can't have a private road. So if you convert it to a private
So
road,
even- so-
you can't do that.
So even
don't allow
if Ennisbrook said, you know what, we're willing to take on our roads, all 42 residents or whatever we have homes, not residents, but homes, whatever it is, 42, 43, something like that. So we're willing to maintain our roads, Marvin doesn't have to maintain
Everything
our
that comes along
roads,
with
and
it.
we wanna put it, and everything that comes along with it, which I've tried to explain that, it's a lot more than they think. But they wanna do it, and everybody's in agreement, and we wanna put up a gate, well, one, we can't take it private, per this ordinance, and then if we did, we still couldn't put up a gate.
here's what I think we should do. I think we should have Chaplain do a quick little comparison to where it needs to be cleaned up. And then I think we consider as a board is if we keep the ordinance of not allowing private gates, or if we relax our things. But I will tell you, just be careful what you wish for, because I could see majority of HOA coming in, and because they've done it in other neighborhoods, and it's like nobody pushing back, and you could see areas that are, I think what everybody uses, I'll give an example of Marvin, which is why they wanted it closed, that likely would be closed off and stuff.
But you can put in there, because you said the whole reason that you said that they put it, that they wouldn't let it is because it was you had 2 ingress and egress, right? So it was meant to be a cut through. So that you say, well, if you have more than one entrance, it can't be, you can't gate it.
Not allowed for more than one. And that's where I think maybe Chaplain could look at these, clean this up a little bit, and maybe have an ordinance that says, we do allow gates in the circumstances, forget about what we're saying over here, in circumstances where we have one way in, one way out.
I still think this needs to be cleaned up because this is in a signed section of this rural subdivision that you can have a private road. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Like,
that was, I also found that
Well, then
ridiculous.
let's clean that up.
I mean,
Let's get-
this stuff needs to be cleaned up so that it's like together,
Right.
and
Then we take a vote separately, if we want to consider, to your point, just those neighborhoods that have only one-way access have the opportunity, if they choose to, and if they choose to understand that they're going to take over
Yeah.
the roads and everything else, then there's a pathway for them. But we're not doing it when it involves
yeah.
two-way access
Yeah.
from thing. We couldn't probably do it at Firethorn, quite frankly, because you have a South Carolina issue and stuff, which,
Yeah.
so Firethorn would never be allowed to to gate that side as well. And I'm totally
So
fine with
you
that.
want Chaplain
I
to
think it's a
review?
false sense of security, quite frankly.
It absolutely is, because you can walk into Sedgefield with their gate that's been there forever, and there's
I know,
nothing
I know.
you can do. There's no,
I just wanna get
there's
to
no
it.
security
No, I know.
perimeter fence up there that could keep someone from going in. And
So,
that's-
Austin,
It's only just keeping driving traffic.
right, so Austin or whoever, I think we direct Chaplain, what I'm hearing,
I dropped a ball.
You all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
I think we direct Chaplain to look at these two different things that we've been presented, kind of clean that up and make sense, make a recommendation to us. And at the end, with the thought in mind that we may be considering an ordinance to kind of tweak if a certain type, Marvin allowing certain type of neighborhoods to be exactly like Farrell Farms or something like that. Since they were grandfathered in, hey, you want to do that, you have a pathway.
Yeah. So, okay, so,
And I don't know what that's gonna entail, because
I don't
I'm
either.
gonna leave it up to them, because here's the thing. County let that one neighborhood do it, right, and they didn't get 100%.
oh,
So,
they definitely did not get
Yeah, and
100%.
it's, I go back to your point is, but you
What
may have a
does it
resident
say?
who may sue you and then come, I don't want it coming, if a resident in your neighborhood decides to go against the grain of everybody else and sues, and then they pull in Marvin because of it, because we don't have we're basically saying we don't have a dog in the fight on this, that's your neighborhood, you're doing what you want, but we created an ordinance, all of a sudden we're being pulled into it because you're saying you're going against.
Well, let's say that we didn't do anything with the ordinance. I mean, and this needs to be cleaned up, because this is
Okay.
very confusing. But let's say that we're going with it, and Innisbrook still wants to pursue it. Can they come in and do apply for a variance for a non-conforming whatever?
No,
They should-
non-conforming is something that existed before.
Okay, so could they come in for a variance to
It wouldn't
Or-
qualify.
I don't think it would
But I-
qualify for a
conditional?
variance.
Okay, well, that's not,
Right.
that. Anybody that's listening from Innisbrook, you can hear this, that the attorney that people are consulting, they are telling them that they can apply for a variance. And you
No.
just heard it here that a variance would not work in that situation.
Getting a variance approved requires certain circumstances to be in effect, and this would not qualify.
Hardship.
Certain hardship,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
That's
This
what
would
it-
this would not
that's
I'm
particular-
telling you,
to
I'm
that
telling
property.
you, I sat and grinded this out for hours, so I do have some.
For the record, I was never opposed to putting in, if people wanted to put in gates and
Me
stuff.
neither.
Again, I think truly that it is a false sense of security. Before you know it, all your landscapers have it, your friends have it, your kids' friends have the code. Everybody has the code, but you know, there's all these different levels. An officer will tell you that. The only way you get the best security is gated, guarded, videotaped.
Longview.
And it's basically,
Yeah.
they've got so many efforts,
Longview.
but guess what? I would argue too, in that circumstance, if you're willing to pay for that, if there's, and again, crooks are gonna go for the low hanging fruit, I get it, you know, I'm thinking, but if somebody wants to get you and you're in that neighborhood that has the guarded, gated, videotape and stuff, they still have it for you, they're gonna figure out a way to get in to get you. I mean, that's a
What's
fact.
coming for you, Joe?
I don't know, but I'm just saying, it's such a false sense of security. Your security is your.
Now that Joe scared everybody.
Only taking the sign, the sign portion that's talking about the rural subdivision and basically moving it to the same spot. I don't think Chaplain needs to do that, because Rohit could simply take that language out, cross it out, and literally put it back in.
I know, but I still feel like this section's contradictory.
It would be contradictory, because that section specifically says no new roads can be platted as private.
Right, so
And
that's what I'm
you
saying,
can't
like,
just say,
yeah.
except for rural subdivision without actually saying it.
Right. So this section needs, it can't just be like smooshed together.
Right.
Was one written before the other? Is this why there's a?
Yeah, this sign
discrepancy?
section was rewritten in 2016, 2017.
Let me guess.
Okay. So it's
and-
written since this other ordinance, and I
Right.
guess somebody missed it in the first ordinance when they wrote the other,
Or not.
or not, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Or
Yeah.
not.
Just still playing cleanup on aisle 7.
Okay.
Yeah,
mean, is what it
You
is.
Chaplin's gonna work, you Chaplin.
Are we good there?
So it will be you and Chaplin work on cleaning up the ordinances, and then we can have another discussion about gates.
Right.
Probably not the regular meeting, but the work session. Are you guys okay with that?
I can't
You guys
promise
didn't hear
that
what I
kind
said.
of timeline.
I
It's gonna be.
'Cause they're
a
whispering.
discussion.
You can't have side conversations. No side conversations.
No, we're just looking at, you know.
Going fishing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Alright, did you guys hear what I said and asked if it was okay?
Yeah,
You all said
he was
yes.
gonna work with, Chaplin.
And,
I can multitask, yes. And they're gonna come.
and,
I missed the very last
Yeah,
part
'cause you
because
weren't
someone
listening.
was, you know, asking me something.
and is it okay if we bring back a conversation about gates at the March work session?
Yes.
Thank you, Andy.
Again,
You don't get a
well,
vote.
that's-
Jamie, is that
that's-
okay with you? Bob, is that okay with you? Thank you. You don't get a vote. Okay, moving on.
This is where she's taking advantage of me not having a vote.
Yep. Yes, I will.
All right.
Sometimes.
I'm just saying, it's gonna be, we're gonna be circling around because we're gonna end up at the same place we probably just ended up here.
And
I'm
we
all
very,
for
we
wasting
very well
time.
may be, well, I mean, as much as you talk, I can only assume that would be true.
All right. Okay, are we done there?
Yes,
Our
Next
next
up-
meeting's at 4.
for now.
Yeah, review of council meeting minutes from 1/28/21, 2/3/21, and 2/9/21.
I'm good with all that.
Did everyone
Does
get
it
a
need to pull
chance
them
to
up?
read it?
No. I don't need, I have no changes on
didn't
any of
see-
them.
I feel honored.
I don't know if you should go.
Yeah, I
on
left the
this.
first one, so I'm not sure what happened near the end, because I had to leave.
Could have gone back and listened to the tape and figured it out.
Yeah, I had no time for that, I apologize.
Thumbs up.
Thanks, Bob.
Anyone else for any of the other, items? All I care is really what I said, did you get that right? Joe was long-winded again in his council comments.
Still.
Shocking.
Still.
Again, I said again, which was kind of a, all right, so that said, I guess we need a motion to approve the, 1/28/21 minutes, 2/3/21 minutes, and 2/9/21 minutes.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
So this will be on the consent agenda
Aye.
at the next meeting.
Me too, me too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we didn't approve them. We
Oh,
just
not
moved,
to
we
approve
moved
them.
them to
Moved
the
them to the
consent.
We use the,
To
we
be
use the,
approved.
we use the term approved before they go on the consent agenda, and then we use adopt at the consent agenda.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry.
All
That's
right,
fine.
moving forward, so clarification, we didn't approve them, we just moved them, approved them to go on the consent agenda
To approve them,
in March.
yeah.
All right, next up, discussion. Hey, look at this. Springtown Hall ideas.
We're gonna
Marvin
let
Day.
Jamie plan the
All right,
whole
Jamie.
thing.
Just a reminder,
Why
this
is Village Council on there? I want Jamie on there talking about it.
Me too.
Just a reminder, this is scheduled for Wednesday, May 12th.
Why?
That was the date you all picked. And we booked the place already. We're ahead.
Oh, I don't even have it on my thing.
I don't. Oh. Oh.
What
I'm
time?
gonna throw the flag again.
I think 6:30, but we'll have to check.
Now I do. I bet it's on this phone. Let's see.
When is it? May 12th.
Austin, did you send it to us?
I'm pretty sure I did because it's on the regular meeting schedule.
Yep, it's on, I'm sorry. It is on
Springtown.
my calendar.
Wait, I have a Springtown Hall meeting at
That's it.
Forest Hill Church.
That's it.
That's the
Oh,
one.
it is at Forest Hill.
We're in the same place.
6:30, right?
It's whatever's in the calendar. I think it's 6:30.
I believe I got.
Oh, this
6:30.
is not Marvin Day. This is spring. This
I don't
is
know
not-
what Marvin Day is. Y'all came up with that.
Yeah, I know. That's what it says. It says it
I thought
on
that was
here,
Jamie's
though.
idea.
Marvin Day
Marvin Day.
ideas. That's
Springtown
why-
Hall ideas and Marvin Day ideas.
and Marvin Day ideas. So we don't have a Marvin Day. That's why
I don't know
was
what it
asking- You said
was.
May 12th for Marvin Day. I'm like,
No.
when did we decide
No,
that?
he said Springtown Hall.
Okay, yeah, and
Jamie, didn't you
And,
come up
see
with
that?
the idea of
I
Marvin
do.
Days?
I think that I think.
Okay, when's Marvin Day, Jamie?
When's your birthday?
Just FYI, we were incorporated July 1st, 1994, if you want to make that Marvin Day.
July 4th?
July
July
1st.
Oh, I was
I
like,
think that would be a great day for Marvin.
I actually have an idea about this.
oh, here we go.
In the This is a good one, you'll love this.
Permission
Tim.
to allow, Austin to partake?
No!
How long do you have?
Permission not granted.
I got a good idea.
Let's outvote her, come on, guys. Go ahead. What do you got?
Whenever we get close to that day, if you want to do that on July 1st, I was thinking the month leading up to that, and maybe the few days after, we have video testimonials from staff, council, and the public, just with the hashtag Why I Love Marvin.
Wouldn't make you write something? No.
I make you show up and I get you on video saying why you love Marvin. We encourage people to share on social media, get some buzz going, some positive feelings.
I like it.
You want me on the record, is what you're, yeah.
It's a trap.
So the only thing about Marvin Day being on the 1st, you're always going to conflict with 4th of July, and that's when everybody goes out of town.
Yeah.
I would like to do it maybe the week, like the first week of June, because you still have people here, and it's something.
Is there a
But
significant
do
date that
people
will
go out of town that far?
I think Marvin Day should always be the first Saturday of
There you go, of June.
whatever.
That you got summer, people are still here, kids are still here, they're home from college, there's kids that are still in school here. The first Saturday of June is designated
'cause
Marvin Day.
Remember, National Night Out is in August. There's a lot of things. That's why we try to stay away from 4th of July with PRG. There's always lots
No.
of stuff.
I always joke that we should have a Miss Marvin, and but then you get into somebody's got to lose, and then somebody's gonna say, "Well, my daughter was a lot prettier than that slut."
Wow.
I'm just telling you. But I think all the things. Think of all the things of all the communities in small towns where you think of the events that they have. Where you do have a parade. You have, who would not be a part of that? You have the vendors that are up and down through here. But something that shows significance, you invite the county commissioner in, invite the sheriff in, you invite all these people in. You know what? We're doing so. Weddington has something like that. I mean, they do. I mean, Waxhaw.
You don't have to.
But we're
I'm in.
choir.
I'm in.
She's
Yeah.
I'm in.
The only thing that I would just keep in mind that unless we own this road, we can't shut it down, so we have to be careful about that.
Can we not apply to the state of North Carolina
The
to do it?
DOT will not
Good
allow
luck
you to
with
shut down
DOT.
their road. They couldn't shut down the road to cut the tree down. They're not going to let you shut this
How do we
road
get
down.
the permission to drive Santa around?
You can
We didn't
drive,
shut down
you just
the road.
can't shut down the road and put vendors and stuff like that where pedestrians are crossing. Like they do it in Waxhaw because they own the streets. They can shut down streets.
So here's what I
We can apply, but they'll probably say no.
suggest.
They're gonna say no.
I
They wouldn't
suggest.
let us close
I
a lane and cut
suggest.
down a tree.
I
So-
suggest you have a parade that starts at one point, maybe at the elementary school, and you have a route that is led by a fire truck, and whoever wants to get in that parade, decorate their car, and it goes through Marvin and ends up at Eford Park, where we have vendors are set up there to,
Again, with an event like that, you're gonna have to get DOT approval and,
for what?
because you're slow moving traffic and you're causing a.
You
Right.
tell me the
I know the
DOT is gonna
bicycles,
control
I get
how
it, all
fast
that,
I
but
go
I'm just
on the
telling
road
you,
now?
I'm just telling you.
I'm
they're
just
gonna-
saying, you're gonna tell me
So what-
DOT is gonna,
So why don't we have?
When they have these bicycle rallies, they have to get them approved. We don't
I
get to approve them,
understand
but they approve those.
I understand,
why
that's
don't
why
we-
we're getting approval
So-
to have,
So we'll have our parade,
Right.
right? We'll have our parade, we'll end up at the park. We'll have the vendors set up at the park.
right,
We'll have our disc golf course set up hopefully by then. And because Cooper eased some of this stuff, we'll have no longer have 100-person cap for our outdoor venue. It's just a 30% capacity, so we ought to be able to have a gathering.
can we have alcohol?
Well, I mean, you know
Beer
what?
brats.
Here's the other thing. you have this in the equestrian
Nobody like
community, so
that?
to speak. But you have exhibitions. You bring people that want to ride horses to come in and do a horse exhibition. You have lumberjacks doing climbing poles and salt doing doing some kind of
Derek, are you getting all this?
no, but just doing some kind of competitions where the general public will go. You know what? I just want to go.
It's kind of like stuff you might get at the Highland.
I would love to have a look. Remember these days back, and this is maybe dating myself, but there used to be
Not hard to do.
on the day that was the town hall day, fire departments would show up and have a competition with the barrel on a string, and they would shoot water at the thing to see which
Who
way
could
the
get the
barrel,
barrel
who
good.
was the better shot with the fire departments, and challenge with it. And it was, you guys wouldn't remember this, I'm dating myself.
I've never
But it
heard
was
of
a
that.
big event where the community came together, and you had, again, fire departments, this big barrel of beer, empty, and it's hung on a string. And
So
they
it's
are
just a
both
barrel.
shooting at it to see which one's kind of like tug of war, but you're shooting the hose at the thing to see who wins the competition. It's actually a lot of fun. You have a dunking contest for people like yourself that get up on there and throw a
Dunk the mayor.
No, dunk the mayor!
Trust me.
But I mean, it's just creating a buzz and getting the community together.
Come here, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, Darren. Hold on. Yes, Darren.
Right. These
Here,
are all,
come
these are all
over here.
great ideas.
Come over here and talk louder.
These are all great
Park manager's
ideas.
gonna shut us down
Here
right
it comes.
No, he's not.
Hey.
He's not. He's going to be helpful. He's not going to be hindering.
On that note.
This reminds me of
Mayors.
Come See Me Festival in Rock Hill, where I used to work and live. They do like an 8-10 day festival
Oh, we're not done.
where Kim, let me finish. Where they show off different attributes of the town. This various civic clubs have their day. They have a golf tournament. They have a tennis outing throughout. So I absolutely think we could do something like this. Start on July 1st. Maybe we end on July 4th with some fireworks. If anybody in the community that does fireworks would open it up to the public. There is no way the park can handle that traffic. So if you're talking about doing a parade and ending at the park, you'll see my resignation. There's no way.
Roll down.
How do you really feel?
Here's what I would suggest.
So we started at the park and worked this way.
Because school is out during that time, that we look at the high school parking lot as a potential venue for something
They have done
of that scale.
car shows over there,
Yeah.
and we've had 100
Yeah.
people bring their cars in over there, and it's a big venue, big area. You're right.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, the park can't handle that much.
So did you say?
I have to agree.
So we ended the high school, but then we needed high school.
How many people do you think are going to show up?
I mean, you're talking about a parade with fire trucks and Highland Games competitions.
Like 200
You
people.
know,
You know what?
at
Your
least
first,
50.
it depends on.
a date?
It's like any event.
Well,
The first one, what are you going to get? But it's the buzz that you get off the first one that says, you know what? They did a great job. They had all these vendors there. They had the fire truck exhibition there. I'm telling you, have people come out and do horseback riding. You got
You
these
can't
people.
horseback ride at the school.
Why?
Where are you? Where are you going to ride at the school? They're not going to let you on the football field.
Who's doing the poop and scooping?
You can do it You can do it in the parking lot.
You think?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, you've got how many of these kids every single day go to riding lessons?
I don't know.
A lot of them, there's a farm right across the street.
Yeah, there's a farm right across the street. Maybe we can
Yeah.
tap into that. They have a big event.
But they don't get to show
Do
off
they?
what they do.
Right. Well, that's
you let those farms host that.
Yeah,
And it
exactly.
shows-
And I can
I
tell
mean-
you this too, John Barisic knows those people very well, and he's had a lot of good
Perfect.
dialogue
Okay.
with them.
So
they may be interested.
So we're all in agreement to do something.
Derek said Derek had a good idea if you rolled it into Independence Day. So you do, would you say July 1st through the 4th of doing different things?
I thought I heard Jamie say July 1st
He was saying the first Saturday in June.
That said, that was the incorporation date, that it would.
Right, but then he moved
Do
it
it
back
for
to June.
Listen, remember the
3
first,
4 days.
first Saturday in June, and I think we only do a one-day event.
Me
quite
too.
frankly.
First Saturday in June, school still is.
No, it's
That's-
not.
I'm just trying to
Yeah, they're
capture.
not in school in June, on Saturday though.
No, I know, but people are still in town.
That's our point.
That's-
Yeah.
They're not
That's what we're trying
they're
to
not in school this year.
No?
They get out the Friday before Memorial Day.
Well, I don't think we're gonna get something done.
I think if you
this
just
early.
establish it as the first Saturday,
I don't know.
the first Saturday in June.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get it.
Moving
done
forward.
either.
I think you can, and again, you can
For
generate.
this year?
Yeah, for this year, we're too close to it. It takes a
It's-
while.
Who you gonna
hard to
put on
not-
it? Who you gonna put on it?
Speaking from experience with
Christina.
POG,
Yeah,
it takes a
because
lot.
you do want to do it right. I would just say that this would be something that you do next year. I would even
Oh,
say
I thought
that
you
you,
wanted
still
to do it
takes a
this
lot
year.
to-
Okay.
no, I would
You
even
can't do it
say
full
that
on.
you
There's
form
no
a
way
Just
committee
wants to do it.
Not
I just want it
something that
done.
magnitude.
and to acknowledge the town, the Village of Marvin. If you do it next year, you have Village Hall right there that you can say, everybody's been able to go by and see Village Hall. That hopefully should be done by then.
But then we have a registration for the parade, who's gonna be in it, so you know ahead of time, that's what they do.
But you
at
form a
Seagrove.
committee to do that.
Right, but then they're not allowed in, and that's gonna determine where the start place is, where the end place is, most likely. at the
I
high
think
school.
next year is a perfect time because we're developing, we're gonna have a brand new village hall. So starting a brand new village tradition with a new
Planning
village
with
hall is
COVID
a perfect
may
time
not
to
even
do that.
happen.
Okay, that's fine.
We can-
I thought we were trying to do
No,
it
no,
for
no,
this
no.
year.
I think what we're trying to do
This year's
is what we have
established.
is the
I
town
got it,
hall.
but I don't think that was made very clear.
Okay, so the
Would you
town
guys-
hall will do this year, I think.
Yeah, you guys are planning to do
We're doing two things.
two town halls a
Yep.
year.
Yeah,
One in the
absolutely.
spring, one in the fall.
Yep.
If you want, we can still do these. Like I came up with the idea, the video testimonials coming around the incorporation day.
Following me around with a camera, aren't you?
Oh, I will.
So we need to form a Marvin Day committee before the end of the year, so we can start planning
For the end of the year, I think you
So-
I would
form
form
it
it as
now
quickly
and
as
let
you
them
can.
start.
Because again, here's some of the thing.
No more committees.
Austin standing over you.
I mean, you think of the people that you. Hell, you know what? That night, I know a great country singer and songwriter that would love to come in and be a part of that. He does a concert, costs you nothing. He's very established. But I mean, coming up with someone like that, having entertainment at night, having motorcycle jumpers or do whatever they do, but just something that creates. You bring all.
Bob, you in for motorcycle jumping?
I think he there he is.
Mama said.
Yeah.
But just, creating that whole day of festivities. Doing a,
A couple of comments. John Jones had wanted to, and I think he got approval, but he wanted to do a car show. He's got, because between him and I, we belong to different car clubs. And we were going to do, and he wanted to do a car show, and he got permission to do it on the lawn, I guess, which would be on the Methodist church grounds, but I think it might be the other church, but either way. It was to the right of the village hall, that, we're there now. And he wanted.
Oh, he's frozen.
Hang on.
Fears were realized.
snowstorm. I will volunteer to chair the Marvin Day committee.
All right, so we got a
Wait a minute.
form a committee.
Don't look at Christina like you're like, oh, we'll form it at the end of the year. That's gonna be January. We're in February now. So if we're gonna do this and everybody wants to do it right, then we're gonna form the committee now. Everybody's gonna start working on it
And for next year.
for next year.
For June,
Because if
for
you
next
say, oh, we'll wait till the end of the year, well, that's December or January. It's February right now. So what's the difference of forming it?
Yeah.
Trying to do it for this year right now.
You
we're
gotta-
waiting
Well,
till-
Like-
let me, is this committee a subcommittee of council with
No.
public input?
No,
Or is
it's
this just
not.
a standard committee?
No, this is
Just a
committee.
standard committee if somebody wants to.
It's like the Marvin Heritage District Strategic whatever
You
committee.
may have the same people on it. You might.
But I think what Austin's getting at is per your rules of procedure, that it has to go through the same process as any other committee would.
Yes. Plus, there's a lot of things involved in getting
What's
committees set up.
the first step we need to do?
Create the committee, put, direct me to advertise to the public what this committee is, what it's about. We have to start asking for applications. You have to appoint people at a future meeting. They
Okay,
need
that's
to,
fine. I don't
They need
understand what
to-
the problem is.
So they need to take
Is-
a motion now to form the subcommittee, and then we can.
is it a
back to the-
subcommittee or regular committee?
No,
That's
it's a
the-
regular committee. It's not a subcommittee.
How long do you think it'll take to get that done? 3 to 4 months?
To get everything up and running. Considering this committee's only a list of ideas right now. There's nothing on paper. We need to hash it out. I would actually recommend that we kind of work on this for maybe a month. Bring something back. Say this is what this
How about
committee actually
this?
is on paper.
How about this? I'm gonna make things real easy for you. How about we just task an existing committee to add this on to their, and then just bring someone else in, like Jamie, who wants the chair.
Why don't we put it on
And he
the-
comes
the
in on the
Heritage
agenda, his agenda item, and
Part of
Jamie.
that-
can
The
be there.
Heritage District Committee. Why don't we put it on
PRG.
there?
That goes beyond their scope of responsibility though.
But
It's
can we not-
established.
But Parks Rec and Greenway, that's out of their scope because it's not at the park and has nothing.
No,
That's recreation.
I think that's very well in their
It's
purview.
recreation.
Derek
I
agrees.
swear to God, like, if I get contradicted one more time, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Look at my face. I'm not joking now. Stop. I'm really, really tired of this today. I've been hushed and shushed and everything today. Knock it off.
Not just everyone gets comfortable talking over each other, so, but your point is taken, so we got it. But I think that's where I would just go with it. Instead of forming a committee, let's just add it to a task of, or just, you could do it on yourself with another councilman and people that you know that want to do it, and then you bring it to the village as a council as an agenda, and it never has to be done. And who's going to stop us? Who's going to stop the village from someone doing it on their own, saying, and then coming to us, we've got this all planned out, village, would you approve this? And then the village looks at it.
Let me talk with Austin. We'll bring it back at the next meeting. I think that it's going to be an easier process than what we're thinking, and we just need to sit down and me and him go over it some more. But we'll have it on the next agenda.
Okay, so, but what we haven't talked about on this topic is town hall ideas we talked about Marvin Day, we haven't talked about town hall. What do we want to talk about town hall ideas? Can we put a couple things out to just brainstorm? What do we want for talk? Because last one we had a guest speaker. Do we want a guest speaker this time to kind of draw people in? That's one.
I'm not sure that drew anybody in.
Oh.
I think it was interesting, but I don't think that's why people showed up.
Okay, so why did they show up? You think?
Because they wanted to grill us on stuff. I don't know.
That's okay.
No,
This is the time.
You have the
Yeah,
handful
that's-
of people that are concerned, which is concerning in and of itself, because again, I still go back to, I call BS on the 800 people that signed, simply because if we can't get more than 10 people in the course of a year to come to Coffee with Council, there's no way in hell there was 800 signatures legitimately done. We can't get 50 people to a town hall meeting. Now, I'm gonna sit back and hope that everyone proves me wrong, but hopefully because we had a successful one that we presented before, this needs to be promoted. And again, I agree with Kim that I don't think the whole Gene stuff, I think it was interesting, but I don't think we should promote it. We should let people know, please be there. It is on a weekday, it is this, it's that. And if you want to address any concerns, whatever, now's the time to
And
do it.
it's easy to get to because you can do Zoom or be there in person.
Absolutely.
One thing that comes to mind would be update on the roundabout. That's a big discussion. The other one is maybe a nice map that Rohit can present on Loop and what the plans are and maybe some dates.
For the
signed.
expansion? For the Marvin Loop expansion?
Marvin
With
Loop
the
or
grant?
any trails that we're doing. Update on trails that exist today.
You
One.
can put the
Like the, Village
interactive
Hall
trail
or
map.
something.
Interactive trail right now.
Village Hall?
Yes.
Because it'll be just ahead of breaking ground on Village
Yes.
Hall.
Right, we can do that. That's the third topic, but definitely this trail because in talking to someone recently about possibly doing an easement, they were curious about a lot of that stuff, timeframes and stuff, but that's something, Rohit, that you could probably put that up on the screen and say, okay, here's what we have now, and if you haven't been there, I encourage you to go to this neighborhood and walk this trail. Go
It's all-
behind here, walk
But
here.
it's also the interactive one of what is actually open for people to use too. So I think it's both.
Yeah, make it very public,
Right,
what's
right.
open and available.
That map is not
The
live.
next, the next thing, give us we'll give the latest update on where we're at with the Heritage District. Is another thing that everybody's concerned about, you know.
This interactive map.
And some questions and concerns that
Let me know when that's ready up on the website.
they have. But I think that's another good topic.
I think it should be opened with the slide that we put together. All of our accomplishments, all of this board's accomplishments should be put
Good
in,
idea.
should be put in a slide. They, Rohit, you and Christina and Austin, you guys presented this at the retreat. You put that should be one of the very first things that goes up.
With a few photos. People like to see things other than just stuff
And-
written down. Like that trail should be shown, that one you just flew up there should be shown. Hey, we made an improvement for this neighborhood. Look what we did over at not preserves, but the Tullamore. Here's what's planned at Tullamore. Here's what we're,
Website.
Yeah, the
website, great
Website.
That
idea.
was a huge thing that you guys spent
I
a
mean,
lot of time.
here's
did a very good
the
job with.
list.
There you go.
What we're doing at the park.
So that list that Christina had.
And I'm sure we can update that,
Oh,
and
yeah.
clean it up and update it
Did
with
you know
more
we have a
village
Frisbee golf
groundbreaking.
course now,
Coming up, yeah.
fully established we'll have it by then, right?
Hopefully, they'll be closed.
If not, it'll be,
Real
we'll have
close.
dates of construction and all that by then.
Right. Expansion at the park,
Do we want to talk about the annexation drive?
it's a perfect time to talk about it. Yep. So that's the time for them to ask their questions, a good Q&A on that, because I think there's going to be a lot of people and we need to get to those friends that you have that said they're willing to look at this fairly. I mean, you got to make sure they know that this is coming and we're going to be talking about it.
Can we format this where, most
Well,
meetings you go,
it's
we're gonna
coming.
do our presentation, at the end of the presentation, was time for Q&A. Can we format it where each topic that is discussed, after that topic is discussed, then you have Q&A for that topic?
Yeah.
So in other words, when you go over accomplishments, you say, any questions about these accomplishments? That's when they ask them. And then when you go to the pathway, you go to Village Hall, and after each one, there's a Q&A session, but a limited time. You're on the clock, and then you've got 15 minutes worth of, or 20 minutes of Q&A, and at that 20-minute mark, we've got to move to the next one.
That's
It's
when
just a-
people are triggered for the questions right after the information's been given
Right.
to them.
I mean, I think that's what ended up happening, which was, I think, better than waiting to the end.
Absolutely.
Because people ask questions after, which ended up being fine, and I think that was more productive.
Yeah, I
What's-
think we get pointed questions and answers, but at the end of the meeting, we can open it for general questions and answers. So, because people think of questions after
Well,
it's been covered,
Okay.
and they go, oh yeah, I wanted to ask that, and they could ask it at the end.
And maybe there's a topic that we didn't cover that they had a question
Right.
about.
So real quick, it looks like we got enough to fill.
I know, that's
At
what I was
least
gonna
2
say.
hours already.
Can you run through
So
the
can we
list?
I think
I can read it off if you want.
Yeah, just real quick to make sure we didn't miss
Okay.
anything, like
Okay.
anything big.
Update on roundabout, interactive trail map with information on the Marvin Loop expansion with the grant, Village Hall groundbreaking, Heritage District update, begin with council's accomplishments with photos, talk about the website, the disc golf course, and annexation.
Obviously
Yeah.
not in that order, but now, okay,
Yeah.
so that's plenty
I think that's,
for a 2-hour
Yeah,
meeting.
keep it-
The last one you guys had like 15 topics. You had like 14 or 15 topics.
I'm totally fine with this because I think there'll be enough questions on certain ones more than others, such as
yeah.
Yeah.
things. So that being said, can we pick a day that we shoot for?
We already have it
Yeah,
on the
it's May
calendar.
12th.
Oh, it is May 12th.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Wednesday, May 12th, 4th,
All right,
church.
just making sure.
You have it on your
It's
calendar.
on your calendar.
Oh, that's right. I just put it in. All right, moving on.
Catch up, Joe.
Are we okay, or does anybody have anything else to say
That's fine.
or do? All right, moving on I have discussion of candidate questionnaire.
So this is what we talked about at the, I'll take it. This is what we talked about at the retreat. Joe, hand me that, underneath that letter, you have, yep, right there. Hand me that application. Yep. So this is my thought, is we basically take this application that, you know, says, you know, list your expertise, your interest, you know, community planning, you know, long-term vision for Marvin, you know, what issues you want to address. And then I think there are some other questions that we can add to this.
Was that the application that
Yeah.
I filled out for council? When
I mean,
applied?
I would
Or something
assume.
very
It's
similar.
I would assume
different.
it's-
It is
But it's
different.
probably, so
Similar.
whatever that application is, can you get me that application?
I can.
It's probably more pointed towards,
And then we can
that.
add to it, you know, what have you done in Marvin already? Have you been on any boards? What's your experience? And then we can so we can add to it if it doesn't already have that stuff. And then we can have that ready to go and start advertising it, you know. I don't even know that we need to advertise it until we have
Well,
people fill it out.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that obviously as soon as the
August,
things
September.
close, you open up that application and we have times where that, you know, basically an announcement is to be fair to all candidates, existing and non-existing, we are gonna have a domain available for you to present your information where, you know, and I think we even give them an area where 500 words or less, why they should, you know, people should.
That's why I want to look at that application, because it is a little different than that one. I don't remember what. I don't even know that I've seen that one.
But we agree we should all do this, correct?
Yeah.
So that's gonna probably be work for who?
That would be me.
That'd be awesome. But it should be able just to like
Pictures of me, I'll
scan
send you
and
business.
drop. No?
What's
What?
that?
Like if somebody gives you a piece of paper, like scan it and pop it on the website.
I mean, we can do it. It's just staff handling political matters.
But they're not.
They're gonna have direct contact information on there and
Yeah.
Is what
And
it
all
is.
we're doing is we're providing the format. They have to fill it out through that format. If they give you anything else, you're not accepting it. It's the format we present.
And
They fill it out. It's like an application for a job. And then on their little blurb, maybe a picture of them if they want to submit that. And, you know.
But they're not to call the office to ask questions. If they do, it's their phone number is on there. Call them directly. Like that's what you're.
But they have an opportunity to put their campaign
to the public and the
Correct.
rest
Go
of
to
it's up to them.
my, go to my Joe Polino for Mayor campaign, whatever they name it.
Because it takes out the people that actually think that they're reporters reporting and putting falsehoods out there. It's, if you want to know what's going on, this is the Village of Marvin, this is who's running, this is what the candidates have said. If you have questions, there's their contact information.
And none of this, these
And I know
people
other-
claiming
and
that, you know, if you don't answer
Yeah,
my,
whatever.
my,
There's-
my website, then, you know.
And there are other municipalities.
I think
that
Bob
do
got
this.
disconnected. He was texting me.
Oh, he looks like he's up there.
It was in a,
Yeah.
He's asking if we can see and hear him.
Oh, no, Bob, we can't hear you. But you look like you're muted.
do you want us to just on the next work session put
Bring
board
the application, yeah.
Okay.
And if you get that to me, Austin, I'll look at it, and if there's some adjusting to do, I will do that before the next meeting.
okay? You good there? Next up, I have, number 18, approved 2020 tax refund for as of 2/23/21.
So moved.
Anyone have any comments? Further discussion?
These are normally consent agenda items. We'll just
All
bring
those in
on.
favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next up, we have report of taxes not paid.
So moved.
I think this is just a move to accept. Yeah.
Oh, sure. So moved to accept.
To accept those? A further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Next up, we have direct tax collector to advertise those who are late on their tax payment.
We don't currently have a tax collector, so I don't know how you wanna word this.
So who's gonna do it?
It's
Direct
Julie.
staff.
Doesn't
Yeah,
the,
just say direct staff.
Direct
well, doesn't the
staff.
county handle that if we
No,
pass that
that's
to
a July
them?
1st.
Not yet.
Oh, that's July 1st, okay.
Direct staff to advertise the names of delinquent taxpayers and tax liens in the newspaper of general circulation pursuant to NCGS 105-369A between March 1st and June 30th, 2021.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up, we have open topics. Can I give you guys, is this a good place to give you an update on the easement?
Easement with what?
Oh. Yeah.
I won't have to go into it, but I just had, you guys
Hold on.
okay with that?
Is Bob back on? Is he okay?
I think he is, because there was a warning sign that disappeared.
Okay.
Bob, can you hear us?
Unmute, please. There he goes, he unmuted.
Well, no.
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, we'll have to continue. I mean, we're not approving anything. I was just.
Oh, he's gone now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, one of the last things you guys asked me to do is to reach out for,
One of the last things.
well, there was a couple things that I had marching orders on, but one of them related I can talk about is the action of talking to a neighbor or an individual or individuals of Innisbrook for access to a trail. And I know the person personally, I reached out to him, I don't need to go into names right now, I just will say that he's very interested in that because he sees that as a value, and interestingly enough, he is getting a new neighbor, so we don't know who that person is yet, but this easement could go all on his property, or it could be shared between the two properties and stuff. But the good news is I gave Rohit his contact information, which Rohit will be reaching out, and then I think we plan, he was asking me if he were to agree with this, how soon could this happen? And I said, well,
Meaning he wants it to happen soon?
I don't know.
Oh.
And I think it probably,
For a
he
timeline.
would like that, but I said to him, if you give us the approval on an easement and we can work something out, I would imagine this would go to the top of the list to get that portion completed. Now, it leads into trails into the back of the preserve right there.
Internal trail.
But it would, an internal trail, but it would connect Innisbrook to the rest of,
But it
trails
wouldn't
and stuff
even
on
be
the back.
just Innisbrook, because you would have Woodcliff, that people could just walk across the street.
Yep.
You've got Firethorn, you've got
Yep.
everybody from Saddle and all that could easily.
yeah, they could all access that, which gets them in there and gets them into a trail. He was asking what kind of trail. I says, well, I don't want to go into the details on that. I says, I think we could show you some examples of what we've done. So my plan was, Rohit set up a time with them. I think Rohit wanted Derek to be in that meeting,
Bob's back.
and also show him what the, and the reason I thought of
Can you hear me
him,
and see me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Good, okay, thank you.
the reason I had him, because he asked me years ago when I was mayor, when are we gonna finish the loop that connects Innisbrook to the rest? So I knew there was an interest there. The other individual on the other side is in the process of selling his home, so I'm not sure that he's gonna wanna even consider that, especially if that risks him losing the,
Can you back out one?
losing the deal.
Go back in one?
The way it's going between the trees,
that's good.
all on his property, right? But if it
Right.
went-
Correct.
But it looks like there's pretty much a straight line through there if it goes on the edge, right there, yeah.
Right. The conversation
Potential.
is, right, if only this homeowner were to give us an easement, it would have to be entirely on his property.
Right.
And this is a homeowner that the mayor said was interested in it. So that's how it would go if we only got one easement. Of course, if we got agreement from both homeowners, we could put it in the middle if there wasn't any other issue.
Kinda like right on the property line.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's in play. It's not a hell yeah, hell no. It's I'm interested. Show me what you got. What kind of time frame? I said I can't promise you, but if you were to grant an easement, and if it was just you and the other neighbor wasn't cooperative, then I would imagine we would jump on that and put that as a priority.
Well,
And-
well,
and
we know
then-
that the preserve internal trail is what our next trail is. We just approved it, so I would assume that.
Yeah, that would make a
That
lot
would
of
be
sense.
part of that construction.
Yeah.
So I think even us showing him some of the trails we've done will be helpful. He has not even walked back the preserve that's next to you guys, that goes at the end of the cul-de-sac. We can kind of show him that. He's not walked that yet. So I mean, a little bit of, okay, here's what we've
It's
done.
not, I mean, that's
I
great.
mean, I think, and knowing him, he's a very outdoorsy guy. I've spent time with him and his family skiing, and good guy. And I think he's very open to this,
Amenable?
open to it. Not saying that he would do it. He would obviously need
Rohit,
to learn a lot more.
if this is approved, okay, if this guy does give us this, we have that creek fording to consider.
Yeah, we would still have to build a bridge as part of this.
So we
segment
need to
here.
figure out cost on that, because that's gonna be,
Well,
Right.
considering what we thought the preserve internal trail is gonna be versus what Derek thinks it's really
Yeah.
gonna be, we're gonna be,
yeah, I just don't wanna lose sight of the
Yeah.
fact
No,
that
there's
there's gonna be
definitely
a
a creek.
cost of a bridge
yeah.
added to that little leg, which is gonna probably double the cost of the trail itself. from that
Sure,
end.
yeah, that is going to cost a lot more, but that's a bridge. I would see that as a bridge, especially with how much water goes back there.
I don't even
there's
know
water in that
if
year
it's,
round.
is it?
Yeah.
It doesn't dry up, there's water year round in it.
I mean, I've never been
It
back
flows
there.
out of the pond and flows down there.
I have. Who was with me on a walk? Somebody
Me,
did a walk with
you
me.
went with PRG that time.
Was
They
that
all
you?
walked it, yeah.
Anyway, so it's good news. That's all I wanted to point out. So we'll see where that goes. I assume Rohit, you will be reaching out to him.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Thank you. And he's
Good-
ready probably for a phone call.
Good job on that, by the way.
Thank
Kudos, Joe.
I actually had a dream about that. I was like, oh, we're gonna get that answer.
Yeah.
Talk about it tomorrow. Think about our agenda.
Next up, we have communications. Discussion and consideration of communication topics for March 2021.
I've got a lot. A lot for communications. Okay. 1 second. Okay, so you've got your draft list in here. One small edit is our advisory boards, after you fill this last vacancy, will be full. So we, instead of putting that out in every newsletter, I was thinking we show off a new feature of the website in each newsletter.
Good, that's a great idea.
I've already got these kind of drafted and
That's a great idea.
wanted to show that off.
Yeah, I think we need to be pushing the new website more because it is really good, and I don't know that people realize that it's so much easier.
And so each week there'll be a topic in there showing one new feature
That's a good
and what you
idea.
can do with it.
Right?
Do you guys, looking at this list, do you have any topics you want to add? I'm not sure if those volunteer work days are going to continue every month. I think they said they were, but
Did we have that? Did that happen this month? Or is
yes,
it next month?
my
Or
knowledge,
is
it
it
did.
Saturday?
It was the 20th. It did happen.
Okay, good.
And I'm supposed to give some kind of update on it at the PRG meeting because Derek's not going to be there. So.
Okay, good. Right.
But I think they're going to have these going forward.
I was gonna say, do they want to? Because I don't remember them saying that.
I remember them saying like one in March and they go from there, but we'll see. But just in case, that's on here for now.
No, I think that's a great idea to have them, but I'm just different.
You guys see anything you want to add? Anything that's missing?
Well, guys, I have something to add. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good, okay. Something had happened to the modem, and I was talking, I think, at the end, and you guys couldn't hear me about the town hall meeting. But what I was gonna say might blend into what you're talking about, Austin.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say at the very end of the town hall, but in your communications, do you think we ought to open up the knowledge and information to the citizens that, hey, we've got an election coming up next November, and that, it's important that we'll have at least a minimum of 2 council positions that will be open, or 1 council position being open, or something like that,
Like one
to the
new.
public.
Adding it.
Well, there'll be. We can talk about that. There's one added. There's one. There's a seat being added, but
Yeah.
beyond that, I try to stay away from who's running for what.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good, Bob. What'd you say? I wasn't listening, I'm sorry.
He said with the town hall coming up, we should maybe talk about how there's going to be a new council seat added in November.
A new council seat, right?
Mhm.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's another good for a town hall there.
Absolutely, that gets the word out to people, so we want to start planning for that extra seat.
Applications have to be presented by, I think the deadline is what?
It's June usually.
Can we go back to open topics?
You'll have to suspend the rules.
Okay, can I do that?
Are you serious?
Yeah. I forgot, I wanted to say something and I totally forgot, but I think I need to say it before.
All right.
Can I finish communications first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so anything you guys want to add to this?
No.
Okay. Item number 2.
Real quick, have you taken a picture and put out publication on the no left-hand turn?
Yes, that has gone out before.
Oh yeah, people
Okay.
lost their
We
minds
can.
on next door.
Did they really? Are they mad?
Oh, yeah.
I'll deal with it.
So,
Okay.
some people are mad that live in Charlotte because they're saying, well, I'm gonna have to go the other way now, and I was like, perfect.
Or you can just drive a half mile down the road.
Do you guys want more? You guys want more posts on the no left turn?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure,
I'd post it again.
I would.
Oh.
Just
Jamie?
keep it, just because people, I
would like-
watched the deputy stand there and tell
You can
somebody
like it
they
or
had
not
to
like it,
keep
but it's
going.
already in place.
They were like trying to turn, he's like, no, and he walked up to the window and he's like, and then I finally saw him follow me down the
I
road.
saw him pull somebody over already.
I did too, yeah.
Good.
Bob, do you want to, or do you agree with that? A communication about the no left turn signs, more of those every so often?
Yes.
They tend to be nabbing him right in front of your house, by the way. That's where they stop him.
They probably pull them into the tennis courts.
They're just not in the tennis courts, but right in the driveway.
Oh, I saw that
That's
last
where it was, yeah.
Okay, if you're gonna do that, yes, if you're gonna do that,
Mhm.
can you do like a drawing? Of
No, I'm not artistic.
Well, something to show how you would actually do it, because people are like, everybody thought it was no left turn
I know
from
what you
Marvin onto Newtown, so we
See-
need to have like a picture that
Yeah.
is,
See,
and then how do you come around the roundabout and come back and then turn?
see, when every time I posted this, I literally say it is no left turn onto Marvin Road.
You said it right.
On Newtown Road, coming from South Carolina, if you want to turn left onto Marvin Road, you gotta go to the
Here's
roundabout.
what you do.
You
You
said
do
it
two
right.
pictures.
People
You
are,
can say old route and show someone turning left on Marvin Road.
Mhm.
New route under the new thing is you have an arrow that goes all the way down to the roundabout, comes back around and comes to Marvin Road.
Austin, you did it
That's awesome.
correctly.
yeah.
Rohit, can
That's
you
not
can you
what-
make me a
that's
cute
not
little
what-
map?
Sometimes you gotta simplify.
He's gonna make me a cute little map.
Interpretations, they
That's
don't
right.
read it, they just think and automatically.
Say
read
not
it.
all right.
Something like.
And you can put on there, we'll get you.
There you go.
There you go.
And do this.
And then new route, blue or green.
Yeah, something like do
Yeah.
this instead.
Yep. And then
Make it
perfect.
Perfect. And then make it green,
Beautiful.
bright green.
Bright green.
Yes.
And just say, don't ask why, just do it.
Because mom said so, that's why.
Right.
Yes.
Something like
That's
that.
exactly what we want.
Just
It can't get any more clear
Just
than
make
that.
red, old route.
I'm not, I
No
mean,
longer allowed.
which is only 4:30,
Uh-huh.
It's 3:30 to
or
6:30.
3:30 to 6:30.
Yeah.
It's 3 hours of the day.
During the
5 days a
not
week.
You
even
know what, if you got a
weekends.
problem with that, say work longer.
There you go. Go back to work.
Put the caption. This is legal. This is not.
Yeah, thank you, Rohit.
Yes,
that
thank
is
you.
like, I think that will be perfect to help people, because people are like, what are you supposed to do?
They've never been down there. So I live in this town. It's kind of like people don't go to the park. Anyway.
So shall I continue on with the communications?
Yeah.
Okay. This is once again more.
That's good, Jeff. That's good, Jeff.
This is one last bit of information from Gene Stowe about the documentary. They're finishing filming soon. Last chance to contribute. Do you guys want me to put this out? You put it out so far for Gene Stowe.
I know, I feel like we've kind of put the foot down on, I don't know.
Days catering.
It does create headlines for Marvin, but
Don't put that aside. Maybe. Oh, I need that kid's number that's doing the. I said that would help. Donate to
did.
this.
Yes, you
Oh,
did.
I gotta get his. I
God
have.
and everybody.
You know what? It's okay, but I just gotta pull his information.
Okay, so what do we wanna do about this, yay or nay? Alright, nobody's jumping on us.
Yeah,
That's a no.
I think we've done enough for him. Not, I mean.
Yeah, we gotta be careful that,
I
you know, we
agree.
start,
We're not.
it's almost like
Yeah.
you promote something, it's like, okay, where do you draw the line?
Okay,
It's for
Next.
the kids.
yeah.
okay. So this is that magazine that I was telling you all about last time. It is a sports magazine, but they focus on community stories as well. This is something we could contribute every once in a while if you're interested. It's a good chance to get press out, good headlines out to a large number of neighborhoods, some of which we don't have a presence in, including in our annexation area. This magazine goes to Providence down south.
Alright, Austin, do you wanna put an article together for this 4 times a year?
It would be every so often, and I could get direction from you all on what you would like to see. This is non-controversial, good feel stories, big accomplishments, things for the community.
I know, but everything's controversial, no matter like how you look at it.
Even Dolly Parton doesn't want a statue.
Yep.
She
I mean,
recognizes it.
It's up to you all, so.
I say no.
And what are they asking for exactly?
They just want us to give them stories.
Every so often, and then it's just whenever they have the space for
You
it.
know what, I don't see a problem saying, on our communications board, miscellaneous, are you proud of your child for, thing, or someone that you'd like to highlight for this? Direct your information to this place, and I don't know, I mean, that gives a story, or write a story, or something like that maybe, because we used to have this, if
We
you
were
remember,
not
it was in this
directly
too,
involved.
they would highlight families. That was highlighted at one point. But it's, it was a guy doing his own thing, and he was just, so it was just kind of highlighting that community and stuff. But we're highlighting this community through this, this is a profit thing, I assume.
It's
right?
not. It's a free publication.
It is a free
It's
publication.
a free publication that goes out every
They get
so
a lot of
often.
advertising on it.
They
So I don't think we promote this,
Mm-hmm.
but we say, I'd be open to saying, because I will tell you this, when I got this,
Mm-hmm.
because I already got this, I put it aside right away, because I asked my daughter, you know these kids? And she didn't, but I just thought, give it a chance. Let's
I
just
coached both of them.
You did? Golf? Oh, they're in trouble. But it was kind of to your point, a feel-good story, and it's like, all right, well, I'm sure there's lots of things out there, and it gives people an understanding, hey, there is a way to highlight a kid I'd like to highlight. Whether it's a coach wanting to do it, it's theirs. No harm, no foul, I don't think. But, we're really directing, we're not promoting this, we're directing them to go.
We're not promoting
give your-
anything.
I know, give your story to this group.
this guy was asking if we wanted to contribute in the future. That's all he's asking. Contribute a story every so often. That's what he's asking. He's not asking us to share anything about his magazine.
Oh, I
This-
thought he was.
This automatically goes out to 26 different neighborhoods.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was asking
He
to
just wants
contribute.
us to contribute a story once in a while.
Like
Is there any interest in that?
like a new trail opening.
You know what? Hey, if he's
that
out
might
there
not be a
putting
bad
it out and
business.
says, hey, Marvin just opened up this new trail, I got no problem with that. If it's something you have the time to do and you can, then I
I'll
would say.
leave
there's
that
no
at your
problem.
discretion.
Well, communication policy says you all consent, so
We're consenting to
Okay.
leave that at your
Consenting
Your
to-
discretion.
Only feel-good stories, though. If we got roundabout finishes, that's a feel-good story, so.
You can advertise the town hall meeting coming up.
Yeah, there you go.
that would be a good one.
There you
That
go.
would be a good one.
There's your first one.
Yeah, there you go. So,
No pictures, just something simple.
Or
maybe a
or-
picture of the Marvin logo.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Good. All right, so
All right.
next
You
we're
good with
gonna.
that?
I'm fine with that.
All done?
No, one more thing in communications. So I meant to put this on the retreat, but since I wasn't there,
we missed you.
Yeah, apologies for that. I did pass my first exam though with that certification course.
Baby steps.
So this is kind of some stuff I had for this upcoming projects newsletter that you all were requesting. Just some topics. Do you have any topics you want to add to this? Things you want to take off?
Yes, I would like to add.
Okay, start ahead.
So instead of just park improvements, let's do park loop, just park/loop. And then you can also add the fitness trail, because we are working on that.
To get information from Derek. Yes, okay, fitness trail.
And then I would definitely put something, Christina, can we put, no, we shouldn't do that yet. I was gonna say, can we put waste hauling, but we shouldn't do that until we decide we're for sure gonna do it. We should advertise the Springtown Hall, and we should advertise an upcoming Marvin Day on June whatever 2022. Be on the lookout. So start talking about it
Do we
now.
wanna do we wanna say, first annual, first Saturday of June, to kind of just clarify that we're gonna do first Saturday of June every year?
Yeah.
And then you figure out a date from there.
Now the newsletter is called Coming to Marvin in 2021. So
That's okay. Because we're gonna be working on it
This
this
is a
year.
2021 project to get ready for that
Yeah,
date.
for the actual
Okay.
date.
It's gonna take us all year to get there.
Yeah, and then I would definitely put on somewhere on there to please, if you can't make the spring town hall, to continue or to start coming to Coffee with Council. We need to advertise Coffee with Council again.
and whenever we
And I'm sure you have a question, even if you can't be there. Give me that question.
Yeah.
You know, let us get the opportunity to answer the question you've been wanting to. You haven't had the time to come to Coffee with Council with.
Or a council meeting.
and whenever we have the spring town hall, once it's over, recording will go up, and we will advertise the recording. Say, hey, you missed it. Here's what you missed, and they can go catch up. So,
Perfect. That's it, that's all I have.
and that's all I have for communication.
Alright, so can I make a motion to suspend the rules and go back and add something to open topics?
Sure.
You can just go back to reopen.
I'd like to
open.
suspend the rules.
You can go back to.
And reopen open topics?
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. So we've already voted and we have added an additional council seat for this election. So there will be a total of 5 council and the mayor. Our intention when we did this 2 years ago was to then add an additional council seat, so a 6th council seat at the 23 election. Do we want to do that? That was always the intention. If we want to do that, we need to know now because we got to get it on the ballot.
If you're gonna do a referendum, you can
You don't
do it
have-
out of a referendum.
No.
Here's why, hear me out. You said no?
I said no.
You want to add to that, or you just want to say no?
No, it's too many council people. I think, I saw the reason, you know, again, from the very beginning, if you had gotten a chance to vote, you know, which I had agreed with in the sense that, yeah, hang on.
I feel the same way.
Yeah. If you had gotten a chance to vote, well, I would have been in favor, let me put it this way, of you having a vote as the mayor if we didn't do the 5th council person. And the fact that then there was a 5th council person, I thought, well, then it's 6 people if you had had the opportunity to vote. But I think with 5 people, it's fine. It's enough of the size of the village. It breaks the tie. You know, I don't know where that puts you, but I just think that having now you breaking the tie with 7 people, I think it's just, if we would do 6, it's too many people. That's all.
Okay. Here's the only thing I'll caution you about, is the terms of when people are running. So you will have, in some cases, 3 council members running at the same time for 4 years. The beauty of how we had it before with 4 members and a mayor, forget about the voting, was that 2 council members were always running with the mayor. So you can change the pendulum swing in that every 2 years. Here, you are risking the fact that you get the wrong 3 people in there, and you're wrong, right? It depends on what side you're on. That is in place for the next 4 years. That's the only reason why I was against 5, but I was okay with 6, which should have been voted in, because we all have staggered. You're going to be running this time, you're going to be running, the mayor's running every 2 years. That's where the concern comes in, that the next time we're going to have, and it's just going to be.
And it's not even a 3-person swing, it could be a 4-person swing. Because you've got 3 council people and the mayor, so if you happen to run in a block of 4.
Well, the
you've
mayor
got-
only has the 2 years.
I know, but I'm just saying, but if you happen, the mayor happens to continuously, like.
You have a
Right.
4-person
And
block
for
for 2
the,
years.
then the public that's listening, one of the reasons we did this is because the mayor, number one, didn't have a vote. And by the way, and this is a good time to bring this up, is the mayor did have the ability to vote on appointments. And I will tell you, all this lawsuit stuff would have never have happened if they didn't strip me, the former council stripped me of that right. For no reason, they just announced that the mayor should not be allowed to vote on appointments. So
That's not true.
they did. They-
What you just said is not true, for no reason. They absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry, they had a reason.
Oh, but-
They had a reason. But they stripped me of it, but no one made a big brouhaha of that. And I get, that's why, got in the vote. But if nothing else, I would ask that the council, because what we're trying to avoid, back to the original point, why we wanted 6 council, is in the case of 4 council, and we all announce, oh, I'm going to be on vacation. If 2 of the council members don't agree with the other one, they were suspending the rules, changing the agenda, adding whatever they wanted, and there was no way to prevent that. So that's one of the driving forces in creating extra council members, because at the end of the day, if you got 3 council members on board, and the mayor is a split vote, you're pretty much, you're gonna run the show anyways on there, even though it's not partisan.
And if we did add the 6 council seat, chances are that you're always gonna have a quorum. You're
Right.
never, that was the other thing we were running into with the smaller council. And so by having the, having more people there, it will pretty much ensure that you're gonna have a quorum, and that won't happen again, because not everybody's gonna be out.
And that was one of the things about PRG being the size of the board. You could almost always count on quorum, because there were enough people that if somebody wasn't there, it would be.
Right. But again, that's the only thing that really concerns me is just staying with 5. Again, I want to go 4 to 6 or 4 to nothing, or just keep it at 4, and then maybe allow the mayor to allow on appointments and stuff, because we can't have this again. And it was not ruled on, which it should have been. They just kind of threw it out because we ran out of time. But there are so many communities in the state of North Carolina that only have 4 council, and that can happen. And it's just never been decided. The quo warranto has never been truly decided, and it cost our village. Keep in mind, our village direct money, because it wasn't covered under the insurance.
So I'm either for just us trying to change the charter with everybody, without everybody losing their minds, or putting it on the referendum. I think it's smarter to have 3 and 3, and then the mayor at 7. If there's a tie, then the mayor breaks the tie. I mean, that's.
And the mayor doesn't vote. You're right.
Because that was the intention when we did this 2 years ago. That was the intention.
The only thing I will caution you too, on the flip side, if I'm weighing my things, you get, to your point, Bob, 6 councilmen, longer meetings.
Well, anytime you're here, it's gonna be a long meeting, so.
Maybe it's a good time to step aside. Just kidding. I don't know. What am I gonna do?
But as I understand, we have to go to 5.
We have, that's done.
Yeah.
That is done.
But that's what I cautioned about when we went.
No,
I was up for 2 more.
let me interject this.
Okay.
With COVID and the fact that now Zoom and Cisco WebEx have become the order of the day, I'm up here in Connecticut and I'm still able to participate. So when somebody says, I'm gonna be on vacation, in other words, in the earlier time, somebody being on vacation and saying they're not available, that's really not an excuse. If you serve the public and you're vacationing during a council meeting, you could still attend.
Yes,
So-
you could,
That's
yeah.
vacationing, but that doesn't include work, where I've missed council meetings because of work.
But Bob, I mean, some people may just wanna take a vacation. I know next summer I'm gonna be out of the country and I am not gonna get on
When?
a council meeting.
I do want to caution you all that the state legislature is likely to revoke remote participation once the pandemic's over.
Yes, but we still have it.
No, if the state revokes it, it's revoked for everybody.
Yeah,
No,
we still have
it is in our,
We
rules
still have
of
the policy.
procedure, and Chaplin has approved it, and we're just fine.
I received opposite information from the School of Government just last week that it's murky legal.
But did you ask, unless the town had an ordinance of separate?
I was told by the School of Government the state has authorized remote participation for municipalities under a state issued emergency.
But we've had this ordinance before the pandemic.
Yeah, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about emergency remote. We're talking about a remote policy that we have in the event that they meet a couple of different criteria. They're sick, they're out of town, and that still applies.
They have 24 hours before they have to notify you that they are going to participate remote. This is way before
Yeah.
the pandemic hit.
And that is like one, maybe two people, because a quorum cannot be met. Right now, a quorum can be met if we're all at home, but with what we have, the majority of people
Have to be in place. They could. It's like a one-off.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm going to follow up with the School of Government just to make sure.
Knock yourself out.
Well, just tell them we make our own rules here.
This is Martin.
Legal advice, I would not say.
But they are
For the
also,
record, I'm kidding.
but they are also not like our legal counsel.
That's true.
So I'm gonna go with what we've got in place. So yeah, Bob, but some people may actually want to go on vacation and not,
And really check out.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm still for it.
What? Go ahead.
Okay, but let me bring this to light. When we were changing the way in which we were compensated, and we were compensated by me, as opposed to just being, given a monthly stipend, now we were stipended by, meetings. Again, it's been such a little bit of a change and adjustment from what used to be. I would make sure, or I would want to make sure I attend all the meetings now because the compensation is motivating me to do so. I don't want to miss, what my stipend is. What I'm getting at is that, if one chooses to miss a meeting, they won't be compensated. They're kind of docked, if you will, for not coming to a meeting. That's why I think Zoom is wonderful, but
Yes, we
again,
will.
I'm not making an issue of it. I'm just saying that lots of things have adjusted.
No, you don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Meaning you're not at.
Yes, you
just
do.
have-
You have to miss 3.
Yeah, you gotta miss 3 for that to happen.
Yes.
I've gotten my docs for every time I haven't been.
I know, and I have. That should be rectified, and you're welcome for checking paychecks.
Okay.
You should
Okay.
actually have gotten it this past go around. So
The back pay.
I missed
Okay.
like
You have-
6 or 7 that y'all docked.
So if you miss 3, then that kicks in, not just one.
And I'm pretty sure, we need to, because some of that was very ambiguous. We need to-
special meetings are not considered meetings. So if you missed a special meeting, you're not going to get paid regardless.
But yeah, I did see a change and stuff only because we didn't have one of the meetings. Something happened
Yeah,
with our pay
it's-
was a little bit lower, but it all makes up in
It
the
all
end.
comes out in the wash. But
It's the
Andy,
same.
when I go through the financials, I was like, Andy he should have gotten paid for this, and so I told them. So Bob, no, you have to miss 3 meetings before you get.
And we
docked.
gotta, vote on it too, I think.
You guys
right?
said something about that, but I wasn't sure exactly.
You can
the
vote to
whole
excuse
story
an
behind
absence.
it, So
That's what
now I
it
get
was.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
So anyway, I still think that we should add the 6th council seat. That
Where you
was kind of where
I feel like that council should be even with the mayor breaking the tie, no matter what the number is. It just should be even. And I think that 4 was probably adequate, but at this point, I feel like we need to go to 6 because 5 isn't going to work.
Right.
That's my opinion.
you're saying, okay. Okay, so it sounds like,
So do we wanna try to change the charter, or do we wanna put it on the referendum? God help us all.
I think we're gonna wind up, I think it needs to go on a referendum because you're gonna wind up having the same blowback. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but it's not as controversial as changing the form of government or
Mayor vote.
letting the mayor vote. Everybody was great on getting an additional council seat.
and oh, by the way, you guys could change my ability to vote only on, or have the right to vote only on, without changing the referendum or thing, to vote only on appointments.
Yeah, I don't know about
Because
that.
I had that, it was part of the charter before, and they never went to a referendum, they just decided on their own
It wasn't in the charter.
It's
It
just
was, it was just in the rules of procedure.
the rules of procedure. But in the rules of procedure, it
I
can
know,
allow
I
on
don't- I think the
appointments.
mayor either votes or the mayor doesn't vote.
I would disagree, because we
Well, I
would
know
have
you
saved
would.
$75,000 in thing, because I
more
would have
than
been
that.
sided with
I
you.
know.
Yeah, more than that, about $200,000.
Okay, so how do we want to try to do it? I think that, I mean, Christy, what do we have to do to change the charter? We have to put it out and it has to go out for what, 3 months, basically?
It's, I don't think it's quite 3 months, but we have to do a resolution of intent to change it, and that has to be advertised, and then we have to do an ordinance to change it, and then we have to give a period of wait to see if there's a petition.
So would it be, if we do that and they challenge it, then does it automatically go on the ballot? Or do we still have to put it on the ballot? I mean, will we have time to do that?
I think we have to have the language to them by the beginning of the summer. So I think we would still have, let's see, I think we would still have time. I'd have to crunch the timeline.
Do you think we have, you're saying we have a choice, we either have to put it to vote, or we put it on we just change it as a council and?
You can do either or.
Well, I'm gonna tell you now.
We're at 4 to 1 saying.
It's changing the charter. So we can vote on it and we can approve it, but then the
There
public
could get
can
some-
challenge it
Yeah.
with a petition of
Right.
800 plus signatures.
When would
Wanna
that
do it
seat,
again?
when would that seat be up for election?
2030.
Yes.
But again, it gets to where
But you have to vote on it this
everybody has,
November.
it's alternating. 3 people will be running with the mayor.
And then 23, 3 people will be running with the
Right.
mayor, so then it's even again.
So, yeah.
and that was always the intent.
Yes, it was always 2 running with the mayor, and it's the same. It's just an extra number, which adds a little bit extra cost, need more space, all those things. So,
Well, we're getting more
so
space.
we are.
All right, so do we want to try to do it by referendum? I mean, by just change like council vote?
That's my,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna tell you why. Because you put it up in a
It
referendum.
may not
Something-
pass.
You got people that vote on stuff and they have no idea. They just go, well, yeah, no. Man, I had someone tell me, I'm gonna give you one, but I'm not gonna give you the other.
Oh yeah, last time?
Yeah.
Right.
Just because he said, I don't know what either
50-50
one of them meant.
shot, yeah.
50-50.
Good friends of mine saying, yeah, I voted no on yours, and I'm like, you know, and at the end of the day, it didn't really matter, because
So,
I can still say,
you can't-
I don't get a vote, and I don't vote on this.
And trying to explain it
It's-
to they're like, I don't wanna hear that shit,
Yeah.
y'all figured it out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
well, we figured it out,
So
so.
Christina, we go it
Yep.
up?
Yep, I wrote it down.
Bob, you okay?
Take it
Well,
back.
I'm okay. I mean, I understand, I'm just saying, I understand the thinking that there's 3 that are running with the mayor and 3 that are not. What I always thought was, and I'm not saying otherwise, that I always thought that the good thing about the local governments is we were not as, what has become now, as divisive as what you see on a federal level. You see
back
right
when we
now,
were
it's a divisiveness between one and the other. In other words, there's a group of good guys and there's a group of bad guys. So you're trying to even out the playing field. It's just a commentary. That's what the thinking is. 3 could be together against the other 3. But I see the thinking in it, just saying.
It's easier to get 2 bad guys than 3 bad guys. I mean, you at that point, you've lost the community if you got
Yeah.
3 bad people that people are voting for, quite frankly. So, I mean, you can get 2 bad apples that can change everything in a simple
3's
thing.
harder.
Yeah, 3 is harder. You gotta work at that, but.
I think that's.
I can see the thinking. I mean, I can see the point of view.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we
Thank
got
you.
direction
Yes,
on that.
I'm sorry.
And then moving
Thank
on
you.
for updates, and keep in mind, Andy has a thing, and so do I.
Hold on, real quick.
Can
Will you, no, yeah, I know. Can you just put that on the agenda for us to talk about? Because people are gonna think we tried to sneak it in there, right? Because I forgot it.
Regular
They
meeting,
are.
regular meeting or work
Regular-
session?
Yeah, we'll discuss it regularly. Okay,
The people are
so
gonna think we tried to.
reports and
sneak it
updates. We have manager's report. You got 2 things there, it looks like.
in. She's got 3.
Yep.
I got a couple
Oh,
extra.
okay, retreat.
First thing, the retreat, yes. So we had a really good retreat last Friday. We talked about a lot.
Was that just last Friday?
There's still a lot to come.
Oh, Lord.
That seems so long ago.
One thing that was missing, I did ask our sheriff to be present and report some statistics so that y'all got a feel for what our response times were in comparison to Union County.
You asked our deputies.
Our
to do
deputies,
that?
asked our deputies to be there and
And
Sheriff Kathy,
Thing.
and what happened?
Sheriff Kathy and some of his
They needed more time.
second command needed some additional time to present the data. We have had some correspondence back and forth about the request, and so he's provided me this information. If you look at the very last page, it does show you the real statistics that our response rate is much lower than what you would get if you were in unincorporated Union County.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry?
Is the response time?
Yes.
Okay.
What'd I say?
It's the response rate. I was like.
Oh, gosh.
That's a bad thing.
Meeting is much quicker here because we have more deputies.
Yeah, our response time. Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, great, thank you.
It looks
It-
like
it-
it's
it-
pretty
it-
much cut in half from when we
Yeah.
had 1 deputy.
Yeah,
That
so
speaks volumes.
I will say it was a shame that they canceled at the very last minute.
Well, my only comment on this, and I said it, I would like to see more traffic stops. I think they're doing a great job patrolling. They're not stopping. They're not wrecking. 15 tickets in a month. You can do that in the afternoon in front of my house.
What is this?
So that's my only comment to that. I'd like to see more traffic stops.
Oh, Lord. Okay, more traffic stops. Christina, can you put that through to the directional corresponding officer that then would then tell our deputies that we like to see more traffic stops?
I will.
Perfect, thank you. Christina can't direct them directly.
I know. I gathered all of that. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
Got the memo?
On behalf of the community, I'd like to see more of that.
Great. Christina, can you
All right.
pass along to whoever that council would like for them to be more traffic stops?
I will.
Thank you.
Second, or the first thing that I have, or whatever the numbers are, next, time short sidewalk issues. If you recall, a couple meetings ago, we came to you all with a, interpretation from our attorney that basically said, hey, we recognize there's some sidewalk issues on time short. As Chaplain did some research.
Sounds like you're saying time short. I'm like, what?
Sure.
Time short, jumped up.
How apropos.
Sorry.
He came back and basically said, yeah, DOT said that they can't basically make any changes or modifications or
Let's read my dirty
improvements
Kleenexes.
to the sidewalk, but
Just
we
kidding.
disagree with
My
them
napkins.
on that stance, and y'all authorized Chaplain to send a real nice letter to DOT and let them know that, I'm sorry, but y'all are gonna have to start maintaining the sidewalk.
And then Chaplain said.
Chaplain wrote this really nice letter that was a good 2 pages long, and then found a case involving the city of Durham and DOT that unfortunately contradicts the whole premise of our thought process. And
Of course there is.
absent any agreement to the contrary, the Village of Marvin is responsible for the sidewalks adjacent to state highways proved in the case still versus the city of Durham. Sidewalk and maintenance repair is Marvin's responsibility, even though it is on a side, even though it's on a state street. So it is our responsibility in his interpretation that we are to keep that sidewalk safe, reasonable conditions, which apply reasonable inspection time from time to time.
Okay, so let me just be clear, because the state DOT has contradicted themselves already. Because we can't touch anything in their right of way. So if that's in their right of way, we can't touch it.
So if that's the case, if we can, then we should be able to put the drain right into their riprap.
Exactly. So I'd like to know,
Seriously,
Rohit, is that sidewalk within the state DOT right of way in that corridor? Wholly.
Yeah.
I believe it
I'll-
is, I'm
I'll
pretty
check.
sure it is.
that'll cut our costs down there.
I think it is too,
Right
because
there,
it's
right
not
there.
That's a-
Amber
that's
Bath.
a-
Taking,
That's a
Yeah,
clear
which way do you want it?
contradiction.
Which way do you
If
wanna
we have
play
to
this?
maintain
please
their
tell me we're
right of
screen
way,
sharing and nobody's
in
telling
one
me that.
instance, we should have the right to
Are we screen
maintain their
sharing?
right of way in
I'm not.
another.
So do what?
Blessed.
Well, why? What did I do?
That should have been.
Nothing, it's something I did.
Oh. Oh, I'm not screen sharing.
No, I wish you were
Yeah.
screen sharing.
Oh. Okay, let's see.
Nobody's on there, it doesn't matter. It's
Nobody's
just
on. No,
Bob.
it's just Bob and Jamie, and Jamie's not watching.
Wait, is that Jamie in the back?
Yeah, it's Jamie.
Oh, fine, just
Yeah, she's just listening. Also, she's not watching. So that's the property line, which means that this is all of this is the right of way here.
where's the sidewalk? That's
Uh,
Marvin School Road. Go to Tom Shore.
Sorry.
Get
Go
on
to
the right road.
Tom
There you
Short
go.
Road.
But it's the same thing. Oh, it's the same situation.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
it's
right in there,
Right
isn't it?
away.
Yep.
That should have been an attorney.
Take that rip round and shove it.
That's
true.
I mean, so which way are you gonna play that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all
They've
we gotta
already told
say.
us that we have to maintain it.
No. What we're saying, to go back to them and say, okay, so how do you wanna play this out?
Okay.
We got this situation over here, which you're telling us this is ours, but technically we can't go into it, if that's the law. We can't do anything. We can't put a damn stop sign up.
I will say, they have not told me directly we can't touch their pipe and all that stuff. I'm just
Well,
assuming.
but they're saying we can't put a
Well,
stop
they're
sign
gonna,
on the right of
they're
way.
not gonna tell you, they're gonna allow it when it benefits them. There's gotta be a rule in place somewhere in the state level.
I would take that to our
legislature.
state legislatures too. Put that on the list.
Yeah, and say,
Yeah.
look, here we go
We're not gonna do
again.
anything, put that on the list.
Here we go again.
Christina?
They're trained to say no, but yet the law says if it's in their right of way, we can't touch it. Meaning we can't put a speed limit on it. We can't do anything with it because it's their road and it's their right of
Or a
way.
stop sign.
So
But if they
which
don't wanna
way?
maintain
Please
something,
tell
just say, "Oh,
me
yeah,
so
yeah."
we can get clarity. And does that follow the state law?
Good point,
And we get
Andy.
get clarity on all of this.
Good point, Andy.
And then take that to Chaplin too. Take that same message to Chaplin and have him understand, so he gets an understanding. Chaplin, which way do which way do you
We're
fight
gonna get in
this?
trouble if we fix the drain down here and go on their right away, we're gonna get in trouble.
But,
yet they want us to
it's
go
only
here.
when it benefits them.
I'm
They want to say, "Oh, go ahead, do it."
Tired of DOT changing the rules to fit
They move the
their
goalposts.
their
They move the goalposts. This is a perfect example of them moving the goalposts.
I will ask him that question and then I will confer with,
Yeah, have them do it in writing too, because I'd like to take that with it and say,
State
well, here's
rep.
the opinion of one. They're asking us to do this, but the law says we really can't.
Stay
But-
wrap it up.
Unless we're paying for it.
Well, yeah, 'cause they want us to do
Yeah.
everything.
That's my point.
okay?
right.
Next issue is the
Good catch.
packet of information that just went around.
Catching.
It didn't stop at Joe.
What?
It did. No, it didn't.
What happened?
I'm kidding.
I missed
You
something.
didn't pass everything on.
So,
Oh,
Was there more?
actually, where are they at? 'Cause is it, did I?
Oh,
No, it went around. It went
yeah,
around.
It's all wait.
Here's the
No,
extra right there.
extra.
They made it all the way around.
Okay, so if you look at the front page, let me just rewind. Obviously, you know, we have these signs that are sitting right here. They've been sitting here for quite some time. They're not matching up with the current brackets as we've discussed. It's not feasible for us to do an RFP to anticipate future needs and to bind a future company to needs that are unknown. We've already established that. So what we did was present this information to you all at the last meeting where we proposed an idea to go ahead and get these out of here and put up and kind of start a trial plan to see how they work with standardizing the same brackets for each subdivision. It would be kind of a process that we would start. And so from that moment forward, if you turn to page 3 in your packet, it looks like this. This is something similar to what the two subdivisions have. The top one, the slide in, that's something similar to what Canterfield has. The ones at the bottom hanging, that's something similar to what Weddington Chase has. So we initially came back and quoted those two There were two completely different quotes because they were obviously two different standardized brackets. But when we talked about making them one bracket for each subdivision to where they're all the same, we started talking about standardizing it to that slide-in format. Which, if you turn over to the quote where it says newest, this is for Weddington Chase. I did end up talking him down some from his initial quote. So the newest quote is at $5,300. You flip the page, the original quote, I'm sorry, I did them backwards. Hang on. Flip it
It's
twice.
77.
77.
Good job.
And then the Canterfield went up because
Christina.
it changed them a little bit. Anyways, the total amongst the two of them were around $10,000. Need to add it up real fast. But the request,
10,896 is what you have on the page, you already added it.
okay,
So now it's about 8.
10,896.
No, it's more than that. It's $1,000 more because Canterville Creek came back at 4168.
4160?
Yeah, 4168 plus
Yeah.
plus. Oh, that's the old. Those are the old numbers. So it's 50.
Yeah,
it's
7764 and 3132.
Yeah, but 77 is the old number. It's 53 now.
And are we standardizing or no?
that's the question that I'm asking you guys.
Good
So
question, Joe. What are we doing?
I had asked both subdivisions, HOA president, if they are okay with the standardized sign of that boxy one that looks like this.
Yep.
You can read the email that I passed out. It basically says, hey guys, this is what we're thinking about. Are you both okay with this?
Both said yes.
Both said yes. So if y'all are okay with us moving some money from your reserve account that's earmarked for signs, then we're ready to just pull the trigger to get these out and get the bracket
Let's get this
standardized.
done, get these out there on the streets instead of sitting on chairs in here.
Now we got to standardize.
Yeah, let's get it underway.
Okay. Moving forward, this would mean that if you look at this last page right here, this is a picture of Canterfield Creek. You see that decorative scroll that's kind of taken at the top?
Can that sit on top of our new?
As far as I know, that has to be removed. I mean, that's what the sign technician has said, because they don't go together. It's a part of the bracket.
Oh, it's
So,
part of the bracket? And there's no way to remove that scroll and put it on top of the new bracket?
it's one piece from what I've been told, so, unless they want to re-weld it back
Job
on.
for you.
So anyway,
Well, then
the
scroll
point being
back
that
on.
there's other subdivisions, I think Firethorn maybe have some decorative stuff like this as well. If we get on this process of standardizing the signs, this is what we would be looking to replace.
This is Canterfield Creek.
Yes, but we're not gonna have that scrolly.
I'd just like to look at it personally, like in person, look at the scroll work.
But
See if there's
Canterville
anything-
Creek said they're fine not having it anymore.
Okay,
So might as well just,
what about Firethorn?
we'll
You
talk
guys
about,
wanna keep your
we'll talk about
decorative?
Firethorn later.
But your trade-off is getting the Village of Marvin on there.
Yeah.
But
And they want that, so we might as well just go ahead and do these two, get them done, like you said, get them out of here. And then your next question is,
well, do y'all want to just go ahead and waive their pitch into the signs? I mean, I think it was less than $1,600.
are they asking us to?
No, but is part of all the trouble that we've encompassed with all this. I don't know. That's up to you guys. But we've had a lot of issues with trying to get this out, and we're obviously delayed almost a year.
Yeah, but we're gonna end up costing more money and we're gonna foot the bill. So unless they're asking for their money back.
Okay.
Yeah, let's try to offset some of the extra costs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're getting a product, I mean, they're getting something out of it that they're paying for.
Yeah.
It's
So-
not that they're not.
Two-pronged request. It's okay for us to do a future budget amendment to remove reserve funding of about $11,000 into the general operating budget to pay for these brackets. And the second prong would be to standardize the sign with the box for both Canterfield and Weddington, and look forward to moving that in the future to other subdivisions.
I'm fine moving the money, I'm fine doing Weddington Chase and Canterville Creek. Stop.
Okay.
If you want to do, I think that goes hand in hand with the stop signs, okay, or speed limit signs, whatever. I think you give the option of standardized for the street signs, and this is what the village will do, because that's what you're asking, right?
Mhm.
for the street blades. For the stop signs, you get the U channel, silver, speed limit sign, standardized. We go to your HOA, my HOA, whoever's HOA that's in Marvin, for the street signs, and we say, standardized, we'll pay for it. You guys good with it? Great, perfect. If not, that's fine. We'll pay for this, but if you want it fancy, you guys can pay for it.
You pay for the different upgrade.
Upgrade, yeah.
Cause you would pay, we're
Still
paying,
getting
say,
the village-
$10 for a sign.
Right.
And the upgrade
Loaded.
is 15, the net effect to them is 5.
Right, so you pay the difference.
And
Now, the speed limit sign, I think is, we'll give you a speed limit sign, but if you wanna make it fancy, then you can make it fancy.
I agree with that.
Well-
But to no cost to the village.
But at the end of the day, I think, we need to somehow, and maybe have him go back to look at how we wrote this up, but if we're saying, like, for instance, Bob has a neighborhood that, does it require us to put a speed limit? Well, if he's looking at trees, and the community is saying, no, we really don't want a speed limit sign, why should we spend the money for it when there's not a problem? And I know it says that we will provide a thing, but you know, if we have unique situations with all neighborhoods, and the last thing I want to do is pollute it with more signs if we don't need it.
Well, so is it not our standard thing to, beginning of the neighborhood, all streets, all subdivision streets, 25 miles per hour, one sign, that's it?
And we voted on it.
Right, so that should be standard no matter what neighborhood it's in. Whatever, however they want it to look is up to them. If they want to upgrade it from a standard sign, that's fine, but you still have to post the sign.
You don't. You don't have to post a sign. It is a known fact that just because there's not a sign there and you are speeding in a neighborhood and it's not properly posted,
Anywhere-
they can still pull you over.
State law is speed limit 55 unless otherwise posted. So you have to post it at the beginning of the neighborhood.
To enforce.
To enforce. It
Yes.
has to be posted at the beginning of the neighborhood that all streets within the neighborhood are 25, because you're coming out of a 35 or a 45 zone, entering the neighborhood, so you have to post
I
it
was
to
told
enforce it.
different, but would have to confirm that because I think all neighborhoods in the state of North Carolina are 25.
They're 35 by default.
35, unless posted, so it's not 55.
But all of our
But it's still
subdivisions are 25.
So you can't enforce 25 if you don't have it posted.
Right.
So what's the end game?
I'm just pointing out that in a dead-end street like he has, and I mean, they don't have an issue. Why are we spending the money and
If
why?
they don't want,
already
and they
spent
don't
the
want,
money.
yeah, if they don't want the
Not
sign
necessarily.
and they don't want them to enforce it, under 35, then that's
We've
fine.
already bought the sign.
But there's a lot more streets to come, so we're trying to make new,
Well, bottom line is, if they don't put a sign, enforceable speed limit's 35. If they've got a straight street and they don't care about it being 25, then we don't have to put a sign.
Then we need to go back and change whatever we
that's what I'm
did.
saying. We'll have to change that.
The limit is
Just for
35.
those, you know, and I get it, if there's areas that
So-
have, and every neighborhood has the speeding problem.
So what should staff do? Should staff contact every HOA and ask them what they want?
No, I think we present to them saying, hey, the plan is to bring in signs.
Yes, they should. So
Well-
the answer is yes, then staff should take their time and call every HOA and find out what they want.
Well, the HIS at least have to be notified that they're gonna be getting new signs. Now, it's up to them, we issued the standard sign. If you want the upgrade to match the rest of what you're trying to go for as far as your look, this is the option. Otherwise, you know, you have to this date, otherwise we're gonna install this sign. Anything else is gonna be at your cost.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but I'm saying.
Talking about the omittance of
Yeah.
the speed limit sign. Do we need to ask every neighborhood if they want a 35 mile an hour?
I think it's all
I think-
25.
I think
Or
maybe we
25
just say,
posted.
we put it on the HOA to say, if you have a problem with signs, keep in mind, here's the law, it's gonna be 35 if it's not properly posted. That's gonna be on you and, you know, they'll follow the rules, state rules. Otherwise, we'd be happy to provide you a sign. Here's the sign we provide.
So you're still saying we still have to reach out to them?
No, I think you reach out to them in a general letter to each HOA right now saying, hey, we're changing the ordinance when it comes to signs, and it'll be on you from a speed limit sign, because stop signs are gonna be stops, so we're gonna replace everything else. Upgrades are gonna be what they are, but if you want a speed limit sign to control speeding and stuff, and
So who should we ask in a neighborhood?
I think we asked the HOA. It's just-
I will say
What if there
that-
is no HOA? And some people in their neighborhood want one and some people don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Do we have any that don't have an HOA?
We do.
Oh, yeah.
Bob's,
Well, Heritage Oak, you know, I'll
that's
speak for.
specifically what I'm talking about.
I know, I'm just saying that in Heritage Oak, there's nobody wants one. So I mean, if it's a matter of a petition or something like that for the record or whatever, nobody wants a speed limit sign because the community's been there for 30, 35 years and under DOT rule, and there's never been a speed limit sign. And now
Man, Bob, that'd been good to know when we were voting on that.
I mean, statutorily, then they can't enforce a speed limit of less than 35 unless you post it. So you're stuck with a 35-mile speed limit. If your neighborhood's fine with that, then we're fine with that.
Yeah, but I'm gonna need everybody in the neighborhood. I mean, cause that's the only way to do
Well,
it.
majority rules.
But how do I know it's the majority?
I know.
Right now I got Bob telling me he's one person.
I believe Bob.
I don't look at him.
Sorry, Bob.
By the way, we can contact HOAs all we want. It's just a lot of times they just don't respond to
Right.
the things we send them.
I understand.
Until the speed limit sign's going up in their neighborhood, then they'll respond.
That wasn't an HOA.
It's already too late by then.
We need to make it a blanket kind of policy,
I
because
agree.
either way you look at it, you're gonna have someone that requests it and someone that opposes it, or vice versa. And we as staff need to know how to handle it.
So can we set an established thing unless opposed? If they want to oppose
What
it,
does
change
opposed
it.
mean?
If they want to change it, we give them a certain date to
But
respond. If they don't respond, then
is
it's
what she
assumed
said.
that.
Yeah,
we're
and
gonna do our
how
thing.
many-
It's no
and how many
HOA. Who do you
people?
give it to?
And how many people get to oppose it?
We do a notice by mail and just stuff it in their
Those
mailbox.
communities with no HOAs, you're gonna have to do it. There's gonna have to be a little more homework. You're just gonna have to send
That's gonna take some.
something
I just
to
don't
everybody
think that
and get
staff
their
should be
response.
spending time on that. It's a
Can
speed
I
limit
just-
sign.
I know, but it's some things. If we're gonna do something, we have
So
to
how
do
much
it
does it
all the
cost
way.
to give-
sometimes.
That's why I'm saying, put in the speed limit sign.
How expensive is it to create a speed limit sign, decorative speed limit sign?
It's just the post, right?
Post, yeah. Less than $300.
If we're standardizing, why don't we just standardize all the way around, and how many neighborhoods do you have, and multiply that times the decorative post, and then you don't have to even worry about the HOA. You're giving them the upgrade.
Because whatever decorative post we pick, somebody's not gonna like it.
Yeah.
But then let them change it. We're still putting in the 25-mile-an-hour.
So that's my point is, why are we paying for decorative? If they're gonna change the decorative, let's just put in the regular old U channel. We'll go to the HOA and say, hey, we're gonna put up a speed limit sign that's gonna have a U channel. If you don't want the silver U channel stick, and you want a decorative one, that's fine. Here's the speed limit sign, you go get it, you go put it in.
And we're gonna provide
And if
how many?
you're-
2 per neighborhood?
One, at the
And if
beginning of
you're
the
Bob and
neighborhood.
company, they just say, well, thanks for the sign, but we'll put it in somebody's garage because we don't want it. I guess, I mean,
So what is the
how else are
price
you gonna
difference?
do that? I mean,
Between the,
U channel standard and comes with it, right?
We bought the posts separately, so we spent money on those posts.
Oh, how much are the posts?
$50 a piece, roughly.
Okay, so
and how much
250,
is the decorative?
250, 300, you said.
$300 or $400 estimate.
So between 50 and then 300 for the decorative.
Because somebody's not going to like the decorative post that we pick. You know that's going to happen. So they're going to be like, well, I do not want that decorative post.
yeah, I say we go to the standard and let them do the upgrades.
Me
and then
too.
just- If they don't want a speed limit sign in Bob's neighborhood, then they can just not put it up. They can say, we don't want it, or they can pull it up, whatever their.
Do you not see Bob out there with the
Maybe not
Oh,
let
I'll
them
be
pull
out.
it off.
I got a question to ask. Now, this came up in the meeting, so I'm gonna ask this. At Firethorn, they've got already wonderful signs that say 25,
They
that
don't.
are decorative, that are not evasive. Now, somewhere the word or got out that that's not
They're not
DOT
DOT signs.
approved.
Oh.
They're not
So it
regulatory.
can't be enforced. Right?
What?
They can't enforce it if they're not DOT approved signs, is that what you said?
Yes. In
Yes.
other words, in the planning board meeting, there was a picture that Rohit showed of
About to show it again.
the pretty signs that are in Firethorn that are saying 25.
Oh, it's a-
There you go, thank you.
That's a caution sign, it's not real speed limit.
Yeah,
sign.
No, there's one there.
There's a speed limit
There's
sign.
a regular
But
white one.
that's not
That's
enforceable?
in fire.
It's
not.
not enforceable.
Where is the normal speed limit sign?
It's at the South Carolina, go to South Carolina.
But to quote the planning board member, Mike
Here's what they want.
Lavelle, who had said, if there was a ticket given for somebody going over 25, it'd be the
Right,
first one
right.
ever in that community anyway.
No.
Go
Why are
around.
they making-
It's right
why are they
there.
making us do that? Why wouldn't they just give us a call?
Well,
Because we didn't tell them to.
I know, that's my point. That's my
I
point.
mean-
We missed
That may
something.
be regular.
We missed
Okay,
something.
so
It's
It's
not?
not, no, if
Oh.
you look at it compared to the other one, they look different.
They
The
do.
fonts are different, the sizes.
But that may be a South Carolina approved one, because that's in
It
South
may be in South
Carolina.
It's on
Carolina.
North Carolina
That-
side,
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah, it's the South Carolina side.
That
Is
that
it?
that speed limit sign is on a black board, and that black board is not regulation. And if an accident were to occur due to someone,
Speeding?
we can be liable if the sign was irregular.
That's in
But-
South Carolina.
If that was in our
North
side.
Carolina.
But no, that's the South
said
Carolina
Facing
fire.
South
Yeah.
Carolina.
But if
See,
it's
tell them
posted
it's
right on- it's right on the
in
border, right-
neighborhood,
right-
all
it's
streets.
right
I know,
on
that's
the
why I just said that's maybe a South Carolina
Those
sign.
are just reminder
Maybe.
signs, right?
Yeah.
So they're not, so the law will stand that it's 25 because it's posted at the beginning of the neighborhood
Mhm.
that all streets within the neighborhood are 25. So we're covered. So that would just be a reminder sign. They could stay just like that throughout the neighborhood, it doesn't matter. Because they've already been given the information by a DOT approved sign that's up
Where's
on
it-
the
where's it
entrance
If
to
our
the
signs were up.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
Oh,
Yes, if our sign is up at the beginning of the neighborhood,
It doesn't
then
matter if
those
it's on
signs are
regular
just a
road.
reminder.
That's right.
Right.
The law will still protect it.
okay, so listen, I don't disagree that we missed it. I don't. But I also don't think that the village should pay for a decorative.
I'm not saying we pay, I'm just saying we always get ahead of it and ask.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree with that.
We're agreeing.
But
What is the ask?
Do you want to upgrade? We're gonna put a sign in here, do you want to upgrade it?
And if you
do, it's gonna
do-
be X.
Here's the
no,
X.
not X. If you do, you go pick it out yourself.
Here's your sign.
Here's the speed limit sign. Go put it up. If it's not up by this date, then we will bring in a U-channel and put it up.
Step back
for
a
you.
minute, step
Yeah.
back a second. We are already gonna spend $250 on the post.
No, we're not.
No,
It's
no, no,
$50.
We've already have the post for the ones we already
It's
have.
$50 on,
$50.
okay, $50 on the post. We're giving them basically a $50 credit, because we technically would not have to spend that $50, or we would have to spend it anyways. So we're giving, so say the decorative post is 75.
So I'll take that for all of the upgrades of these signs that I'm gonna pay for. For the one sign, $50.
I don't know what you're saying. You're,
No, what
but
he's
let
saying
me
is
let me
if-
say
if
this,
we're gonna
if
spend
we're
$50
gonna
bucks
spend the
on
money
the
anyways, give the HOA the ability to say, no, we wanna do it a little nicer, so allow us to spend a little extra on
Yeah,
top
that's
of
fine.
what you're already spending.
I said that's fine.
Okay.
What the
I'll make a
fuck?
policy. I'll make a policy,
Can you
an
edit
upgrade
that out?
policy. And y'all can talk about it at the next work session.
You and I are saying the
I
same
know,
thing.
I know, but you were challenging me like we
No,
weren't.
wasn't.
It felt like it. But
But
that's
else I need
okay.
action.
All right, you two.
Same thing.
Do I need to? Do I have to sit between you two of you?
Oh, that's why I put this here.
That's an interesting notation.
No, I need to make motions. Christina needs motions.
All right.
Make a motion to purchase standardized brackets with, PHB 9.
That's the bracket that's in those.
Okay,
packets.
as shown for Canterville Creek and Weddington Chase.
15 minutes, Joe.
Okay. Great
Further
motion.
discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I make a motion to authorize future budget amendment to appropriate funding of 11,000 roughly from fund balance reserves quote unquote sign to pay for the brackets.
Further discussion?
Can I actually have that? Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye. I'd like to make a motion to amend the spec manual to include posts and brackets as approved by
New policy.
new policy.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Make a motion to make a sign post bracket upgrade policy.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. What are we doing with the stop signs?
We're gonna make a policy.
Okay.
Okay, great. Moving on.
Do you have enough policies, Matt?
Okay.
You know I love a good
So,
policy.
C?
we got
Make sure I don't
about,
have any.
We just see first.
We did see first.
Mhm.
oh, okay.
Talk fast, Rohit.
All right, so.
Hang on, I got one more.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I got
Okay, retreat.
What?
a lady called and wants to do a community cleanup one day event. Are y'all interested in citizens doing it and we'll get it out into our community and
Sure.
No,
Sure.
yeah, we were.
Kids need
interested-
service hours
Why
right now.
why don't
That's
we,
perfect.
why don't we, can we put that on the PRG?
Yeah, we had that on
meeting
PRG this time last year, and then when COVID started coming up, we just canceled that.
Kids are looking for service hours.
And now that we
right
know we could probably wear masks or be outside but
Yeah.
distance, then we could probably do that.
Yeah,
And then the last thing, I'm gonna pass that
Oh
around.
my lord.
good.
Yeah, you said we were doing good. Take one and pass along.
All that is the crash data that y'all requested at the roundabout.
Oh,
There aren't any because we have officers out there.
And you can look at it if you want to, but basically they're not gonna give us any more money for spot safety.
course
Okay,
not.
thank you very
That's
much.
because we've already fixed the problem.
Thanks,
we put the
DOT, for
Band-Aid
spending
on it.
that money.
So let's take that away and have some desks and we get money. Makes a lot of sense. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. All right, we are really getting tight here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make it really fast.
Yeah, so planners.
Come on fast,
Okay,
Rohit.
so CRTPO said that they will issue their staff to help us both coordinate with DOT and the federal DOT and to tabulate the right-of-way required from each of the properties as it pertains to this trail land acquisition. That was a question that was asked a few meetings ago. Any questions on that?
No.
Okay, roundabout lighting update. So this is where we popped some champagne because the Union Power did finally compile the survey and submit it to DOT. So now we're gonna, wait to see what DOT has to
So we
say
can
about
call Travis and say, Travis, you've got it now, approve it, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
Isn't that who we talked to?
I don't know what level it is at the end. Like I don't know what division.
I know, but can we say, hey Travis, we got you this information, whoever you need to talk to, pop, pop, let's go.
Yeah.
Chop, chop, buttercup.
it. Okay, any questions about that?
That was a job Rohit.
Alright, great. So last thing is, and this could take some time, but
It's not gonna.
I'm gonna pull something up to make it, to kind of guide this conversation. Basically, I want to give an update on the Union County happenings. First of all, March 2nd is their planning board meeting, and at that meeting, they will be visiting the Aventon concept of, having their hearing, and public is invited. If you want to give a public comment, you have to do it in person. If you want to watch, you can watch it on YouTube Live.
we sent that out.
Wow, you have to give it in person.
And we sent that out
Yeah,
yesterday.
we sent that out because they're accepting written comments, kind of like we do, but only if you send them in advance, and they're not going to be read aloud. They're just going to be included in the packet.
And they won't let you buzz in and do it.
Right, like not the way that we allow people virtually to comment. If you're just watching virtually, you can only watch.
Okay.
And also at that meeting, they're going to be seeing the comp plan, their 2050 comprehensive plan for the first time. But they're not going to be voting on the comprehensive plan. They're going to be looking at it, and the planning board of the county will be voting on it at their April meeting. There's some buzz that if the Aventon is shot down in a really hard way, that they might remove multifamily from their comp plan before.
It would seem if the county were very concerned about water and sewer, then they wouldn't be approving these types of things.
Although it was definitely conveyed by the commissioners that were at that they weren't really too favorable on it, but that's only opinion of two.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other discussion and other opinions. So hopefully though, I'm seeing it from from my seat, I'm seeing a tremendous amount of opposition, not even just from Marvin and Weddington, but I also know some people from Waxhaw that don't like the idea either, and that's encouraging.
That's good.
Right, so I sent them a letter saying, basically, in our resident survey, we found that 98% of residents are opposed to apartments. And so, you know, you're doing a disservice to your constituents by considering something that's
Well,
so,
and sending
you
this
know, such a
resolution
mandate, right?
will be just another.
Yeah, exactly. But the government formally opposes it.
Yep.
So I guess most significantly, they are talking about some policies such as not allowing any upward zoning of properties on quarters that the transportation infrastructure hasn't happened yet, like improvements. So if that policy passes, then they wouldn't allow any upzoning on Providence Road, Weddington Road, etc. But I think also of note is that they increased the transition zones in our area to include all of the areas except for the big pockets between Marvin and Weddington and between Weddington and Wesley Chapel.
It's all our
So
donut holes.
all the little donut holes are going to be transition zones now, whereas the previous plan only had like this area and maybe another one.
I don't understand what a transition.
Yeah.
A transition zone would be an area where if the property owner petitioned to the county to upzone, which is to rezone to a higher intensity, that the county would defer to the municipality.
Nice. Okay, that's good.
And
So-
encourage them to annex.
Right.
So in
and
other
encourage
words,
them to
this RV parking lot down here
Uh,
would be deferred to us?
Maybe
Yes,
maybe
that,
that's why they came to us.
I can't quite tell on this map, but I do believe
It
that
is in
all
there.
the little parts.
It is
all
there.
the
I checked
parcels were
earlier.
in there, right.
Okay, so that's a good thing.
That's good.
Because
Mhm.
those are the ones that are most impactful to the
Yeah.
communities.
Mhm.
Those little spots that are right in the
Well,
heart.
like where the apartments are
Right,
proposed.
yeah, it's,
Okay.
Okay, so finally,
Seriously, as much as you yap today.
I want to talk about the timeline here. The timeline for their. So you guys probably noticed I was in a meeting. During this meeting, I was in this meeting.
I thought you were watching a movie.
No, I was looking at their municipal, basically planners meeting on the comp plan, and this is their timeline for adoption. Like I said, March 2nd, Planning Board first reviews it. April 15th, Planning Board makes the recommendation. And then you have the June 7th public hearing, and this is, again, as you see, all tentative. But this would be, you know, our chance, you know, to encourage public to put their comments in. Obviously, you know, they really did appreciate the public comment period that we had in December, January. They made some pretty meaningful changes based on the public comments, such as that moratorium on upzoning on corridors that need improvements.
And this is for the 2050 comp.
Yes, this
right?
is for their 2050 comp plan, which,
So they don't spend money tearing up stuff that we do from development ahead of time. I mean,
Or-
they're not building for 10 years. So.
right, or,
yeah, that
you know,
makes sense.
causing more traffic on roads that are already identified as needs improvement. This is the whole plan that the coordinating committee
Lessons from the Monroe bypass.
just approved earlier this week. It's on their website, and I can show you that, but you can also just Google Union County 2050 comp plan, and it's going to be the first link. Here's the plan. In it, you know, you can read through it, or you can skim through it, watch the video. I don't know, whatever you want
Light
to do.
reading.
Yes. Finally, there is this March 11th meeting at the Agricultural Center, and we're just finding out today that they're actually requesting all the municipalities to give presentations. So it's going to be an all-day event. Here's the agenda. Also, just finding this out today. So basically,
Are
we're
we not on there?
we are on the second page.
Oh, okay.
There's a
So
lot of
I was gonna say,
municipalities in Union County.
right. So it's an all-day event.
What are they
I was
giving
gonna
us,
say,
5
Jack,
minutes to
I got
do a
left
presentation? or
15
what's
per
it?
town.
I don't know if this is a really good way to just
Where are the
describe
12:45 to 2 there?
And we
Yeah.
have to sign up for that by day after tomorrow?
sign up. I'm not sure about signing up. I think
And
we're
then
all
that email you
invited.
sent that we had to,
That's a
So
different.
they're
That's a
leaving
different
an
one?
hour and a half
Oh, that's
for
a
all
different
those
thing?
towns.
Well, I'm sorry, was that the March 11th?
This is the March 11th meeting.
Yes, the deadline is 26th.
yeah, day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Deadline for what? RSVP?
No, that is
Okay.
tomorrow.
15 minutes.
Isn't today the 25th?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go.
That's right.
I'm
I
gonna
read it
prepare a
yesterday.
presentation, but this presentation, basically what they're requesting is, you know, tell us what tell them what we think about their comp plan, and also to give them an idea of what our, plans for our municipality and, our adjacent areas
Okay.
are.
Who's gonna go? And
You're going?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to go too. I think I would like to be responsible for the presentation.
I'll probably plan on going, I'll be late though. I'll be a little bit
If more
late.
than 2 of y'all are going, I want to do a
I'm not
No,
going.
no, this is not council.
okay.
But I see what you're
those two
saying.
are not council, yeah. So,
I'm
Right.
not going.
Okay. All right.
if you're gonna go, John, then I'll let you represent
You can
council.
go with
And
me.
I won't be able to go.
Okay.
That's,
All right. I just have it
so
on
many
the
meetings
schedule.
coming up.
Okay.
Okay, so I covered a lot of information in a very little time. Does anyone else, anyone have any questions about
No?
anything?
Good job, Rohit.
Okay.
Okay, that's, one more thing is the update on the Farcroft residency issue. The developer also has rules of residency that, we kind of bank on because they can enforce it a lot easier than we can. They did an occupancy check. Basically, they just went into the homes of people randomly and counted how many people lived there. And I still have yet to, find out the results of that. But they will be enforcing their
Good tag.
single-family rules.
Yeah, I have. That's good to know that they're.
I did drive through there yesterday because
Oh,
I was
did
like,
you?
I was like, I haven't been down there. They are big lots.
Yeah.
I'm in
I
this
mean,
instance.
they are
They're nice sized
big.
homes.
Yeah.
The problem
I
is
feel like
there's
that's
15.
kind
Yeah,
of
no, I know, but
a
I was just surprised how big
invasion of
lots were.
privacy to just go and do private homes that the HOA can just walk in and see how many people are living there.
Well,
Yep,
Well,
they own
it's-
it.
You are
they
renting
own the
it.
house.
And
Oh, they're renting. Oh,
Yeah,
they
These
own.
are
They're the
Oh, I get
developer,
it,
the developer
I get it,
HOA.
okay.
That's
So if I
also-
rent my house, I can give you a sufficient notice and I can come on in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I that's the part I missed. They're renting those houses. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That's all I got.
All right. Next up,
3
we have
minutes.
review of action items and ongoing action item spreadsheet.
Okay. Let's see. I will work with Christina to work on that subcommittee meeting. Christina will will get with state representatives on those list of topics. She will check with Chaplin on the tax deductibility of donations. Derek will move forward with the spots contract. Christina will confirm with NCDOT that you all are willing to contribute, amount not specified. I will get these special meeting notices out for next week. You all will contact the planning board applicants in preparation for the March 9th meeting.
You guys all hear that? What are you doing?
Next meeting.
What are you doing?
Contacting planning board applicants.
He asked me a question.
That's important.
Rohit, I missed the direction on the median ordinance.
Bring a final version to the planning board.
Okay. And you're going to all talk about gates again at the March work session. Are you preparing something for that?
I'm not prepared. I would just request that all of you come up with your, moral reasons for why we should or should not have gates, so that the direction to me can be more.
But you're gonna work with Chaplin on cleaning up the
Yeah.
2 sections.
I've already sent them an email about it.
Okay.
Rohit will get a quote from DFI for that future study. I will put out a blurb about the public comment period for the Waxaw Marvin Bonds Grove intersection solution. Lots of stuff about Marvin Day and the town hall meeting. Christina and myself will meet about Marvin Day committee or some way to facilitate those discussions. Christina will work on what's needed for a discussion. You guys will discuss the additional council seat at your regular meeting, and then the speed limit signs and street blades. I missed the direction on that. I left the room.
We'll order them. But are y'all wanting me to move forward with a resolution of intent at the next meeting for the charter change, or do you want to talk about
No,
it?
let's
Okay.
talk about it because people think we tried to slip it in on them.
Okay.
Austin, you're gonna get me the application for the board so that I can take a look at it and see what we want to add to it.
Council, remember the interview, the thing, if you get a chance, PB members.
Do you have anything else, Christina? I got most of
Gina
it.
and Austin just said that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm in my own world.
You got that.
Just repeating myself.
That's on repeat. We're good.
Okay,
That's
I'm
it?
good, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
it's building up. We need to go
Yeah,
through
I
it.
know, I know.
Moving on, council comments. Bob?
He doesn't have any.
No comment.
Jamie?
Real quick, I left early on the retreat. Great job as always. I mean, you guys are just on top of all the stuff, and I appreciate all the hard work that goes into it. Thank you.
Good. Kim?
No, I'm good.
All right, again, thank you, staff. Christina, great job getting out the RFP for the village hall, as well as all the other stuff you're working on with waste management. And again, great retreat, one of our
Not waste
best.
management, waste hauling.
Waste hauling, sorry. Great retreat to one of our best, I think, and I think part of that was the invitees we had there that we can hopefully move the ball forward. I reached out to both, thanking them, and heard back from Todd that he's looking forward to doing some stuff with us, so that's encouraging. The only thing I'll ask is, I will not be at the meeting, is ask Andy to let WUMA know about the retreat we did and encourage them to invite the council members as well as the.
I thought you were rushing out of here to go to that meeting.
I am, but I have to do something first with my
You'll be
job.
late.
So I'll be late to it. So they usually go around the horn and what's happening in their town. So I mentioned to them about our retreat and encourage them to bring these people into it. So, and just what we're doing. So that's all I had.
Before I leave, I want to put a list together. What you want me to ask?
No, you're not asking, you're presenting.
Presenting.
Basically, all you're doing is saying, we had a
There
retreat.
was some other things that you mentioned earlier, and I can't keep up with it all, so. All right, anyway,
Okay.
moving on.
Anyway, I'll have to call you on the phone on that. That's all I had, but we're gonna move into closed session.
You-
But it
Did
doesn't
he-
look
did he
like
give
it's
a
gonna
comment?
happen.
Andy said he didn't have any.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Didn't you?
Yeah, he didn't have any comments. So since we're gonna, and nothing urgent on the closed session, and I don't think, right, based on what I learned, but you can call me separately. I can share it with you individually.
Since we haven't called for the special meeting on the 10th yet, can we just add the closed session this topic? Because I don't think that financing is gonna take
No, it's not gonna take long at all.
that
So
long.
add that to it.
So both of these review of closed session minutes. You want to table both?
I have found that there are two things left. Powellville.
And it's not gonna take that long.
Dave Wall.
All right.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to table both closed sessions until the March
And then move them to
10th
that,
meeting.
yes.
Yeah, if we can move them to
All
then.
right. Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and finally, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
At 3:33.
All right, thank you. Start getting texts.
That's what I was asking you, Kim, could we push the closed session to the next meeting?
Oh, yeah.
That was.
Oh,